Sven gazed in Talia's direction, and he said,
Sven, we're ready. Got it. We'll continue this conversation later.
Sven took in the sight of his fellow First Steps hunters, and none of them were afraid of what lay in the cave ahead. Every one of these highly capable hunters were ready to fight. There was a reason First Steps boasted a high average level of its members. The weak had long been culled. Cowards had fled the clan before long. Everyone who remained was an elite annealed by a series of trials. Surviving those battles had made them comrades, and that camaraderie was what was giving them strength now. The top-ranking parties, state-of-the-art facilities, well-organized structure, etc. of the clan were all just icing on the First Steps cake. What truly made First Steps a force to be reckoned with were the bonds grown from surviving trials together between its members. And this history was symbolized in the clan's name. These steps they took together were their pride, something worth risking their lives for. And this sense of pride extended also to all the other outside hunters involved here today.
Focus up. Trample this place. Leave behind our footprints. Everyone's gonna make it out of here alive. And tell that dumbass CM of ours this was a piece of cake.
Sven took a deep breath. Steps or otherwise, all hunters shouted until their voices went hoarse as they flooded into the treasure vault to begin their invasion.
The time has come, and we have made it.
All members of his research team, save for Sophia, were present. They'd left the lab underneath White Wolf's den in favor of this place. Here was a fruit of their research, a defense system programmed to protect Noctis's team. Their new location was easy to defend and offered a way out if things went south. Combined with Noctis's spell to project images from a faraway location, a catastrophic loss as they'd initially feared was no longer likely to happen.
Your experiments are powerful, Master. Now that we've had a chance to prepare, there's not even a 1 in a million chance that we'll lose.
Full of confidence, Sophia's voice came through the sounding stone atop the table, saying, Designed by Noctis and Sophia, the defense systems were a revolutionary breakthrough, a top-tier invention even among the entire Akashic Tower catalog. Noctis showed confidence in condoning Sophia's decision to strike. The other researchers did not protest, because they too knew full well the capabilities of the defense systems.
Nearly 100 hunters, some of them even with monikers. We're outnumbered, but that shouldn't be an issue. Taking on this many hunters at once will help accredit the research. This is a golden opportunity.
The other apprentices only glared at the sounding stone with detest.
So what will be your first move?
With all of their ears on the sounding stone, Sophia went on to calmly describe her plan. A significant time had passed without a single whistle being blown to indicate an emergency. Sven had a map of the vault open on the ground as he took reports of the investigation parties. As a relatively easy treasure vault, a detailed map of White Wolf's den was easy to come by. Sven marked off areas of the vault as the areas were cleared. Their careful approach had slowed their progress, but 70% of the labyrinth was already marked.
Nothing new, huh?
The phantoms are still high level, but that's about it.
After fearing the worst, Obsidian Cross returned to the surface without any casualties. There were a few injured among the entire battalion, but none had died. Even the injured should be healed by now. Now, even the boss room, which they'd been warned was the most likely place for the slime to appear, had already been checked off of the map. Sven had reminded the party in charge of investigating the boss room to pay particular attention, but apparently there was nothing there to document either. The remaining 30% of the vault was dead ends. In a few hours, they would have fully traversed the vault. Most of their initial sense of danger had already dissipated, but Sven of course knew the usual modus operandi of the Thousand Tricks. Things usually went down in his trials when they least expected it. And so he kept his guard up, but the group couldn't remain that vigilant for long.
Maybe Krai's precognition was a little blurry on this one.
What if nothing happens?
We'll count ourselves lucky.
As the investigation continued, some parties had begun to give dirty looks to members of Obsidian Cross. Sven understood that they'd draw some ridicule if he'd gotten them all riled up for nothing. But Henrik would always return the dirty looks in kind. Of course, there was nothing they could do about a few parties just having a laugh at their expense. They seemed to be biding their time until the rest of the vault was cleared. Then they'd openly prosecute Sven. Talia's party, as they hadn't gone into the treasure vault, was taking some heat along with Obsidian Cross. Sven felt some guilt for them, but he was confident in his decision.
We're not done yet.
We would have been if it wasn't for you.
With ear piercings and highlighted hair, Geen looked almost like a common thug. Still, he'd followed Sven's direction through moaning and grumbling. His entire party seemed to share his sentiment as they stared at Sven with animosity.
Complain all you want later. You just got out of there. Take it easy.
Gian clicked his tongue. He appeared to be smothering the flame of his wrath. I guess pray to your almighty CM who isn't even here. He spat and walked away with the rest of his party. Sven understood his sentiment, though. If the battalion hadn't taken on Sven's careful approach, they would have cleared the remainder of the vault by now, and they could be wrapping up their day at a bar if nothing had gone awry during the investigation.
Hey, stay at your post!
Seeing that Gen had strayed from his party and into the bushes away from the vault, Sven called out to him.
What? I can't piss. I'll be right back, taking the weapon with me too.
Quickly, he disappeared into the woods. Sven let out a long sigh. Well, the rest of his party was still here, and it wasn't like Geen was going back into the vault either. And since he should also be aware that the surrounding area was dangerous, Sven could see no harm in it, as long as Geen returned quickly.
And we never saw him again.
Be careful what you wish for.
A grin crept onto Sven's face as he said. Even though the newbie had been skeptical of the Thousand Tricks' prediction at first, Henrik strangely became more comfortable with it as the cross's position deteriorated.
I don't know Krai very well, but I trust you with my life.
Henrik gave an embarrassed chuckle.
Let me pray to our brave CM that I don't disappoint you then.
Gee, made his way through the woods, stomping on the thick underbrush. He hadn't expected the crosses, whose leader even had a moniker, to be a bunch of cowards. Geen had a long career in treasure hunting, and though he hadn't earned a moniker himself, he'd made a living as a hunter in the capital. He respected the crosses for steadily climbing the ladder to greatness one step at a time, despite not having flashy talents. But it was precisely that respect that fueled Geen's fury towards the crosses, so much that he couldn't even pity them for their blind obedience. He couldn't understand their faith in the words of a man with a career shorter than half of his, who hadn't even bothered to show up to the front lines. If this supposed prophet had been the descendant of the famous Rodan, the subject of many legends, it would have been one thing. But Krai was an outsider who barely went into treasure vaults himself, and so no amount of justification from Sven could quell Geen's outrage.
He called the appearance of a treasure vault. Not in a million years.
He'd sooner believe it was just an innocent outing that had just so happened to bring Sven and the others to the wrong place at the wrong time. Geen had heard many accolades of grieving souls, but still he couldn't understand how that pathetic-looking Krai was their leader and was even considered to be on an equal footing as the Ark Rodan. Geen expected Krai to crack sooner or later and reveal his true colors. A mere mortal like him couldn't possibly foretell events in distant treasure vaults while sitting pretty in the capital. White Wolf's den was surrounded by dense forestry. Waist-high underbrush made it very difficult for hunters to traverse, and the thick branches shaded most of the daylight. Monsters occasionally appeared in these woods, but there couldn't be sustainable populations of them this close to a treasure vault. Powerful monsters didn't appear near the capital anyway.
He thinks there are slimes somewhere in these woods? The very idea of this was so outlandish that it couldn't even pass as a joke.
G made his way through the quiet woods and put some distance between himself and the treasure vault. Keeping one eye on his surroundings, he answered nature's call.
He was beginning to wonder if the recent activities in White Wolf's den really were indications of abnormalities. Though, while he wouldn't be paid less for the lack of evidence, Geen had expected to find at least something. It was rare to not find any clue about the cause after such a thorough investigation. If nothing turns up, even that stubborn Stormstrike will have to admit his mistake.
So faint that it was nearly drowned in the ambience of leaves rustling. Only hunters whose senses of hearing had been enhanced by mana material could have picked up on it.
Woof, Knight. This one has got out of the vault, I guess. Better take care of it to be safe.
Technically, White Wolf's den encompassed the cave itself and its surrounding area. Before entering the vault, Geen and the other hunters had taken out most of the phantoms in the area so they could set up camp. Still, it was possible that new phantoms had spawned. Geen double-checked that his whistle was ready to use, and he drew his sword as he carefully made his way towards the source of the sound.
What was that sound?
Gian frowned. He'd heard plenty of wolf knights howl and growl during the investigation. But this sound from the woods was unfamiliar to him. In it, Geen had sensed anger, fear, sorrow, and anguish. Whatever had made that sound wasn't all right. Then, Geen came to an abrupt opening in the woods. Shocked by what he saw, Geen ducked behind a tree and peered around it. Out there was a silver-furred wolf knight, the variant more powerful than its crimson-furred counterparts. Geen and his party had encountered one in the vault, and they dubbed it Moon Knight. But this one before him now was shackled at its neck and limbs, and its snout was muzzled. Chains wrapped around its torso and led into the ground. The wolf knight was shifting in vain in an attempt to free itself. Beside the phantom stood two men dressed in black robes. Each of them held a staff that signified that they were magi.
Are we sure this is the best opening move for us? We're dealing with almost 100 hunters. That damned experiment maniac. She can barely use magic and doesn't have the guts to get her own hands dirty. Just because she's the teacher's pet doesn't mean she owns us. Failure is not an option. As if we need her to tell us that.
What are they talking about? But whatever it was, it had to be sinister. Or why else would they have a captive phantom? Are they causing the abnormalities in the vault? That thought of that possibility made Geen shudder.
Magi were generally powerful. A well-trained magus could blow a hunter of other classes out of the water when it came to sheer destructive power. Therefore, they were always welcome to any party. Geen's party had one too, and so he knew their glaring weakness. It took time to cast magic. That's why any magi in a hunting party had to be protected by hunters of other classes who could hold off potential threats until they charged up their magic. In other words, an unguarded magus was a sitting duck. Geen could only see the pair of magi. He could take them both out before either of them could cast a spell. Neither of them seemed very experienced either. They clearly hadn't noticed Geen behind the tree.
You have to concede that this serum is powerful. She might be the first to discover it, but we'll be the first to experiment with it. Forced transmogrification using mana material. Damn it, is this supposed to be some sort of charity from her? Let's get started already. Let's see what her breakthrough is all about.
I'll have to strike fast once I see an opening.
Not only did they outnumber him, but the fact that the pair of magi stood alone in the presence of a wolf knight, albeit constrained, indicated their confidence in their own abilities. Surely they must have taken in some mana material regardless of if they seemed inexperienced or not.
But I can't kill them.
While this situation was as incriminatory to the magi as it could get, he couldn't just kill them without getting the full picture out of them. His mouth went dry from the growing tension. Geen had decided his opening would be when the magi looked away from his direction. The wolf knight shouldn't pose any threat anyway. And soon, his moment came. One of the magi produced a syringe as large as his forearm, and both men turned their attention to the phantom. Instantly, Geen leaped out from behind the tree, closing in on the magi. He was a few steps away from them. By the time one of the magi finally turned to him, Geen's sword was already in the air.
Ah, hunter.
The magus raised his staff in defense, and Geen's sword clashed against it. Geen frowned at the unexpected result, but he didn't hesitate and kicked the magus's unguarded abdomen. The kick was too powerful for the less physically trained magus, and he went flying, then rolling on the ground. With that, Geen turned his attention to his other foe. Despite being confused by the ambush, the other magus was already pointing his staff at Geen with 5 burning arrows floating around it.
I barely gave them a second. He shuddered at the sight of the spell.
While this was a novice spell, it took long and hard training for magi to learn how to cast even a simple spell on reflex alone. Apparently, Geen's enemy was even more skilled a spellcaster than he'd thought. So Geen made a split-second decision. He charged at the blazing arrows, guarding his face with his left arm. If he'd kept his distance from the spell, it would have given the magus breathing room to fire more powerful spells. That would have wasted Geen's advantage of the element of surprise. An arrow, originally aimed at his head, struck him on his arm. While his wrist guard prevented the fire arrows from charring his arm, searing pain shot through it. Still, Geen's gambit had worked. Geen tackled the magus and sent him flying back with a scream. Then, he turned to the first magus, who was still lying on the ground, and kicked him again. Casting spells required deep concentration, and Geen knew that. As long as he could continue disrupting the Magi's concentration by inflicting pain on them, they could only cast drastically less effective spells, if at all. As a swordsman whose job was to tank attacks for his party, Geen could withstand those spells.
That freaking hurt. You'll pay for this.
He inspected his left wrist guard, which was now visibly singed. Gin curated each piece of his armor carefully, and his wrist guard offered some defense against magic. Only a first-rate magus could have damaged it this much with a novice spell.
Your spells might be good, but you're third-rate fighter.
Physically, Gin was in worse shape than either magus, but he'd won the fight. Kicking their staffs far away from the Magi on the ground, Gin assessed his foes. He might have broken a rib or two on them, but the Magi were definitely still conscious and could answer questions.
Now I just have to request backup from Sven. Judging from that convo, these two gotta have decent intel. What a score. Talk. Tell me everything.
You're part of the investigation. How did you find us? Could it be the 1,000 tricks again?
That makes no sense. He's not coming. You're flat on the ground right now because of me, not anyone else. Can everyone stop talking about the 1,000 tricks? What's so impressive about him?
Gen kicked each magus once more for good measure before tying them up with the rope he carried with him, and once he was done, he wore a fervent grimace. Below him, one of the Magi matched his expression by curling his lips. Then Gin heard a painful growl from behind him, so he snapped around to see what that was about.
It's just like Sophia has said. He's not here.
The giant syringe was sticking out of the gap in the Wolf Knight's wrist guard. At least half of its content was already injected into the Phantom.
An eerie feeling ran down Gen's spine at that sight. Injecting a phantom? What kind of serum is that? What kind of experiment are these two idiots running anyway?
Gin glared at the two on the ground, but the Magi only returned cruel smiles.
What did you do?
Gin turned. The chain was no longer constraining the Wolf Knight but spilled on the ground. Its muzzle flew off in pieces, followed by its shackles. It was as if they couldn't withstand an invisible force tearing them off the Phantom. Inspiring more fear in Gin than the chains on the ground, however, was the Wolf Knight's looks. Its head, adorned with the half-skull mask, was melting, as was its entire body that was covered in black metal armor. Its coat of wiry fur had been completely liquefied, resembling the oily coating of an amphibian. From its disfigured body, melted flesh dripped onto the ground. Its glowing eyes, the only feature resembling that of its original form, stayed affixed on Gin. When it lifted its ooze of an arm, the air around it blurred like a heat haze. Gin wondered if anyone would recognize the thing as a Wolf Knight in its current form.
What is this thing?
Gian had fought plenty of hideous monsters during his career, but he'd never encountered anything like this.
Forcibly transmogrified phantoms seek out mana material in high densities. Who among us do you think has taken in the most mana material?
Gin stopped listening, his mind preoccupied with visceral confusion and fear. With its body and armor continuously melting into itself, the Phantom was beginning to resemble something that didn't belong here. A slime. Gin's instinct for self-preservation drove his body to move. With his eyes still glued to the monstrosity that used to be a Wolf Knight, he jerked backwards. Without realizing it, he'd reached for his whistle.
This can't be happening. Only if I'd charged a second earlier.
Sven Anger snapped his head up at the faint sound coming from the woods.
A whistle?
As a master sniper, Sven possessed senses more reliable than most hunters, but even he wouldn't have heard the alarm had he not been on guard out of apprehension for the current situation.
Really?
With his bow in hand, Sven rose to his feet. His movements drew the attention of the other resting parties.
Everyone on guard. Recall everyone in the vault. Now! One whistle. One...
The hunters immediately leaped into action, taking their cue from Sven. From his experience surviving countless life-or-death predicaments, Sven knew a split-second decision could make the difference between life and death in situations like this. Talia held on tight to the slime killer, bracing herself for what was to come.
Hey, is Gyn back yet?
No. Not yet.
So well precision, the great Ferdo's moment.
I shouldn't have let him go alone. What has happened to him?
No one but Sven had heard the whistle, but the howl was close enough for all hunters to hear.
Finally.
Now that the search through the treasure vault was mostly complete, many hunters were ready at the base. With their number, They should be able to handle whatever was in the woods.
We're sending a scouting party. We're rescuing Geen.
Their personal conflicts aside, Geen was still an ally on the same job. At Sven's call, the scouts of each party approached him. But just as Sven was about to give directions, Geen emerged from the woods. Dread had drained the color from his face, his eyes wide and red. Blood flowed freely from the right hand he clutched in his left. The thief from Geen's party ran towards him. Sven wondered what could have happened in the quarter hour or so since Geen had gone into the woods.
It's an abomination. A slime. The Thousand Tricks was right.
Just as he'd spoken, the trees imploded behind him, and with it the ground shook again. From the opening, a creature nothing short of an abomination emerged.
What is that? Is that a slime?
Even the members of Obsidian Cross had never encountered an enemy like this. The abomination was a blob of flesh, spotted in black and white. It stood taller than Sludge. Its exoskeleton was melted in sludge. While its outline still resembled something with 4 limbs, it was clumsily dragging its feet along the ground to move. Its crimson eyes, brightly shining through the goo, were the only sign of its sentience. In any case, the thing was pursuing Geen like a tidal wave of oozing flesh with no regard for the trees and underbrush in its path. It wasn't difficult for the hunters to imagine their fate should the thing catch them.
That's a slime?
Sven couldn't help but take another deliberate look at the blob. If he were to describe it, the description might have resembled that of a slime, but then the approaching blob was far too heinous-looking to be called one. The phrase counterfeit lifeform came to Sven's mind immediately for whatever reason. He could hardly believe that the Thousand Tricks had described this abomination as a slime.
It's melting?
Its unexpected foulness halted Geen's party mates in their tracks on the way to rescue him and froze the Magi in place, who had their staffs poised to attack.
Don't stop! It moves slowly! Magi, get ready to blast it!
Immediately he aimed his bow at the thing. He practiced this very motion tens of thousands of times. Calculating distances to enemies and their rate of movement had become almost second nature for him by now, and there was no reason for him to miss a shot a mere 30 meters or so away. The arrow shot past the thief, running up to Geen past the faltering Geen himself, and crashed into the slime's foot. As if being shot from a cannon, the impact blew its feet up, causing the vile creature to topple over. Falling over, the oozing blob hit a nearby tree and the trunk broke as if a giant pair of hands had torn it apart by force. Sven observed the mysterious effect neither a physical nor magical strike with astonishment. Bubbles rose to the top of the blob of flesh and blood, and the faux slime rose again like nothing had happened. Then the Magi unleashed their spells upon it in unison. At once, the faux slime was bombarded with high-speed bullets of water, unseen blades of wind, arrows of compressed light, and great balls of fire. The resulting cacophony of massive dust clouds filled the air after the impact. Sven turned his attention to Geen, who was now being led towards him with the assistance of the thief from his party. Geen's expression was devoid of color and twisted in horror. His dirt-soiled armor plate rose up and down to his heavy breathing. What drew Sven's attention, however, was Geen's right arm torn around the elbow.
Henrik, healing, now!
Right.
Gen's arm hadn't been cut. It looked like it had been twisted off with brute force. It wasn't a fatal wound, but the blood loss would be unless they stemmed it soon. Swiftly, Henrik approached Geen and began casting a healing spell on the wound.
What happened?
Magi, they injected the Wolf Knight. Slime, the Thousand Tricks, was right.
A pale green light emanated from Henrik's palm, and it seeped into the gruesome wound. With that, the bleeding stopped, and Geen's wound closed itself. Some life returned to his expression, indicating that his pain must have subsided considerably.
Sven, I can't grow back his arms.
Do what you can. We'll find his arm and put it back later.
No one else from Obsidian Cross attempted to regrow Geen's limb. Henrik was their best cleric. If even he'd failed, there'd be no point for the other members to try anyway. Though it wasn't hopeless, the best clerics of the treasure-hunting world could regrow limbs. But now wasn't the time to seek one out. In any case, Geen was out of commission. How could a swordsman carry on without his dominant arm?
Fall back.
And Geen leaped back, holding his upper right arm. Sven had plenty of questions on his mind, but they'd have to make it out of here alive first before he could ask any of them.
It can't be. All that magic, and it didn't leave even a scratch?
In fact, the faux slime had not so much as budged. The bombardment of spells hadn't left a single mark, leaving the surface of the blob as reflective as it ever was. None of the hunters dared to move. They were an army of frogs caught in a serpent's stare.
The 1,000 Tricks originally planned to send the best hunter in the clan to deal with this thing. The thought popped up in Sven's mind, but he quickly shook it out of his head. It has to be scathed somehow. Stay strong, keep your distance and nail it from afar. And cry, how in the world is this thing a slime?
Pulling his bow tight, Sven shouted. On his command, a rainbow of magic spells assaulted the faux slime. Adaptability was a key quality of hunters, and they were quickly adapting to the situation on hand. Double the number of spells fired in the first round struck the blob from head to toe. An assault like this would have annihilated any other phantom in the vault, including the White Wolf Knight. Yet without showing so much as an inkling of dodging, the faux slime instead just shrieked where it stood. Slimes were supposed to be weak to all attacks, especially magic, and this onslaught should have obliterated any slime, foe or otherwise. Another dust cloud rose and concealed the massive creature, and without waiting to confirm the outcome, another volley of magic was fired into the cloud. An explosion of light singed the air and sent a shockwave that Sven 10 meters away had to brace against. After what seemed like an overkill of magic assault, silence returned to the area.
Hey, Geen, did you say Wolf Knight earlier?
That's right. That thing was a wolf knight. Those weirdos shot up the thing, and it started to melt. Damn it.
From the fading dust cloud emerged a towering and lopsided silhouette. The faux slime was still unharmed after taking the full force of the Magi, who'd been so sure of their victory. Now, their faces twisted in disbelief.
No way. That should have eliminated any. Wolf Knight easy.
What is that thing? Sven shuddered.
Through his years and first steps, Sven had gone through more thousand trials than he cared to remember, but still, he'd never seen anything as abhorrent as this. While the First Steps members had at least some experience with unexpected trials like this, hunters from other clans, who were less experienced fell back in trepidation.
It has a high tolerance for magic somehow. This is bad. We're already losing the battle before the thing has done anything.
Trembling, Geen extended his half arm towards the faux slime. Look out! Don't touch that thing! It's too strong. I've no idea what happened. I cut him. I did. Then my arm, the thing, didn't even touch me. Sven had fired an arrow faster than anyone else could even follow with their eyes. Like a laser beam, the black arrow found the head of the faux slime. It was a shot only a true master of archery could have pulled off. Enric, who'd receded a few steps, was now sure of their victory. He'd seen Sven pierce dragon scale with his arrows. That squishy-looking slime, or whatever it was, didn't stand a chance. But just as the arrow was about to pierce the blob's head, it ricocheted. Maintaining its momentum, the arrow reduced a tree a few meters away into a heap of kindling. While the rest of the hunters stared in disbelief at the impossible outcome, Sven swiftly knocked his next arrow.
There's no such thing as impossible.
Sven had used to have absolute confidence in his arrows, but he'd learned from experience that unimaginable forces existed in this world. At the very least, there existed a thief who could catch with her bare hands 100 arrows flying at her simultaneously. Also, there was a paladin who didn't bat an eye after taking hits from 100 arrows. Compared to those, his arrow bouncing off a slime seemed perfectly ordinary. His arm muscles tightened. One black arrow after another, he fired a total of 10 shots, each capable of annihilating an ordinary phantom on its own. And just like his moniker, Stormstrike, the tempest of arrows broke upon the faux slime. The hunters watched as he loosed the arrows, but they soon fell speechless. Every single arrow was deflected right before it struck the faux slime, ricocheting all around the creature and tearing up grass and trees in its path. Had any human been along their trajectory, they would have also been torn apart. Still, the faux slime remained undamaged. As the hunters surrounded it, the blob held out its melting arms as if to inspect them.
This isn't happening. Physical negation? But magic didn't work either. Did it put up some sort of barrier? No, those arrows didn't look like they hit a barrier.
Rather than being blocked, it was more like the arrows had been forcibly parried. Yet when it came to punching through defenses, Sven's arrows were by far the most powerful option in the hunter's arsenal. If neither his arrows nor the Magi's spells could affect the thing, they were running out of options. The foe slime bounced off the ground and propelled itself towards a section of the hunters encircling it. Screaming, those hunters in its path leaped out of its way, and as soon as they did, the foe slime struck the ground with both arms, erupting the earth on impact. Its strike was powerful enough to wound even the hunters here, who had all been already strengthened by their exposure to mana material. The situation was looking worse and worse for the treasure hunters. Outnumbering the foe slime meant nothing if not even the monikered level 6 hunter among them could leave a dent in the phantom.
What do we do, Sven? We're not gonna run until we absolutely have to. Geen told me someone was responsible for making this thing. Can't just leave it like this.
It was a matter of hunter's pride.
Damn it, Krai. We might encounter something like a slime. I've had enough of his half-truths. I'm definitely giving him a piece of my mind when we get back.
Sven curled his lips at the complaint. They were definitely not getting paid enough for this. Another bounce. The foe slime had set its sights on another group of hunters. Yet for now, all they could do was buy time.
Don't let it come anywhere near you. It doesn't move that fast. If it comes for you, focus on getting out of range. Everyone else, slow it down. Every creature has a weakness, and we're gonna find this one's.
Now he was grateful that Eva had vigilantly assembled this battalion. Sven could hardly imagine how much worse their predicament would have been if their numbers were halved as Krai had suggested. Sven put his focus on impeding the creature's movements. While all attacks so far had been deflected, the foe slime walked on its legs, and attacking them slowed down the thing for split seconds. Apparently it couldn't move very precisely nor react sharply to attacks. As invincible as it seemed, the foe slime didn't seem to have much of a brain.
Its attack pattern is simple. It attacks those nearest to it, and it only tackles and swipes. This thing's so slow that it'll make you yawn. Stay in the game.
With that, the hunters turned to the offense again. Countless spells were fired to slow the phantom, and the barrage of attack rammed into its mysterious barrier. The foe slime might have posed a greater threat if it had enough brains to focus on attacking a single target rather than just whoever happened to be nearby. But even so, the hunter's situation wasn't improving. Magi couldn't fire spells forever, and they couldn't keep dodging forever either. If a hunter ran out of mana or stamina, they were out of the game. But phantoms were simply built differently for mere humans, so the longer the battle went, the worse off the hunters were. As before, all of their attacks were deflected off the blob's surface. But the hunters still had an ace up their sleeve, Talia's slime killer. Sven cast a glance at Talia at the outermost edge of the battalion. She seemed on the verge of fainting. Sweat trickled down Sven's face. One shot. That's all we get, thought Sven. If the creature deflected the slime-killing potion, they were doomed. We have to be careful about this. Meanwhile, he could see weariness creeping into his allies' expressions. While they were still dodging the foe slime's attacks at the moment, people could start getting hurt if the battle dragged out any longer. Sven had made his decision. He'd worked out the foe slime's attack pattern. His plan was risky, but doable. Krai had initially requested Arc Rodan for this job. Sven knew he wasn't as skilled as the Argent Thunderstorm. Nevertheless, he took pride in his work and his moniker. Physically, he wasn't exhausted yet. Besides, his allies were risking their lives every time the foe slime attacked.
Give me the potion, Talia. I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Talia faltered over to Sven and handed him the vial containing the dark-colored liquid. It was so frail that one impact would easily break the vial.
If you can pour the solution onto it, the slime should self-destruct starting from the point of contact. It should.
Everyone, listen up. Get that piece of turd over here.
Sven bolted. He'd seen the foe slime move enough times to know how and how fast it moved. As he rapidly closed in, the creature switched its target from a hunter it'd been chasing to Sven. For an instant, their eyes met. Engraved into the noseless, mouthless, melting face was a pair of eyes that still shone. As if stooping, the massive blob compressed itself towards the ground. Sven smirked. Insanely freakish as the foe slime was, the thing didn't recognize the hunters as foes, but only as prey. It had no sense of danger. Sven would exploit its monotonous and unintelligent movement pattern to his advantage. Once the foe slime could shrink no longer, it leaped into the air like an unleashed spring. But this time it sprang much faster than it had the entire time. While the other hunters watched with bated breath, Sven scoffed at the slime flying at him, rapidly eclipsing his vision of the sky. Sven had expected as much. He knew it wouldn't be as simple as throwing and hitting the slime to begin with. The thing had deflected arrows, spells, and even a rock he'd gently thrown at it. The same would naturally happen to a glass vial thrown its way. so Svan had a simple solution.
You think we can't handle this? 1,000 tricks?
The faux slime moved faster, but only faster than how slow it had been moving. Compared to the phantoms Obsidian Cross usually faced, the faux slime still moved at a snail's pace. As the faux slime came falling from the sky above, Sven crouched and moved as if he was gliding along the ground. The melted limbs failed to capture Sven, and it landed on the ground right on top of the slime killer he left behind as he dodged the faux slime. Indeed, its barrier was powerful, but it wasn't infallible either. It couldn't protect its user from everything. Even safety rings, which were famous for their powerful barriers, could be circumvented by a skillful opponent. Having crushed the vial of slime killer underneath it, the faux slime froze on the spot for a moment.
Drop dead!
Every hunter there watched the blob with bated breath as it extended its arm towards Sven, who dodged it with plenty of time to spare. Then, the creature began moving again as if nothing had happened at all. Despite still molten, it was clearly moving more smoothly than it had been when it first appeared. With quivering lips, Talia crumbled to the ground in despair.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I knew it wasn't a slime.
Sven stomped the ground and shouted into the night air. He had almost expected this after his years of experience in dealing with Krai. Obviously, this creature looked distinct from a slime, and Gein's testimony backed that up as well.
Now that I think about it, Krai said it would be something like a slime. I have enough of that bastard. Doesn't he know the importance of giving accurate information? We're not grievers who can plow through every threat with brute force. How many times does he have to almost kill us?
Lighter on its feet than before, the faux slime launched itself at Sven, who managed to move out of the way at the last second. He heard a wet impact on the ground behind him. The tension had made him break out in cold sweat.
What the hell are we supposed to do with this? This is on you, Krai. Fuck you! Krai said we could handle it with half the hunters we have now. I've had enough of his crap. I'm gonna kill him. He can get down here and take care of it himself.
The Magi hurriedly resumed attacking, halting the creature for a moment with the blast of their spells so Sven could keep his distance from it. Some of those spells were advanced enough to vaporize several phantoms in one shot, yet they still had no effect on the faux slime. In fact, while the hunters were growing weary, the thing even seemed like it was moving faster and faster. Sven couldn't see a way out. His quiver was nearly empty too.
Sven, we can't hold any more. We have to retreat.
What's the correct call? They could easily run from the faux slime, but that would mean they would fail their quest. And if we leave this abomination here, won't it wreak havoc? Sven frantically weighed his options as the faux slime sped up further.
That's a mana barrier.
Then, a jarringly calm voice rang through the area, said the voice, as if giving an academic lecture. Immediately, the hunters settled down from their frantic disorder at the sound of the voice. Contrary to Sven's call to battle, this voice brought about tranquility to the group. Part of the battalion parted to reveal the speaker as she leisurely strolled down the battlefield. She wore a yellow-green robe, a large potion pouch on her waist, and a large backpack. Her vibrant pink hair blew in the wind. Time stood still, all hunters and even the faux slime froze where they stood as they beheld the intruder. Once her glimmering pink eyes found Sven, she gave him a smile.
Sitri? What are you doing here?
It was Sitri Smart, the level 2 Alchemist of Grieving Souls. Innocently, Sitri put a finger on her lip in contemplation, displaying incredible fortitude, without even batting an eye at the abomination that stood a short distance away. Talia, a fellow alchemist, stared at the girl in disbelief. Sitri wasn't supposed to be in the capital at the moment.
Krai decided it was about time I took over the operation from him. I didn't want to intrude, but I couldn't very well just stand by and watch. I'm the best fit for this job. I believe I know what we're dealing with here.
Her easy tone sent a shiver down Sven's spine. Geniuses were often on a different plane than the rest of the world, but it was rare even among the eccentric population of treasure hunters to encounter someone as fatally deviant as Sitri was.
Sitri's supposed to be away from the capital. Was he waiting for her return?
The other First Steps members looked just as confused as Sven at her sudden appearance.
Mana barrier?
Yes, I'm sure you know what it is. A barrier used by extremely powerful magi and mythical beasts. It's often considered a sign of extraordinary strength.
Sven was aware of it, Mana barriers were utilized by creatures with exorbitant mana within them. By expelling mana from their entire body, users deflected any attacks against them, simple yet powerful. On the other hand, it was a show of brute magical force rather than a skill, as expending mana without channeling it into spells was extremely inefficient. Even the best of magi could only maintain a mana barrier for a very short time. Hearing that, Marietta let out a quiet exclamation of astonishment.
An excessive pool of mana circulates around this creature, creating a sort of vortex that deflects your arrows and any spell cast against it. You won't find a phantom with this much mana even in a level 8 treasure vault. Very curious indeed. It's no wonder none of you realized what it was.
Suddenly, the faux slime charged at Sitri as if it had snapped out of a trance. This time, it was homing in on Sitri, ignoring nearby hunters. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by 2 Kikash, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
A phantom with this much mana couldn't have materialized in this vault, and its dissolving mana material, which composes phantoms, is said to be the source of mana. It's an outlandish theory, but this can be explained if the phantom's mana material is being forcibly converted into mana.
No other hunter here would have arrived at that conclusion. It was said, an alchemist's weapon was their knowledge. Sven recalled hearing how Sitri handled all the analysis of the treasure vaults that Grieving Souls ventured into. But regardless, there was no point in understanding the mechanism if they couldn't overcome it. Mana barriers were notoriously difficult to overcome because of their simplicity. Sitri took a few steps to avoid the faux slime at the last second. Despite being charged by a creature much larger than her, she maintained her calm expression and analysis. Observing the creature's melting frame, Sitri walked in a circle around the thing as it followed her with its eyes.
Most of its organs have dissolved. What's left is its instinct. Is it trying to recover its dissolved structure by taking in mana material? Are you coming after me because I have the most mana material out of everyone here? Poor thing, even if you absorb me, you won't heal. This is a failed experiment.
Get back, Sitri. You're not safe there.
The alchemist was physically the weakest class of them all.
We need an attack, physical or magical, powerful enough to break through the mana barrier, or to simply wait until so much of its structure is converted to mana that it can't sustain its shape. Thank you for your concern, Sven. Oh, I know. Why don't we use this?
With that, Sitri produced a gray metal rod about a foot in length. The faux slime twisted in its track to charge at Sitri again, and without batting an eye, she threw the rod at it.
That's anti-mana metal. Take it away, Sven.
She explained as the rod spun and then sank into the faux slime with incredible ease. The creature halted as if in surprise as Sitri moved out of the way to allow the others to strike. Sitri had calculated where to pin the faux slime down. Sven could see the thing clearly with the anti-mana metal rod sticking out of its head. With the exhaustion already melted from his body, he fired an arrow in a single breath. The black arrow flew true to the rod, an all-too-easy target for Sven, and shattered it on impact, obliterating the faux slime's head with it. And with that, the faux slime vanished into thin air as if it had always been an illusion. Considering all the trouble the hunters had gone through, this almost seemed too easy. Everyone watched in silence. For the first time since her arrival, Sitri showed emotion. She sighed in relief.
You're all right. I'm glad I made it in time.
What just happened?
Sitri had independently identified the enemy's weakness from the limited information, and even solved the problem. While she hadn't technically delivered the finishing blow, Sitri's movements had been perfectly precise throughout. Then, a carriage emerged from the woods. It was a carriage just as ornate as the ones used by First Steps. From within it, a figure climbed out.
Is it finished, Sitri?
Branch Manager Gark? Why are you here? Dressed like that, no less.
He gave me a ride. I'm not as good a runner as my sister.
His appearance stirred up the hunters. Gark had forgone his usual association uniform for a set of polished deep red armor. In one arm, he carried a horned helmet matching the rest of his armor, and in another, his halberd. Given Gark's physique, his supposed retirement from the front lines didn't sound quite convincing. Following behind him, two scrawny men adorned with Vault Investigation Bureau uniforms timidly came out of the carriage.
I've already explained this to Gark, but I shall go over it with you again. I'm confident in my grasp of the situation here and can identify the people responsible for this.
Having watched the entire exchange from his distant hideout through his surveillance system, Noctis was shaken.
Who is that? She has the ability to destroy a transmogrified phantom with such ease. She must be the enemy Sophia has spoken of.
The transmogrification serum was created by accident during an experiment. An accident, it may be, a solution that forcibly converted mana material had incredible potential to produce results startlingly close to Noctis's main objective. While he hadn't thoroughly tested the serum, Noctis had observed that phantoms injected with the serum would turn into self-decaying monstrosities that frantically search for more mana material. Consequently, the mana produced by the continuous conversion of mana material formed a natural barrier around the creature that protected it from all attacks. And this defensive power alone was enough to make these abominations a viable pawn in Noctis's scheme. But Sitri had dealt with it so easily that Noctis couldn't help but recognize her extraordinary talent. Anti-mana metal was a unique material that negated most effects of raw mana. The relatively flimsy material was unfit for weaponry, and as it didn't negate mana that was converted into magic spells, it was also often useless as armor. But as it happened, it was the perfect material when it came to breaking mana barriers. It was the silver bullet against transmogrified phantoms. Noctis still had a plentiful supply of this serum, so losing the phantom wasn't an issue intrinsically. However, he'd expected the phantom to at least deal a significant blow to the Hunter Battalion or even outright wipe them out, and that was what had convinced Noctis to authorize the use of the untested serum. As it turned out, however, all that monster had destroyed was just a right arm of one of the hunters, and to add insult to injury, his 2 apprentices in charge of the operation had been beaten.
How could this be? Such precision in dealing with the thing. I have underestimated the hunters.
Noctis's forces could easily afford to lose a phantom, but the emotional blow to the researchers was palpable.
May I be of assistance, Professor Noctis?
Where is Sophia?
Sophia said that she was going to gather intel and test the defense system. She has yet to return.
She surely walks at her own pace.
She did leave us with her strategy. We shall wipe out those hunters.
Meanwhile, the rest of Noctis's apprentices congregated in the war room.
Continuous deployment! What is she thinking?
Exclaimed Flick, holding the strategy memo in his quivering hand. They'd always been below Sophia in rank, but now they were forced by their master to follow her orders.
She doesn't have a strategic bone in her, clearly. The hunters have already shown they can take out a transmogrified phantom with ease. Sending them in one at a time will just ensure they're all eliminated. We don't have too much of the potion left either. Doesn't she get it? We need to. Launch an all-out attack.
What will this accomplish? She's just an ivory tower researcher, after all.
Sophia was an excellent researcher, and even Flick had to admit she outperformed him in that regard. This order she'd left behind, however, was atrocious. Flick was a magus trained in combat too. Strategizing wasn't his best talent either, but he didn't have to be a master strategist to understand that her order was nonsensical. Meanwhile, even though Sophia had always been a thorn in Flick's side, he had no intention of going against his master by defying her command until he saw how clueless she was.
Have you reached her?
No luck. We even tried her sounding stone, but nothing worked.
Damn it! Doesn't she understand how dire our situation is? She's marching us straight into the pit of defeat.
They were facing off against the 1,000 Tricks and a Griever in the field.
How can we win if our useless commander isn't even here to assess our situation? Even the best of fighters were useless under inept command.
Flick, the order was given before the first phantom was defeated. What's wrong with adapting to the situation? We just have to win. Even if the phantoms can't wipe out the hunters, we still have more weapons in our arsenal to do the job.
Flick frowned at the suggestion. He weighed his options, considering his master's order, their current situation, and Sophia's absurd command. And after a few seconds, he reached a conclusion.
You're right. If we continue to follow her amateur commands and lose the battle, I won't be able to face Master out of shame, grab all the potions we have and gather up the phantoms we've captured. We're going to annihilate those hunters once and for all.
Krai, I want to become the piece our party is missing. That was what Sitri had told me back when we were each still deciding what kind of treasure hunter we wanted to become. Even back then, she'd been in contrast to her sister quiet, kind, and brilliant.
Not strong, so I was thinking that way we can all stay together.
While the rest of them had chosen their roles based on what they wanted to do, Sitri had made her decision based on different criteria altogether. Liz had always run fast. Luke had seldom lost a fight. Ansem had always been dependable during tough times, and Lucia had always been able to cast a few basic spells. But Sitri had none of that. She didn't have a noticeable talent, and that had shaped her thinking. Back when we weren't even 10 years old, Sitri had already been seeing the big picture better than any of us. She'd been basing her decision on what had been best for our party. So I'd patted her on the head and suggested, "What's that one class you like reading, Sitri? You know, The Alchemist. That's the one." Only after a year had passed did I learn that alchemists required exorbitant funds and profound knowledge to improve their craft, and that it wasn't even a class deemed suitable for treasure hunting. But by then, Sitri had already delved irreversibly deep into the trade. She just so happened to have a knack for the job, so much so that people had started calling her the prodigy. And so I owed her even to this day. Even if I hadn't, it was only natural that I'd wanted to help out a party mate who worked herself to the bone to serve the party, although it looked like she enjoyed it a lot. In the clan master's office, Sitri's sister was clinging to me like a fly on honey.
Why does City get to go but I don't? Why? Why?
She protested, endlessly whining into my eardrum. I just nodded along, almost soothed by her droning. Yeah, you're not going. And all the while, Tino spied on us from behind the safety of the couch. Krai, I want you to trust me, and let me lead this quest. Sitri had requested out of the blue. Briefly, she'd explained to me that the changes in White Wolf's den were possibly related to a case she'd been chasing for years. I didn't really understand what she was chasing, but apparently it wasn't treasure hunting related. Even though I felt it was a shame that she had to be out on another job so soon after coming back, I wasn't going to refuse if she sounded so determined. I'd never wanted to lead this mission anyway. So with the brilliant Sitri taking the reins, I had nothing to complain about, and neither should the other hunters.
And if possible, please don't let my sister run free range.
Wistfully, she'd added another request. Her eyes had looked at me sorrowfully. Purring, Liz plopped herself onto my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck.
Favoritism doesn't look good, Krai, which is unless you're favoring me. Am I not your favorite?
A pleasant warmth spread into my lap. The sensation of her was so soft that I could hardly believe she could literally kill with those legs of hers. In her pale ruby eyes, I saw my own stupid expression reflected. Were Eva to witness this, she'd see me as a scum for sure if, by some miracle, she didn't already. Why does Liz want to nosedive into battle all the time? Just the thought of going into that vault makes me want to barf. If I let Liz run free range now, there was a real chance she'd be so wound up that she'd kill everyone in White Wolf's den. To be honest, it's tough to say if even Sitri had what it takes to rein her in. Now that I think about it, free range is quite the derogatory way to describe it.
Krai, don't leave me out, okay? Please?
If anything, I'm the one being left out. But on second thought, I had Tino. Surely she was still on my side, right? Though when I looked at her, she just turned the other way. What gives?
I'll be a good girl. I promise City might get killed on her own. She's an alchemist, the weakest of us all. If killing him wasn't in maintenance, it'd be a different story. I'm worried, Krai. Can I go?
As if she was concerned for Sitri's safety at all. Killiam was the magical creature Sitri usually toted around as her bodyguard. With a physique like a gray boulder, the hulking humanoid wore nothing but a bag with eye holes over its head and a bright red banana hammock on its waist. To all appearances, Killiam was a highly disturbed human, but who was I to argue with Sitri when she called it a magical creature? As to what kind of magical creature it was, I hadn't the slightest idea, and I usually tried not to think too hard about Killiam. Its name, by the way, was derived from the fact that it could only speak one word, kill. Maybe I'd find the thing less ridiculous if I were the kind of hunter who still takes on treasure vaults with my friends.
Still clinging to me, Liz breathed more saccharine words into my ear. Wanna go, Krai? You don't mind, do you? Pretty please. Just say yes. I'll be a good girl, I swear.
No means no, I said, not entertaining Liz's childish tantrum. Sitri had first come across Noctis's work back when she still held the moniker The Prodigy. Primus Institute, the foremost authority of magical science and the frontier of new discoveries in Zabrudia, had taken an interest in Sitri's unique research at the time and had granted her special permission to enter one of the forbidden libraries. Among its collections, she'd found the thesis The Nature of Mana Material and the Potential of Treasure Vaults, authored by Noctis Cochlear, the Master of Magi. Hidden under its simple title, the thesis had outlined a dangerous idea that had earned the paper its place in the library inaccessible to most. The possibility of manipulating a treasure vault without altering its landscape through manipulating certain characteristics of mana material. Little testing had been documented in the paper, but with this knowledge, according to the proposed theory, one could do anything from destroying existing treasure vaults to rebuilding them all over again at minimal cost feats, unbound by mortal limitations. Had a no-name magus presented the same theory, they would have been laughed out of the institute. The outlandishness of his thesis was the only thing that had kept Noctis's punishment to a mere banishment from the Empire despite him having committed one of the 10 capital crimes. Even the thesis itself had never been burned, but only locked away. Sitri's experience as a treasure hunter had helped her recognize the danger of the topic presented in the paper. While a thesis was as good as a pipe dream, this had opened up the possibility of the dream becoming reality. But Sitri had known beyond a doubt that the author of the thesis would one day test his theory in real life. His lust for knowledge, pride, or perhaps his desire for revenge against the capital that had spit him out had been sure to drive Noctis to follow through with his experiment. Sitri considered Noctis banished or not a colleague of hers at Primus Institute. Thus had begun Sitri Smart's lonely fight. Sitri's matter-of-fact retelling of her past discovery hushed the entire camp. It was too outlandish.
That's impossible. Noctis was permanently banished for counting his nonsense. Never allowed to set foot in the capital again. And now you're talking about Akashic Tower?
And his gaze was as if asking Sitri another question. Even if you're telling the truth, why are you investing so much time and effort into a thesis you just stumbled upon? But the agent's doubt and fear didn't rattle Sitri in the slightest.
I don't expect you to believe me. That's why I've been chasing the Master of Magi on my own. But take the recent anomalies in this treasure vault. That slimy thing from earlier must have been a byproduct of his experiments.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Can't verify what she just said without more to go on, but it makes sense. And if she's right, it's possible that they'll destroy every existing treasure vault, and that we'll have to prevent at all costs.
So the device should be underground, right?
Yes, his theory requires a large device to produce the desired effect. But considering that the device is the crux of his research, I doubt we could find it now. Seeing how we had been fighting that monster, it looks like our opponents are already prepared for battle.
What?
Without addressing Talia any further, Sitri looked around the group of hunters. All of them could still fight except for Geen.
I'll interrogate the Magi whom Geen has captured. If that thing was a wolf knight forcibly transformed by a potion, I can imagine Akashic Tower has a follow-up attack prepared and is ready to strike.
Commotion stirred among the battalion in anticipation of an imminent wave of foe slimes that they'd have to contend with. Just one of those monsters was already bad enough.
But we can throw that rod at it, right?
Some color had returned to her cheeks now that she was briefly rested.
I'm sorry, but that was my only piece of anti-mana metal. I couldn't have imagined I'd encounter something like this.
Krai didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
Looks like the 1,000 Tricks keeps even his party members in the dark just as much as he keeps the rest of us.
Sven's arrow had already obliterated the baton that Sitri had thrown at the first foe slime. Perhaps they could find a fragment of it in the area, but Sven doubted that would be enough to take out another foe slime, let alone several more. Anti-mana metal was so seldom used that no one could have blamed Sitri for not carrying any more with her, whatever her original intention for the material might have been.
But I feel confident that we can beat them. The barrier isn't perfect, and it won't last forever because it expends so much mana. I'll analyze how it works and find a way to beat it. With this many hunters together, it won't be too difficult. Although I can't lead like Krai, I will do the best I can. As an alchemist, I don't have what it takes to fight on my own. I need all of your help.
Sitri's calm encouragement seemed reassuring, especially when she defeated the first foe slime so easily. And she continued, then she gave directions to the group, and they dispersed accordingly. Watching Sitri go, Henrik exchanged a few words with Sven.
She's so mature about it,
he said, his eyes alight with almost too much admiration for a hunter he'd just met.
Huh? Yeah, sure.
Who admits that they're powerless in a fight? A cleric's far from the best class when it comes to combat, but you'll never hear me say that to a crowd.
Like I've said, Sitri's a strong weakling.
What?
Be careful, Henrik. Don't get sucked into all that. Sitri's a tricky one. She is strong, has been for years, regardless of how she sees herself. Truly, would someone so weak be chasing a heretic magus on her own? Would someone so helpless be so calm in the face of that faux slime she'd never seen before? It didn't matter if it was technically Sven who took the shot to finish the faux slime. It didn't add up. Sitri thinks she can get away with anything because she's weak, that she should always use all means at her disposal. There's more to her than meets the eye, Henrik. As far as I know, Sitri's just as freakish as the rest of the Grievers.
Got it.
While the rest of the battalion rehydrated themselves and recovered their mana with potions, Geen and a few others returned with the two magi responsible for creating the faux slime. Apparently, they were still on the ground. The Akashic Tower magi fruitlessly flailed atop the shoulders of the mighty hunters bringing them in. Like a pair of worms, they were dumped onto the ground, surrounded by the battalion. Though it had cost him his right arm, Geen had struck big by detaining these magi. Sven looked at the pair on the ground. There were a tanned middle-aged man with dark hair and a man who looked like he hadn't seen the sun in months. While Sven had most of the wanted posters memorized, none of them depicted either of these magi.
Don't tell me you've defeated it.
You work for Noctis Cochlear, don't you?
Their expressions changed, and they were now staring at Sitri with their eyes wide open. Sitri was so frail in stature that she almost looked childlike in comparison to the detained magi. But their expressions twisted as they recognized Sitri, who smiled at them. Contrasted by the harrowed expression on the men, she almost seemed like a cat playing with her prey.
My name is Sitri Smart. Answer my questions, and I'll make sure you both live. Where is the Master of Magi?
As if we aren't ready to lay down our lives. You'll never find where he is.
A telltale sign of a hard nut to crack. Let's see how you go about it, Sitri.
I see. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm you really worked for him.
Is Sitri right about everything after all? Not that he had any reason to doubt Sitri's claim beyond the unlikelihood of its premise. Now, he saw similarities between her tactic and the Thousand Tricks' foresight in that they both extracted information from the slightest clues. So far, he preferred Sitri's method as she offered some sort of explanation, at least.
With the two captives quivering speechlessly on the ground, Sitri crouched down to their level and said,
Just so you know, I've been chasing you lot for a long time. Just didn't expect you to start things while I'm out on my day job. This much about you I already know, and there are many preparations I've already made in anticipation. If possible, I want to avoid taking violent measures. So I'll ask you just one more time. Where is Noctis Cochlear?
Underneath her flawless smile, her eyes gleamed in demand for answers. Her smile looked so out of place in an interrogation. It drained the color from the faces of the captive magi, but they still kept their lips tightly sealed.
Pain isn't my preferred tool of interrogation, so I brought along with me a potion that I think will help loosen your lips a little.
Snapping open the potion pouch on her belt, she produced a vial containing a lavender-colored liquid. Talia quietly gasped at the sight of it.
That better not be a vial of cochia.
No answer.
That's a dangerous potion that can tamper with their mind. Zebrudia outlawed its use and manufacture under any circumstance. Don't you dare use that as a truth serum. And how did you get your hands on that anyway?
Did you compound that yourself?
Not only could the drug be used as a truth serum, but also for erasing memories or even brainwashing. The nervous expression on the agent's face as he squeezed Sitri's wrist was an indication of how dangerous Kakia could be.
Desperate times. We don't have much time left before they get away.
You dare to break the law so brazenly in front of an officer.
Yes, in pursuit of justice.
Sitri made a gesture of covering her ears, hear no evil. Wrath seemed to flicker in a rainbow of shades on the agent's expression.
What is she thinking?
Whatever reason Noctis and his team had had for attacking the hunters, Sven knew how careful Magi were. It made sense, as Sitri stated, that they wouldn't stick around any longer than they had to. Still, two wrongs did not make a right. The hunters gathered here weren't criminals who were used to brazen acts of crime. If Sitri had used the illegal drug discreetly, it would have been one thing, but to almost put on a show of it in front of this crowd seemed too risky.
kidding. This is just colored water.
What?
See? Sitri popped the cork out of a vial and drank its content before anyone could stop her. Magi and the battalion watched in horror as she swallowed the liquid and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The gentle light in her eyes seemed to flicker for a moment.
It's okay. I built up an immunity to colored water. Besides, it looks like we're out of time. Let's save our questions for later.
Taking his cue from Sitri, Sven now realized the ground was quaking ever so slightly. Hunters wasted no time to arm themselves, understanding what was to come. Some were white with dread, some were hardened by resolve, and some were still looking at Sitri.
Here come the reinforcements. This is the end. Death to all who stand in the way of our noble pursuit.
Gark retrieved his halberd relic from the carriage and stood to guard the two non-combatants.
So there are more of them?
I guessed as much from what Gina's told us. They're most likely a mass production model.
Mass production? I don't like the sound of that. Any plans?
Let's attack in turns, starting with physical attacks. A mana barrier can defend its user either by reflecting, deflecting, or blocking. Maybe continuous pressure can push a blade through it, or a certain element of magic may slip past it. Anyhow, testing shall reveal its weakness. I've taken out this phantom once I'll take charge.
Calmness seemed to spread from Sitri to the other hunters as they formed a circle around her. Her loose-fitting robe made her look more like a scholar than a hunter gearing for combat, but no one paid any mind to it.
We have the war demon on our side. They shouldn't be a problem.
That's the former war demon to you. I'm retired, kid. Don't count on me to carry you through this. It's been too long since I've been on the playground. I'll take on 100 of them.
A grin flashed under the helmet he had put on to complete his set of armor.
There should be a limit to how much damage the barrier can take. Although if Sven's arrow couldn't pierce it, we might struggle to reach that limit.
Then, as Sitri pondered, a faux slime crashed through the woods into the clearing.
Its color's different.
Probably a different foundation.
Unlike the last blob with white and black splotches, this faux slime was crimson all over, and although it was only a third in size, it was moving twice as fast. It was still slow enough for the hunters to evade it, but it wouldn't be as easy. This realization shook the hunters.
Vanguard, step forward. Block it with your shield.
What?
I'm going to measure the direction and magnitude of the force field. Pull your shield back and retreat the moment you feel any weight on it. This is necessary for us to defeat it.
Lyle glanced down at the shield in his left hand, held it up as commanded, and stood his ground. When the blob came close enough to Lyle, it kicked off the ground to tackle its target with full force. The moment the blob struck his shield, the shield spun and flew out of Lyle's hands. A shiver ran down Sven's neck. With his excellent vision, Sven saw the whole sequence. He now understood how Geen lost his arm and how the faux slime could destroy trees on contact. Lyle's shield had spun in its spot upon colliding with the blob. Lyle had held on for only a moment before the torque had become too great, and he'd missed the chance to let go of his shield. Having braced the shield with both hands, he had both his arms caught in the revolving shield, and the rotation had crushed his bones and torn his flesh. Then, the shield had gone flying. Lyle was pulled away from the faux slime by two hunters who held him by his underarms, above where the rest of his arms dangled, barely unsevered. The faux slime had stopped its march, now taking in the sight of the hunters.
Healers, tend to him, please. Magi, hold it off with fire magic from all directions. So a rotational force field. Clockwise? Does it depend on where it's struck? With enough force to break through a guard's shield? Close combat with that thing would be a nightmare. Luke would love a chance to slice through it, though.
A storm of fire assaulted the faux slime, brought on by a large team of magi who coordinated their attacks to maintain a constant bombardment.
It's too strong, too much of a pain anyway. I'm trying to forget that this thing's technically alive. Did you say it would fall apart over time, Sitri?
Theoretically, but not in our case realistically. Considering its body mass, amount of mana spent on its barrier, and amount of mana generated by its mana material, it'll last an hour at least. Casting magic spells at the barrier can eat up some of its mana, marginally shortening that duration. But considering the quality and quantity of the magi here, Our best play is to find its weakness through trial and error.
How long is that gonna take? Will we make it?
I'll figure it out as quickly as I can, but running isn't an option.
Sven swore. Is there no other way? Although he'd gathered the arrows he'd fired at the first foe slime, Sven knew it wouldn't damage the second one after his best shot hadn't left a mark on the first. Could Ark have broken through that barrier? Powerlessness threatened to overcome him. No time to sulk, Sven told himself. I can at least help hold it off.
I know. Rapid fire magic at a concentrated area could temporarily pierce or negate that point in the barrier. Highly technical solution. Not plausible with our current team.
There's another one.
What?
Taken by surprise, Sitri looked up. Another foe slime was approaching them, tearing up the woods along the way. The one currently being held off by the spray of magic spells turned and beheld its reinforcement of the same size and color.
No, we haven't even taken out the first one.
Sven finally understood why Krai wanted Ark on the job. Sven thought he had come to learn the hard way how hopelessly treacherous Krai's 1,000 trials could be, but he still wasn't prepared for this. Dealing with one nearly unbeatable enemy was one thing, but facing multiple of them seemed like a far cry from a trial. We can hold them both off for a bit, but we already got our hands full with one. I don't see an out. Could we even run if we tried with how exhausted we are?
Even Sitri was staring at the foe slime duo in astonishment.
Let's bolt, Sitri. We're in over our heads.
Indeed, I didn't expect them to deploy more than one at a time.
Her eyes were downcast.
Running's our only option. I'm concerned about Noctis's research, but we can't follow through with that if we're dead. Sven looked to Gark, who nodded in response. We're running from tireless slimes that swallow anything in their paths, and there are two of them. It's do or die.
How anticlimactic. What a moron they have working at Akashic Tower.
Huh?
Hold your fire, Magi. Everyone step back.
Hesitantly, the Magi ceased their bombardment and stepped away from the pair of foe slimes that weren't pursuing the hunters even when they were no longer being attacked. They simply stared at one another. When the second foe slime came to about 10 meters away from the first, it halted. It then bent its knees ready to spring, and the first followed suit. Then, the blobs leaped into the air, and they smashed into each other.
What the?
One blob raised its fingerless arm, and the other slammed its head into it. Each impact was marked by an explosive sound, and the foe slimes continued slamming into each other as they melted more and more. Mouths agape, the hunters simply watched the clash unfold, suddenly relieved from the threat of death. Even Noctis's apprentices were dumbfounded by the sight. Even No-Cuss's apprentices were dumbfounded by the sight.
This proves my hypothesis. They've been attacking us not out of intelligent thoughts nor malice, but out of pure instinct to recuperate their melting body. They were searching for mana material. They take no heed of human orders. Of course, if they encounter another like them, they'd start killing each other. After all, phantoms are a better source of mana material than hunters.
With her hand on her forehead, Sitri stood watching the foe slimes. Now that Sitri had explained it, the hunters could see how this had come to be. Meanwhile, the foe slimes continued clashing with the same ferocity, and with every clash, more and more of their bodies melted away, shrinking them in size. Neither of them so much as glanced at the hunters.
I guess we were lucky.
This could be considered a weakness, I suppose.
Another one! How many are there? Oh.
The third foe slime jumped into the fray of blobs, and a stinging stench wafted into the air.
This can't be. We were never told that.
Now, thanks to your friends taking care of that interruption, we can continue our negotiation.
With the 2 Vault Investigation Bureau agents exhausted and dazed, and with the hunters watching the slimes collide from a distance, there was no one around to stop Sitri. Standing over the captives, Sitri shot them murderous looks.
Sitri? Maybe we should regroup in the capital. We didn't expect all that, and some of us are at our breaking points.
Relentless attacks from the foe slimes had worn out the entire battalion. Unlike Sitri, who'd joined the mission afterwards, the hunters had been sweeping through the treasure vault before all of this. Most still had the stamina to carry on, but they were mentally exhausted. After all, high-level hunters were still human. Even Sven was beginning to feel the day weighing on him. While Talia's suggestion was a bit cautious, Sven was inclined to agree with her.
We can build another team to deal with Noctis Cochlear, and...
Talia trailed off. Sitri let her gaze dart through the air for some time before saying,
All right, let's rest for a bit while we take turns keeping watch. I have something I need to look into as well. Sven, keep someone on our captives at all times, please. I have use for them later.
Got it.
Sitri sighed and walked away, presumably to contemplate their next move.
Akashic Tower would certainly have more arrows in its quiver than just these faux slimes. What do we do now?
As he prepared to give the battalion their orders, he glanced at the captive magi, whose expressions wildly differed from a minute ago. Their deadly determination to keep their secrets had been replaced by utter disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes, which were fixed on the crimson-haired alchemist. Glowering down at Flick and his two cohorts was a pair of blazing eyes that belonged to Noctis Cochlear, a man whose face was carved with deep wrinkles that testified to his decades of dedication to his research. From him, a tremendous aura of mana exuded, so strong that it paled those of Sophia and even Flick, a top-notch magus in comparison.
You understand why you were summoned.
Why, yes, we have failed you.
His 3 apprentices cowered before his wrath. None of the apprentices had expected the transmogrified phantoms to attack each other. To make matters worse for them, they couldn't release the phantoms all at once as they had to inject each of them with the potion, and this had delayed the apprentices from noticing the phantoms' cannibalistic tendencies. When the dust had settled, Flick had already expended all of their transmogrification potions, a substantial portion of their arsenal, all because they disobeyed Sophia's order. Humiliation shook Flick's shoulders.
Did I not command you to follow Sophia's orders as my own? Has your stupidity no end?
That was a highly effective weapon at a very low cost. Most foes would be overwhelmed by its sheer destructive power and nearly flawless defense, despite its short lifespan.
Sophia's voice came through the active-sounding stone on the table. Phase 1 had been a complete disaster, but Sophia still hadn't appeared before the other apprentices. This enraged Flick so much that he bit his lip until it bled.
What's threatening about high-level hunters is not their combat capabilities, but their adaptability. Half-baked traps and purely destructive monsters can't so much as slow them down. The potion was inadequately tested and far from perfect, of course, but that would have been a non-issue with the slightest bit of imagination, if you'd imagined why I chose to deploy them one at a time, for example.
Precisely because there were no shades of ridicule in Sophia's tone. Flick was blinded with rage. He would have flipped the table at Sophia and her lack of explanation if it weren't for his master's glare.
Forgive the incompetence of my fellow apprentices, Master.
The potion was just a small portion of our research. We still have plenty of other weapons to deploy.
As a practitioner of forbidden science, Noctis had put much effort into building defenses to protect his work from the law and even the lawless. Still in his arsenal were chimeras created from monsters, potions that enhanced the human body, and a final line of defense that had cost him an arm and a leg. Akashic Tower wouldn't budge just because one of its weapons was depleted.
Our assumptions are already incorrect. Not only were the hunters largely unscathed, but they also have Gark Welter among their ranks. That's a former level 7 hunter who is supposedly retired that we're facing. He's a hero without a doubt.
Graveness sneaked onto Noctis's expression too. He was very familiar with Gark, the man in charge of the association branch of the capital. Gark had been such a fearsome warrior that there had been an admittedly shaky rumor of him killing dragons widely, regarded as the most powerful species there was for sport, yet he wasn't the kind of man to easily leave the city. In fact, Gark hadn't even been listed on the list of hunters assigned to this mission, which had been leaked to Noctis beforehand.
Since we're all out of phantoms, we'd have a hard time taking him on.
Sophia, are you so hell-bent on making everything my fault? Sure, Flick had made a mistake, but it was already so unexpected that the first transmogrified phantom hadn't taken a single hunter down with it. The blame doesn't lie solely on me.
Should we retreat? If we turn back now, we can keep losses on our end to a minimum.
No. Retreating now when we have nothing to show for it is no different than defeat. Besides, 2 of us are being held hostage. They may be compelled to divulge our information any day.
Are you insulting them? Not a word about us will pass their lips even as they draw their last breath.
Flick had mentored the captured magi himself. They were his comrades in research, and they were far better magi than Sophia.
I'd like to believe that, Flick.
Huffing in outrage, Flick was painfully aware of the disdain in his master's eyes pointed at him. There had been failures after failures. At this rate, his position as second apprentice may be in jeopardy, even if he somehow made it through this predicament. That would put him at an unacceptably lower status than Sophia.
Let's wear them out first and finish them off with Akasha. This is the tipping point, kill them all, and there won't be a trace of us left to follow. Deploy the Malice Eaters.
Flick's expression hardened at the implication. The Malice Eaters, created through countless experiments led by Noctis and Sophia, were chimeras made up of a complex combination of monsters. Revolutionary living weapons they were. Unlike the transmogrified phantoms that couldn't obey orders, Malice Eaters were obedient, powerful, and cooperative with each other. However, they couldn't be easily replenished, and more importantly,
We need a maestro to utilize their full potential.
while highly intelligent, the Malice Eaters didn't understand strategy, nor had they received enough training to fully function as weapons. Combined with their lack of long-range attack options, the chimeras seemed to be a somewhat lacking option to take on a battalion of hunters including multiple monikered veterans. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Flick's cheek.
I'm sure Flick is eager to prove his usefulness. I've some final preparations to make. All the Malice Eaters are at your disposal. I look forward to witnessing your tactical prowess, though if a madness of your reputation can't produce any results with them.
Understood.
Snarled Flick, barely concealing his boiling blood. The dimness of dusk had swept the forest. The sun had nearly sunk beneath the horizon. The night belonged to the monsters. Even a hunter's enhanced senses weren't as acute in the dark. Hence, one of the most basic principles of treasure hunting was to wake and rest with the sun. Outside White Wolf's den, the hunter's base camp was illuminated by a bonfire. All was quiet now that the foe slimes had cannibalized each other out of existence. On the unpredictable battlefield, hunter spirits depleted faster than their stamina, impeding even the best-trained hunters. There wasn't a face among the hunters unblemished by weariness. The pair of Vault Investigation Bureau agents, who weren't as physically hardy, were resting on their sides completely wiped out.
I went to hell and back the day we witnessed Prism Garden materializing. Compared to that day, today was a walk in the park.
Was it that bad, huh?
Jean and the other non-First Steps hunters whispered to each other in disbelief. Among them also was Henrik, who hadn't been there to witness the event. The flower viewing incident was still being retold among Steps members. It was the turning point for all who'd been there. Everything they'd thought they knew about treasure hunting had gone out the window that day.
Our enemy today was a phantom, but we fought against the environment that day.
Prism Garden, as its name suggested, was a beautiful treasure vault blanketed with an expanse of beautiful flowers in every shape and color. But underneath the picturesque veneer lay a garden from hell, a level 7 treasure vault that Sven still had nightmares about.
Pollen knocked out half of First Step seconds after the vault materialized.
Prism Garden had appeared in a pre-existing flower field. Mana material had transformed the field into a sea of mysterious flowers, and petals and pollen had filled the air. The chalky flowers induced sleep in anyone who touched or sniffed at them. The effect was so potent that it rendered even strong-minded hunters unconscious within seconds. Treasure vaults could be categorized not only by their layouts but also into several other types. Among them, Prism Garden was categorized under the environment type, denoting that its environment was the most challenging aspect of the vault.
There was a big shift in the ley lines. My view changed all of a sudden. And before I understood what was going on, my consciousness was already fading away. The flowers didn't just put you to sleep, they paralyzed. They poisoned. They did much more than that. But of course, we still had to deal with phantoms on top of that. Carnivorous plants and beasts adapted to that environment and became powerful phantoms. The whole treasure vault's a trap waiting to spring on hunters. There's no chance you're making it out of there alive without major prep.
So, how did you make it out alive?
We were lucky we had the Grievers with us.
When Prism Garden had first materialized, it hadn't been quite as lethal as it was today because it hadn't accumulated as much mana material yet. For combat-centric parties like Obsidian Cross, though, it'd been practically the worst vault imaginable. If they had been the only party there, their bodies would have long become fertilizer for the flowers by now.
Grieving souls got us out of there. I still remember it like it was yesterday.
The Grievers had sprung into action without a word, as if they'd planned it all out beforehand. While Sven had stood semi-conscious and still unaware of his surroundings, Liz had stabbed herself in the gut with her dagger, Luke had bitten off his own tongue, and Lucia had broken off her pinky. Each of them had jolted themselves awake with pain. Then, they'd all put on their masks that emblematized their party. Wind had blown away the pollen, and flames scorched the flowers. The scene of smiling skulls roaming freely across the field of fire and smoke had been seared deep into the memories of the First Steps hunters who'd been still conscious to witness it. It had been all because of their split-second decisions. The Grievers had earned their monikers and fame now, but they'd been on the same level as Obsidian Cross back then, with very similar levels and physical capabilities. How had the Grievers been so quick on committing to the unthinkable decisions of self-harm? In hindsight, Sven knew the answer. Experience had separated grieving souls from Obsidian Cross. Although the Crosses had been in the business longer, the Grievers had been through far more life-and-death situations. As the powerful always garnered respect in the world of treasure hunters, no one in First Steps would utter an ill word about grieving souls, not openly, at least. Their reputation was far from pristine, but the Grievers still garnered fanatic supporters. Grieving souls and its insane leaps to action had inspired fear even in Sven. The word talented simply didn't cut it. The Grievers were superhuman. And Sven had thanked fate for having them in the same clan, yet he'd had no intention of remaining stagnant after witnessing that. He still had had pride as a hunter. After all, many other hunters must have shared his sentiment, since First Steps had grown to become a clan boasting one of the longest registries in the capital. And this had also been why many hunters still eagerly answered Krai's request to this day. While the hunters around the fire listened to Sven retelling the story, their two captives remained bound and on their sides without struggling. Their eyes were fixed on something. Sven noticed something peculiar in their gaze, and he said,
Hey Talia, you know these two?
No, not at all.
Talia turned her gaze to the ground, clearly more exhausted than most of the other hunters. In contrast, Sitri seemed completely unaffected by the day's work.
Sven, I'm sorry about the slime killer,
said Talia as she shrank herself into her robe.
Huh? Oh, don't sweat it. It's all Krai's fault.
Sven had counted on Talia's potion to work, but it hadn't been her fault that it hadn't. Considering that she hadn't even had a hand in making it, she shouldn't bear the blame. If Sven was to blame anyone, it would be Krai for his use of the vague descriptor something like a slime, for the threat he clearly had known about.
But if I was as knowledgeable as Sitri...
Yeah, but you're not Sitri. She's a great alchemist and a griever after all. Though if you still feel bad about it, you just gotta get stronger.
Yes, thank you.
I'd whip up some master plans too if I could see the future like Krai does.
Noctis Cochlear, abuse of mana material, manipulation of a treasure vault, and bizarre phantoms. All these concerns together, not to mention that they were facing off against a major illegal magic syndicate still, weren't enough for Krai to come take care of the business himself. Instead, he just made it into another trial. Staring into the darkness of the forest, Sven wondered when exactly later would Krai decide to join them. Secretly, he resolved to give the clan master a piece of his mind once he came. Meanwhile, Gark frowned at how grave their situation had turned out to be. He'd only believed Sitri partially, but there was no refuting the reality with this much evidence in his face. The association wasn't quite aware of how far and wide Akashic Tower stretched in the underground, though they were known to be powerful enough to kill even high-level hunters every now and then. Akashic Tower was a particularly sinister and vast organization among the numerous illegal magic syndicates out there. Having recruited plenty of notorious magi and alchemists, they'd perpetrated at least several acts of terror across the continent, supposedly all in the name of pursuing truth. And naturally, the syndicate and its known members had earned places on the most wanted lists. Still, Gark had never heard of them operating in the Empire. Their experiments must have been kept extremely secret. Without Krai and Sitri, Gark would have been never the wiser until the experiments came to fruition. Sitri's determination to hunt them down had almost matched the length to which Akashic Tower had gone to maintain their secrecy. From just one thesis, she'd uncovered the syndicate that had remained undetected for so long. Gark couldn't imagine what kind of maniacal scribble must have been contained in that paper to drive Sitri to pursue them so dedicatedly. Over the years, Gark had become very familiar with the Grievers, and he knew Sitri was no saint, but rather a troublemaker in a different way than how Liz or Luke was. To put it simply, Sitri's problem lay in the fact that she'd do anything to accomplish her goal, as seen in her almost drugging the captives with an illegal potion.
What's her goal, anyway? Could she be after whatever Akashic Tower keeps in its treasury, probably heavily guarded by mechanisms and other hunters?
but soon he scoffed the ridiculous idea out of his mind. While it wasn't far-fetched to think that the syndicate hoarded rare items, Sitri would never chase something that couldn't be verified. And besides, the Grievers were good enough to hunt down any rare item they wanted on their own. Gark decided he wouldn't make wild assumptions just yet. That wouldn't be becoming of an association branch manager. Just then, Sitri returned to the camp after inspecting the aftermath of the foe slime's cannibalism. Behind her, the thieves she brought along with her were engaged in a serious discussion. Sven, who had been chiefly guarding their camp, stood to greet her.
Nothing new on my end. Found anything, Sitri?
Yes. How about the approximate location of their base?
What now?
As dread seeped into the pair of captives, Sitri produced a large fold-up map from her backpack.
To tell the truth, I already had some locations in mind.
Her map depicted the areas neighboring the capital, including the one in which they were now. Sitri had color-coded areas and noted details like topographic information all over it.
A base close to a treasure vault was one of the concrete requirements for setting up the device outlined in Noctis's thesis. Over time, I've looked into every candidate and considered how the ley lines flow under them, the density of mana material in them, the topographic and geological data of those areas, and such. In the end, I wasn't left with too many locations suitable to hide a lab in. Combining that with the location where they've unleashed that abomination today, I've uncovered the answer.
While an alchemist's job involved much research by its nature, Sitri's quest had been fueled by her obsession. Even the pair of Vault Investigation Bureau agents looked in awe at the meticulousness displayed on the map.
This here is a lot more info than you could have possibly researched on your own.
Krai, help me out. Just a little bit.
So that's what he's up to when he never goes to vaults?
Sitri walked the group through her map, checking off location by location with a pen. Throughout her explanation, she never used overcomplicated vocabulary, yet still displayed her razor-sharp intellect. Using information anyone could see on the surface like mana material density approximated from ley lines, the convenience of the location for someone wanting to build a lab, the difficulty of defending the location against attackers, volume of traffic, and range of magic spells that could be used for surveillance, Sitri had deduced potential locations with brilliant logic and well-calculated guesses. Eventually, she'd narrowed down the countless candidates to a spot close to where they were now.
Therefore, I believe their base is located by the cliff here. The side opening allows for easy escape and defense. It's not as noticeable as erecting a building and far less laborious than digging an underground structure from scratch. There's water nearby, and it's not too far from where the first foe slime was unleashed.
Keep wasting your time. You'll never find it by guessing.
Despite being tied up for hours now, he still seemed energetic enough to thrash about.
I'm pretty confident about it. Let's send in a scouting party.
Kill her! Sophia! Release me! Do not let her go near our master.
His cursing echoed throughout the forest.
Sophia? Who's he talking about?
Clearly unfamiliar with the name, Sven returned a confused gaze as well. It sounded like the captive was calling for a hidden agent, who surely knew better than to show themselves when called.
Yes, how easy it would be if she just did.
Her brows furrowed. Talia's shoulders shook at the brutal tone of Sitri's voice.
Hey, Sitri, you recognize the name?
Why, yes. She's the secondary objective of my pursuit. She's the first apprentice to Noctis Cochlear and my nemesis, if you will. No matter how much I find out about her, she just vanishes into the shadows. This research won't stop until we apprehend both of them. If I had to describe her, I'd call her, along with Noctis Cochlear, the ignoble.
You don't know Sophia. A level 2 failure, like you will never stand a chance against her.
I won't lose. It's my fault that I failed to apprehend her before. For the sake of every person in the capital, I swear on my honor that I will one day lock her up in the great prison of South Asteria.
Her resolve made the captive magus quiver. Talia was watching her with concern.
Sitri.
I'm not bothered by it. Like I said, I was to blame too.
I love you, crybaby.
Why am I always so whipped by her? I was walking down the street at night. Liz was clinging to my right arm, and Tino was despondently following behind me to my left. Outside the gates of the capital, there was only darkness. Even a sky full of stars didn't improve our visibility much. Leaving the city with barely any mana left in my relics was practically suicide, but there was nothing I could do about it now.
Hurry! 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 We have to get there before City dies.
She's not going to die. That would be a shit show. I'm so sorry, Sitri. I promised I wouldn't let Liz run free range, but now, at least I'll keep an eye on her, okay? Please forgive me. Tired of it all, I kept trudging along, one foot in front of the other, towards White Wolf's den. I shuddered at the thought that we were heading into that dense forest now. I was going to barf.
Master, it may be dangerous for me in the dark. May I take your other hand?
What? Does Tino think Liz and I are holding hands? She's only annoyingly hanging on to my arm. My night vision sucked, so I couldn't even see right in front of me. I'd almost tripped several times already on the way here, and all that was without me pretending to lead Tino by her hand. How useless am I? Just to mitigate how pathetic I felt, I activated Owl's Eye. I'd been trying to conserve the last bit of charge on it, but who cared now that I could see in the dark like the sun was up? No other creature stirred in the expansive field before me, as if every living thing knew to hide and wait until morning.
The fuck did you say, Tino?
No, Liz.
She's not gonna hold your hand at a million light years. Cry baby. Dream on and focus on guarding him.
Light year is a measure of distance, Liz, not time. And can you let go of me now? I don't want us to all trip and fall. Liz grumbled as she finally let go of me. My march was finally a little easier. With barely any relics at my disposal, Liz and Tino were my only lifelines tonight. Looking back, I should have just bitten the bullet and had my relics charged at one of the charging services in the city. Of course, that would have only elevated me from a useless idiot to a useless idiot buried in a pile of relics, but at least I wouldn't have to die wondering what if. The only usable relics on me right now were a few safety rings, shooting rings, and the ace up my sleeve that Lucia had charged for me. But I ended up not having to use that when I last ventured into White Wolf's den, though even the best chefs were useless without ingredients, and I was far from the best of anything. I was doomed.
Don't worry. I'll slaughter everything in our path for you.
Slaughter? Oh, wow, Liz. You shouldn't have. Clearly, Liz and I had a tragic incongruence in the definition of a bodyguard. Man, I wish Ansem was here instead.
Master, I will protect you, so can you tell me what to expect?
Why's she asking me? How should I know? Well, Sitri's very good at her job. With how long I've dragged this out, there may be nothing left for her to protect me from by the time we make it there. That would be nice. I don't know.
T, what's the fun in asking what will be there? Your job is to protect Crybaby no matter what shows up. Crybaby hates spoilers anyway.
Yes, Lizzie.
The night air was chilling me to the bone. I'll make an appearance and get this over with. Then, I can go home. Talia Widman had first encountered Sitri Smart shortly after joining First Steps. Alchemists were scarce among treasure hunters because they had to devote an enormous amount of time and resources to their studies. And yet in return, their direct damage output barely increased. A running joke among hunters described alchemists as knockoff magi. The joke stuck around for so long because most alchemists talented enough to be counterexamples would not choose to become treasure hunters. In her years of treasure hunting, Talia had never met another alchemist hunter before meeting Sitri. One of the reasons Talia's party had decided to join First Steps was to gain access to the documents and facilities required for her to practice alchemy. She'd heard that First Steps offered a catalog of resources that rivaled those in institutions dedicated to the art of alchemy. These resources were out of reach for most individuals because of their exorbitant price tags or rarity. And after joining the clan, Talia had discovered that First Steps offered amenities for alchemists comparable even to those of Primus Institute, the authority of magical research in the capital. The clan provided even more resources than she'd hoped for: expensive equipment, rare catalysts, and even dedicated laboratories. But what had been the most surprising to Talia was that all of these resources had been compiled for the sake of the only alchemist in the clan, Sitri Smart. Sitri had been the most promising alchemist in the capital until a certain incident, after which her name had disappeared from all headlines and conversations. And despite her being a member of one of the best hunting parties in the city, Sitri's accomplishments had always seemed to be overshadowed by those of the other grievers. Her soft eyes and her favored bland gray robe had made her look like anything but a masterly hunter. Talia had known of Sitri because of the infamous incident which had preceded their first meeting by a few years. But that preconception had soon been wiped from Talia's mind after they'd started working together. Upon meeting her in real life, Talia's impression of Sitri had been that of a kind, humble, and incredibly brilliant young woman. With open arms, Sitri had welcomed the newly inducted alchemist to the labs which only Sitri had been using despite their doors being officially open to all clan members. At first, Talia would tremble when they met, but over time, Sitri had provided tutelage to Talia and they'd become fast friends before long despite the busy Sitri not being in the clan house often. Eventually, Sitri had called Talia her friend and said she'd been glad to have met her. When Talia had asked Sitri about her bright pink hair, which she'd kept shoulder length unlike most female magi and alchemists who'd grown out theirs, Sitri had explained with a rueful smile that she'd kept hers short because her sister had liked to grow hers out, and in return, Sitri had complimented Talia's blazing red hair and eyes, which Talia had always thought were garish. It had been evident how dedicated Sitri had been to her craft. She'd pursued every branch of alchemy there had been, at times even conducting without hesitation experiments too difficult and dangerous for the likes of more experienced alchemists, though she'd never dabbled in any unlawful experiments. Even Talia, who'd pursued alchemy despite the pushback from friends and family, had been overwhelmed by Sitri's fiery passion for their craft. But funnily enough, this had helped Talia realize why such heinous rumors about Sitri had circulated. She'd been far too eccentric, and other alchemists had been apprehensive of her obsession and talent for alchemy. What's more, Sitri had been unnervingly humble about her talents. She'd been a person who would go with the wind. If anyone had transgressed her, Sitri would just laugh it off. When asked about the cause of her infamy, Sitri would attribute it to her inexperience at the time, accepting the blame for a crime she'd been framed for. Sitri had even assumed, without a fight, the greatest demerit a hunter could ever receive, the demotion of her level, a punishment no lawful hunter would expect to face. Yet despite Sitri's kindness going so far as to threaten her own career as a hunter, Talia could think of no other person if she were asked to name the single best alchemist. According to her own standards, Sitri had considered herself too inexperienced to mentor another alchemist, but Talia had considered herself Sitri's apprentice nonetheless. And as they'd collaborated in the labs, Talia's respect for Sitri had soon turned into adoration. One day, she'd vowed to herself she'd become an alchemist as spectacular as Sitri. In order to catch up to her friend, Talia had lost herself in books, written down every word Sitri had uttered, and conducted experiment after experiment deep into the nights. As far as Talia had been concerned, she'd owed Sitri a debt she could never repay, and so Talia had thought Sitri had always been alone, all because of the scandal years ago. If Sitri ever needed anything, she'd be there for her. Nonetheless, she'd been painfully aware of the vast divide that had lain between their ability levels. Hunters steadily marched in formation through the woods. Night had fully fallen upon the forest, but with the Magi providing illumination, the hunters saw through the dark as though they were under broad daylight.
Are you all right, Gark? This is a dangerous quest. Maybe you should go home.
Your sister thought I couldn't handle this too. I'm not that old.
I'm happy to have all the fighters we can get, but did something happen?
Walking beside them was Geen with his second sword in his left hand. He said,
So, the 1,000 tricks isn't showing after all?
No, I'm sorry. I've asked to take over because I have a history with the culprits.
I've got nothing to complain about you. I just wanted to see the famous level 8 in action.
For all the rumors surrounding him, the 1,000 tricks rarely showed himself in the field. Yet he remained as the ever-mysterious level 8 clan master.
Krai was born to be a treasure hunter. Everyone in our party has earned a moniker, but Krai stands high above the rest of us. I have no doubt he'll reach level 10 one day.
Even you gotta admit that's going too far. There's only 3 level 10 S alive. They're unparalleled heroes. Is your leader really that strong?
He is, and strength is just a small part of his extraordinary talents. Even if Krai couldn't beat a sand rabbit in combat, my statement would still stand.
Sand rabbits were at the bottom of the food chain in the ecosystem around the capital.
A sand rabbit?
Geen cocked a brow, noting how earnest Sitri was.
They aren't attacking us anymore,
grunted Sven, scanning the woods around them. They had not encountered any sign of their enemies since the faux slimes.
Don't let your guard down. Magi always act with caution, and that's especially true for the Master of Magi. They have to be meticulously careful to have survived this long. When every nation has a bounty on Akashic Tower, there will be another attack.
While the woods offered substantial cover for any potential attackers, 100 hunters, plus 2 Vault Investigation Bureau agents who'd insisted on staying with the group, were constantly scanning every direction. Even if another foe slime were to attack, the hunters wouldn't be caught unawares. Sven opened his map and estimated their current location, and he noted that they were a few kilometers away from the cliff Sitri had set as their destination. Once they were close enough, a team of thieves would scout out the area. But if they couldn't find the Akashic Tower hideout, the entire battalion would have to return to the capital and regroup. Talia, who'd been following Siri from a few paces behind, peered into her face and offered a vial from her belt bag.
Are you feeling all right, Sitri? You look a bit tired. I have a potion for it if you like.
Oh, thank you. But I'm fine. By my estimation, we're almost there.
Disheartened, Talia stowed the potion.
By the way, Sitri, where's the thing you always tote around?
Sitri had usually brought a very unique-looking magical creature, nothing ordinary like a golem, nor a slime with her to make up for her lack of combat capability.
Oh, Killiam's in maintenance right now.
The high-level magic spell Calamitous Thunderstorm lived up to its name. Lightning magic was one of the most difficult categories of spells to perform, and only the best of magic could cast them. Bolts of light rained down before the seasoned hunters could even think about avoiding them. Countless thunderbolts, as if unleashed by a wrathful god, tore up a large clearing in the woods and blew away a horde of hunters. And after a split second of blinding light and deafening sound, the forest began burning around the hunters, leaving many of them charred on the ground. Seeing that none of the hunters were rising to their feet, a figure descended from the sky. Above the hunters, a brown-haired magus with a pale face and slack limbs rode on the back of a winged beast.
Mere hunters are no match for my power. Her measly defense system is obsolete while I stand guard. Master will surely commend me for this.
Magi boasted unparalleled damage output with their powerful spells. Even the long incantations and enormous expenditure of mana were no longer drawbacks when they had the element of surprise. Moreover, Calamitous Thunderstorm was Flick's best spell. It was an extremely powerful and difficult spell achievable only by those born with great talent in magic and who had dedicated their lives to pursuing the craft of spellcasting. With faltering feet, Flick dismounted the Malice Eater. At his command, the Chimera with a lion's head, dragon scales and wings, and 3 swords for a tail lowered itself to the ground. Flick felt the symptoms of mana deficiency, rattling disorientation and nausea. With a flickering gaze, he caught a glimpse of Sven Anger, who was holding himself up on one knee.
Hunters are hard nuts to crack.
What was that spell? So you are one of Cochlear's minions.
Didn't think any of you would still be able to talk.
Lightning magic was so powerful, partly because its sound, impact, and electricity could stun most targets even if they survived the bolts themselves. However, Flick hadn't expected his spell to prove lethal against the hunters with their superhumanly durable bodies. That's why he'd brought the Malice Eater down to the ground, to finish off the foolish invaders. No matter how high-leveled the hunters were, they stood no chance against the Malice Eater if they were unconscious.
You can talk, but you can't stand.
Damn it!
Gritting his teeth, Sven tried to stand, but his electrified muscles failed him. He was flattened onto the ground. Slowly, the Malice Eater approached him, its steel-slicing claws digging into the ground. Flick cackled with elation, overcome with the sense of power. He had no mana left to cast spells, but it didn't matter the humiliation of being labeled as useless in front of his master and of being bossed around by a colleague he deemed inferior had almost been unbearable, but he'd endured it.
You've caused enough trouble. But now it's all over, Master. It was I, Flick, who...
Impressive.
The impossibility of it short-circuited Flick's brain. His prime target, the one he had to kill at all costs, was standing on her feet before him. Dust covered her robe and hair, but her footing was far steadier than Flick's. Patting her robe with her hands, she was clearly unscathed.
Impossible. I've made sure my spell would hit her if not anyone else.
Sitri was wearing a weary smile. It wasn't that Sven had let his guard down, but he simply hadn't expected an attack to come from the sky like that. Sven sprawled on the ground. The lightning, having shot through his armor, had severely affected his brain and heart. Following his gaze, Sven saw Marietta, one of the Obsidian Cross Magi, also sprawled on the ground. Marietta's eyes were slightly opened, and she was conscious, but as far as Sven could tell, she was relatively unhurt. This could only mean she was lying there waiting for the opportunity to take Flick by surprise. Since Magi's own reserves of mana acted as armor against incoming spells, Sven expected most of their Magi to regain consciousness shortly. Most other hunters were also likely to survive if properly resuscitated. This was far from a wipeout.
I never expected an area attack, especially when we had prisoners. I knew I couldn't replace Krai.
Flick still couldn't understand why Sitri was unscathed, nor why she seemed so calm while the rest of her battalion was on the ground.
How? Are you still standing?
Why would you think otherwise?
His face twisted in terror. Flick took a step back. He'd even forgotten to sick the Chimera on his foes. As if to drive him off further, Sitri approached him. And as she did, Sven saw her reaching into her belt bag behind her back.
I belong to a level 8 party. Spells like that are commonplace in the dungeons we frequent.
And no, a top-level lightning spell. Commonplace. That was my ace.
Flick's eyes went wide with bewilderment, unobservant of Sitri's hand behind her back. Still concealed behind her back, Sitri's hand emerged with a pink pistol that fitted in her palm. Without so much as a glance, she pointed the barrel right at Sven.
Clever indeed.
Sven tilted his head without arousing suspicion from Flick and exposed his neck to the pistol. Whatever Sitri was up to, Sven trusted her. Maintaining his position, Sven scanned his surroundings for the weapon he dropped.
In other words, you lack imagination.
Pulling the trigger, she fired something into Sven's neck silently. In an instant, Sven felt reborn. Immediately, he leaped to his feet and reached for a sword on the ground nearby. Flick watched, dumbfounded.
Thanks.
I'll get the others.
Letting Sitri run past him, Sven swung the sword not at the Magus on the brink of collapse, but at the far more intimidating Chimera. But before the sword could reach it, the Chimera whipped its triple-bladed tail at Sven, who barely managed to parry the series of slashes.
It packs a punch,
said Sven, as he was forced back by the unexpected force of the impact.
This is not going to be an easy kill. How many of these things does Akashic Tower have?
Then, an enormous figure flew past Sven.
Sorry for the wait,
shouted the war demon, swinging his halberd that dwarfed Sven's sword by comparison. Gark's relic, Hale's Tusk, glowed with an icy aura as he crashed the blade down onto the Chimera's scaled back.
Fire arrow.
Marietta's spell found the Chimera's face. The tables had turned. Sitri was weaving through the fallen hunters, shooting them with her strange pistol and kicking their heads to jolt them awake.
Healers tend to the fallen. If their heart isn't beating, kick them. We can still bring them back. Hurry!
Looking more carefully, Sven saw liquid being shot out of Sitri's gun, and as soon as the liquid impaled the fallen, they rose to their feet.
Is that a water gun? Shooting doses of potion? How pressurized is it to pierce my skin? What a gadget.
Enough chit-chat, Sven.
My bad.
Sven returned his attention to the Chimera. It had just fallen down, having been severed in half by Gark's lethal blow. The lion's head was still twitching, but it was a matter of time until it didn't.
This can't be happening.
Now's your chance to surrender. Not that you could fire another spell if you tried anyway,
said Sven, as he pointed his sword at the Magus and flashed a dangerous grin.
No casualties, huh?
We were able to treat them in time. Lightning isn't as destructive as the other elements. The agents from the Bureau were close calls, but we were able to bring them back too. If we'd been struck by a spell more geared towards dealing damage, we might have lost a few people.
But regardless, the attack had been harrowing. Lightning magic was deadly in itself. Without immediate resuscitation, those hearts would never beat again. There would have been several casualties if Flick hadn't hesitated in his assault, being shocked from seeing Sitri.
I'm impressed you could move right away, Sitri. Are you completely unhurt?
Of course not. Even with Lucia having blasted me with enough magic over the years that I've built up my resistance. I would have been unscathed if I had Killiam with me, though.
Your party's insane. Although he couldn't help but wonder if he should have Marietta regularly blast the rest of their party with magic to boost their resistance. That was a close call. I didn't expect a surprise attack from above. If there had been more than one attacker, we need eyes on the sky.
Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
I doubt they have anyone else who can cast spells as powerful as that. The more powerful a spell was, the more difficult it was to master. They would have sent them both if they did. 2 consecutive spells like that would have killed the majority of us.
Yeah, I can't even cast a spell like that. I'd be surprised if Akashic Tower has many magi of that caliber waiting to be deployed.
Exactly, and a high-level magus attacking us means we're closing in at our destination.
Want to make him talk?
Not now. I don't want to waste any more time. If he was their last line of defense, they could be making a run for it right now. Let's end this before they can regroup.
Flick, meanwhile, remained quiet, aghast even. His eyes were glued to Talia, who drew her hood forward and hid behind Sitri, rather unsuccessfully, since they were of the same size.
You're very popular today. What's going on? I don't know.
The battalion regrouped quickly and carried on with the 3 prisoners in tow. Tension in the air was palpable. A faint glow guarded each hunter. It was the mark of a defensive spell that increased their resistance to magic. Having faced off against a magical creature that even a monikered hunter struggled to defeat, and a magus who could cast a spell powerful enough to strike all nearly 100 of them at once, they were painfully aware of how vast the Syndicate's arsenal spread. They trudged through the overgrown woods until they came to a clearing where they scattered in all directions without so much as a call. There was no need to send in a scouting party. Before them stood a towering cliff with a decidedly man-made cave on its side.
You called it Sitri.
I have good intuition, not as good as Krai's, though, of course.
Cloud-filtered moonlight illuminated 3 silhouettes in the sky. Only when they focused their eyes on the silhouettes could the hunters identify them. They were the same as the chimera that Flick had brought out.
3! No, 5, 2 on the ground on either side of the cave.
Collectively, the hunters braced themselves against the murderous intent of the creature's foes, far deadlier than the wolf knights. While the hunters could hold their own in most scenarios, they were overwhelmed by the chimeras.
Too many of them. Each of them has got to be the equivalent of a level 6 or 7 phantom. They're fast and durable. Whatever creatures they've based them off of, they've put a lot of effort into these chimeras. And there are 5. This welcome's a bit too warm for my blood. Let's work together and take one out at a time.
Can't let them stay in the air. If we don't drag them down onto the ground, they'll be attacking us unilaterally.
Knocking an arrow on his bow, Sven quietly exhaled. At this distance, Sven had a 50-50 chance of making the shot.
There's a magus on the back of one of the chimeras. That's their master, most likely.
Would taking out the master confuse the chimeras?
If they're as stupid as the other magus, we may be better off just leaving them alone. Jokes aside, depending on how wide the cave is, it could be better to lure some of them inside. Fighting these agile and flying chimeras outside isn't a good move.
You want us to run right past them into their hideout?
Beats fighting them in a clearing like this.
Sven considered the idea, feeling his heart drum under the tension in his body. If that's our only move, we won't be lucky enough to keep everyone alive a second time. Worst case, we'll be wiped out.
Right now, they needed quality over quantity, and they were sorely lacking in that.
It'll be tough. We may lose a few, no. Let's not get into that.
Can you take one, Sitri?
He, Gark, and Sitri were no doubt the top 3 fighters here. Sven and Gark were accustomed to close-range combat, so they felt confident in taking on a chimera, or maybe even 2 for a short amount of time. On the other hand, Sitri was an alchemist, just about the class weakest in close combat. While the Griever had displayed chilling cleverness, she hadn't exactly dealt direct damage all day.
I'll hold off 1, no, 2 of them no matter what it takes, but I need you to take out the rest while I do.
2! Are you trying to kill yourself?
No matter how many high-level treasure vaults she had been into, there was only so much physical strength Sitri could have accumulated as an alchemist. It seemed impossible that she could hold off 2 level 7 threats at the same time.
I'm not going to die. There's plenty of things I still want to do. Give it your all, Sven. If I bring anyone home in a box, I would never be able to look Krai in the face again, knowing that he's entrusted me with this quest.
The hunters had finally arrived at the hideout. Only Noctis and the recon agent remained in the tense war room, now that the last apprentice had left to make a last stand against the hunters' raid.
Noctis gritted his teeth. We would have crushed them already had Flick not been such a monumental imbecile. Employing an area attack spell was one thing, but he was too confident in his power and too desperate to outperform Sophia. Damn. Why did he not take more than one Malice Eater? Sophia had told him to take them all. That pathetic, helpless bastard of an ignoramus. Had I overestimated him? Ambitious as he was, I thought he would have seen the bigger picture. Or is Sophia's talent so dazzling even for a man talented enough to cast one of the most difficult lightning spells there is?
Professor Noctis, let us make an escape from the back, not to suggest our defeat, but those are our last line of defense. Now, we can still make it out without being caught. Nothing has gone as expected. The fall of the transmogrified phantoms, Flick's defeat, and the hunters discovering our hideout. It all has happened so fast.
Noctis had at his disposal a force that could have easily overtaken the hunters if it hadn't been for the series of unexpected events, and at the center of every turn had been none other than Sitri Smart, the very hunter Sophia had warned him about. The tide of the battle had shifted the moment she'd arrived at the hunters' base camp. Noctis had seen it all through his magical surveillance system. Sitri had been the one who defeated the first transmogrified phantom, caused Flick to rush into deploying the rest, and allowed the hunters to recover so quickly from Flick's surprise attack. If it hadn't been for her, Flick would have wiped out the hunters right then and there. Noctis had known that Sitri was worth keeping an eye on when Sophia had first mentioned her, but he hadn't quite expected this. While Sitri hadn't seemed too physically powerful, she'd proven herself an exceptional asset in the battle so far. Funnily enough, she'd reminded Noctis a lot of Sophia. Perhaps that was why Sophia had paid her much mind.
Not yet. We still have Akasha. We shall confirm that we are defeated beyond a doubt before we make an escape. A master must see the battles of his apprentices through.
Sophia, his first apprentice, possessed the talents to bring a massive fortune to the Syndicate someday. Even though Noctis was forced to admit how powerful Sitri could be, his money was still on Sophia. Just as Sophia herself had pointed out, he attributed her advantage to their difference in available means. Sophia wasn't bound by law and had all the connections, knowledge, and technology of Akashic Tower at her disposal. Sophia had no chance of losing as far as Noctis was concerned. Every defeat they faced today was attributed to an apprentice who let his envy for Sophia get the better of him. Sophia herself had yet to step up to the plate. Noctis wouldn't turn his back until he witnessed his dear apprentice see it through with the battle against her rival.
Win Sophia Black, and you shall finally have everything.
The sounding stone sat silently on the table.
Use magic. Keep them away. We can't. They're too fast.
While these creatures didn't wield power as bizarre as the foe slimes did, flying chimeras proved to be even more of a threat than expected. By the hunter's estimation, the beasts flew faster than 100 kilometers per hour. Worse, they flew so deftly that they could evade Sven's arrows. Even direct hits of magic failed to slow them down. Their scales were clearly resistant to magic, as well as physical attacks. But what gave the hunters the most trouble were the chimeras' hit-and-run attacks from above. While the beasts couldn't attack the hunters from afar, they charged hard enough to knock shielded hunters off their feet, and their fangs and tail blades tore through their armor like butter. The time it took a chimera to soar back up to the sky and reposition after each attack was enough for the hunters to heal the wounded. But if any of the hits proved fatal, it'd be the end of the line.
Damn it! They won't come near us!
Much to the hunters' terror, the chimeras were smart enough to be wary of Gark and Sven. The beasts always kept their distance from Gark and the crosses, making sure to somehow dodge Sven's pitch-black arrows flying at them through the veil of night. Yet there were too many hunters for them to gather up and defend everyone. Though there was a silver lining. Sitri was successfully holding off two chimeras on the ground. Without swords or shields, she was flawlessly evading their claws, fangs, and tails with nothing but dexterity. Still, Sitri couldn't keep this up forever. Despite holding the overwhelming upper hand, the Chimera Master and their beasts showed no sign of letting their guard down. Sitri tumbled. Claws pursued her, but she managed to dodge them and get back to her feet without a moment to spare. Time dripped past with the hunters being unable to land so much as a single hit on the chimeras. They were out of time and choices.
Everyone buck up. We gotta tip the scales. To the cave.
Throwing Sitri on his shoulder, he bolted and dived into a crater that had been created.
It's going to be tough.
The chimeras would no doubt pursue them, and Gark and Sven couldn't protect the rest of the battalion alone. And if anyone was to be injured on the way in, neither could they stop to collect them. Some of them were going to die, here and now. Sven knew that his fellow party members may end up among the fallen. But still, this was the path to minimal casualties. At an overwhelming disadvantage, with air superiority on their enemy's side, they had no shot at winning. Their only shred of hope lay within the cave where the chimeras couldn't fly, as freely stare per region. And chimeras copy scented with air superiority on their enemy's side. They had no shot at winning prescribity, and chimeras can fall. This was the path to... Understanding the subtext in Sven's command, the hunters roared with determination. It was a roar of courage to extinguish their fear. As the battalion rushed towards the cave, 2 of the chimeras swooped down as expected. Running with the crowd, Sven rapidly fired arrow after arrow, yet still to no avail. Even in the face of this charge, the chimeras still hadn't lost sight of Sven. But they couldn't afford to stop. Roars of the chimeras discordantly entangled with the roars of the hunters. Just as Gark, leading the charge, was about to reach the cave entrance, he slowed his run.
Shit, there's another one.
A towering bipedal silhouette blocked the entrance. Its black and golden body towered over the hunters and even Gark, who stood at over 2 meters. Sticking out from its already massive torso were limbs disproportionately large, wielding an enormous sword and shield veined with crimson light, and glowing on its head was the inverted triangle sigil of Akashic Tower. The giant knight moved its arms and legs as if to prove it was no puppet.
A golem! Damn it! When will this end?
Sven put all of his strength into drawing his bow and loosed an arrow. In this dire situation, Sven's years of training gave him his best shot yet. Like a shooting star, the ebony arrow flew true towards the center of the golem's shield. A thunderous clang echoed in the air, and the giant faltered back a few steps, then the splintered arrow fell to the ground. Sven stared at the result in disbelief. The golem had caught his arrow, not just deflected it. Whatever powers it held weren't all loops. Gark roared and slammed Hale's tusk into the golem's shield with all his might as a storm of magic spells assaulted the giant. At the same time, the chimeras turned in the air and homed in on the injured hunters. There was no getting past the golem that stood tall as ever, unaffected by the blast of magic.
There's no way out. Is this it? I'm not giving up. Not yet.
Sven pulled out all the arrows left in his quiver and knocked them all at once. He was preparing for the attack storm strike, the namesake of Sven's moniker. Once he fired it, he wouldn't have time to gather any of the arrows. But if he was lucky, he could shoot down a chimera with this, by some miracle, maybe even 2 at once. This was his final gambit. Every drop of blood, sweat, and tears prepared him for this moment. Sven sent all 13 of his arrows flying through the night, each of them as powerful as his single shot. One of the chimeras screeched, and it attempted to twist out of their trajectories.
Damn it!
Some of the arrows had hit the chimera, but none killed, let alone hit its wings. They barely scratched its scales. The chimera hadn't dodged the arrows. It had only gotten lucky. The winged beast spun in the air and roared as if to celebrate its victory before falling to the ground as if it was being pulled by an invisible hand. A crunch announced its plummet, halting another flying chimera in its place in confusion. None of Sven's arrows had been fatal, nor had they been poisoned. He could only watch uncomprehendingly. Sitri, who'd gone back to drawing and dodging the attacks of the 2 grounded chimeras, went wide-eyed. At the sound of a soft landing, all hunters' eyes gathered on a revealing breastplate of red and black, a pair of sturdy metal boots, a wrist guard on a right hand, and the body encased in them, a body as powerful and toned as a carnivore's. Throwing back her head, she gazed up at the sky, her ponytail pointing to the ground.
Ooh, that hits the spot. Bravo, Crybaby. I'm falling in love with you all over again.
In the clearing, the genocidal, troublemaking, uncontrollable, and unpredictable stifled shadow stood. The fastest runner in the world had materialized in the thick of battle.
Liz? Why are you...
Shut the fuck up, Kay. I'm riding high real good right now.
Liz's face melted into an ecstatic smile as she watched the fallen chimera's head finally roll off. She ditched us, stricken. Tino and I trudged through the pitch-black forest. I'd be the first to admit that I was afraid of the dark, and I was afraid of forests. Multiply that with each other and I was exponentially afraid of dark forests. While Owl's Eye was still active, I could bear it. But when it ran out of juice... After walking in the forest for some time with the 2 of us, Liz suddenly shouted, "Found 'em! See you later!" and bolted, abandoning her job as my bodyguard. It left me wondering if she thought we were on a picnic or something. Although I knew her too well to be surprised, I couldn't help but feel like my hopes were dashed. I'm sorry I always rope you into things.
No, Master. I don't mind.
Apparently, she was mostly learning from her mentor how not to act. No monster nor phantom crossed our path along the way, probably because they were too terrified of Liz. And soon, light illuminated the woods ahead of us. The forest was burning in what looked like the aftermath of a bomb going off. The smell of broken trees and burnt grass assailed my nose. That took me by surprise for a moment, but I saw no corpses. Maybe a thunderstorm has come through here.
Master?
Yeah, I really wish Tino would start explaining things right about now. Let's hurry. I better go do what I've come here to do, babysitting Liz. I'd failed even that minuscule task that Sitri had entrusted me with. Every time I thought I hit the rock bottom of uselessness, I managed to find another trapdoor opening beneath me.
Yes. I'm sorry, Master, that you have to stay with me. If you're in a hurry, you can go on, without me.
Traversing this dark forest all alone? That would be cruel. To me,
Marks of a very powerful lightning spell cast from above most likely. We should be careful of eyes above.
I see. I nodded knowingly, secretly pitying Tino. She'd succumbed to hunter brain, an occupational hazard, the sort of hypochondria that made hunters imagine the worst-case scenarios at all times. Even I knew about lightning magic. It was a super difficult branch of spells that only the best magi could dream of casting. Ark had earned his moniker Argent Thunderstorm precisely because he was a master of that branch of magic, among other things. Magic, however, became more difficult and mana-intensive the more powerful and wide-range it was. No chance there was a random magus capable of casting a spell this destructive, let alone a lightning spell in the depths of the forest. Clearly, this was the mark of a natural disaster, and Tino's nerves were getting the better of her since Liz left the task of guarding me to her. Another look around confirmed that there were no dead bodies. There was no sign of rain either, but they say the weather was fickle in the woods. If there's a magus who can cause such destruction nearby, I'd want to get far, far away from them. Don't worry about anyone above us. Let's get going.
Are you sure, Master?
Yep, no problemo.
Thank you. Then I'll leave the sky to you, Master.
Whoa. Aha. Yeah. In charge of the sky I was? That worked for me since I could leave Tino in charge of any threats on the ground we'd have to contend with, including Liz. Tino started leading the way. Her spirits brightened. As I followed, I noticed that we weren't even following a path, and Tino didn't look like she had a compass either. Individual combat styles, in addition to brute strength, played a large part in determining the tides of battles for hunters. For example, Gark's halberd was powerful enough to sever a chimera's body. Sven's arrow could fly far and pierce most things, and what Sitri lacked in combat power, she made up for in problem-solving and strategizing. The chimeras were formidable foes. Their careful hit-and-run tactics had rendered Gark useless because of his short-range attack style, and their dexterity in flight had meant Sven's arrows would seldom hit them. Liz, on the other hand, was a hunter who specialized in speed. Mana material bolstered the physical abilities of all hunters exposed to it, but the specific aspect of physiology it would power up depended largely on the intentions of the hunter. Liz had dedicated a majority of the mana material she'd taken in during her explorations of high-level treasure vaults to her speed to a point where she could outrun Sven's arrow and pick every pellet of a buckshot mid-air.
Having trouble performing, City? That's what you get.
Liz?
Sven and Liz, if they were to go toe-to-toe, were almost evenly matched, but Liz's combat style was better suited to taking on the chimeras than anyone else in the battalion. Mistaking Liz's confidence for an opening, a chimera descended upon her, ready to tackle her with a force powerful enough to knock out hunters more steadfast than her. However, a split second before the flying beast struck the girl, she was gone. Even Sven could barely follow her movements with his eyes. To Liz, a zealot of speed who could catch flying arrows, the chimera might as well have been standing still. Without so much as a glance at the beast, Liz dodged the tackle and straddled the winged creature, of all things. With Liz on its back, the chimera thrashed and soared high into the air, but it couldn't shake the little human off it. Liz was the embodiment of the high-quality fighter the hunters had been hoping for. Meanwhile, the wounded hunters now had the chance to heal.
Stop goofing around, Liz. Finish it already. Sitri's not gonna last.
Shut your goddamned mouth! You're telling me what to do after you've cut me out from this much fun!
Liz leaped off the Chimera and landed perfectly on the ground several dozen meters below. Moments later, the Chimera Liz had ridden into the air, crashed onto the ground, its neck severed with blood spewing from the cut. Liz made it look unbelievably easy after all the dread the battalion had gone through.
Why are you here?
I couldn't stand it anymore, so I begged Crybaby until he said yes.
Krai, the bastard. He's finally sent us backup.
Liz couldn't have come at a more crucial time, just as the fear of a wipeout was becoming more and more real among the hunters. Krai's miraculous foresight had struck again. At this point, Gark and several others had the golem surrounded. As powerful as the giant was, its blows came slow. Now it was the hunters' turn to hit and run.
The 1,000 Tricks has sent us backup. We can win this.
Sophia Black stood amid the battlefield, biting her lip. Nothing had gone as expected. She'd learned to expect the unexpected to some degree, of course, but this was getting ridiculous. Chief among the unexpected turns of events was Flick going rogue. Despite their differences, Sophia hadn't expected him to disregard so much of her orders. Wasting the transmogrification serum was one thing, but Sophia actually was terrorized when he'd struck the hunters with lightning magic from above. She neither expected that her colleague could cast a spell of that caliber, nor that he'd use magic as his main mode of attack when she'd ordered him to use the Malice Eaters. Her biggest takeaway from it was the realization that she'd underestimated Flick's abilities and pridefulness. She wouldn't make the same mistake again. With the blindsiding emergence of the stifled shadow, Sophia's plan was completely derailed. Malice Eaters, apex chimeras that could take dozens of ordinary hunters at once, were being torn apart like toys Liz had grown tired of. Their claws and tail blades were completely useless if they could never find their mark on Liz.
Still, while the Malice Eaters were dangerous on their own, their greatest strength lay within their reproductive abilities. Unlike other chimeras, which were sterile, Malice Eaters could sexually reproduce like most animals. While Sophia had found the reproduction experiment insightful, she knew that the chimeras had no special ability to make up for their dreadful lack of speed against Liz. On that note, Sophia hadn't expected the Magus leading the chimeras to command them so timidly either.
Not only was Sophia now hopeless about eliminating the hunters, but the attack had also failed as a field experiment. What a waste. This was such a rare opportunity to test the chimeras against a whole group of hunters of varying classes.
The stifled shadow soared high into the air with a single kick off the ground, her eyes set on the Magus commanding the chimeras at a great height. As Liz reached about the halfway point to the Magus, her acceleration dwindled until she was suspended in the air at the high point of her leap. Then she kicked the air and rapidly ascended again. It took the Magus commander by surprise. Sophia knew Liz's relic well. Apex Roots allowed its wearer to kick the air just once mid-jump. This was a simple relic, but it produced an astoundingly powerful effect when on the feet of the stifled shadow who had superhuman speed. Having reached the final Malice Eater in the air, Liz brought it down, Magus and all. As far as Sophia considered, the remaining 2 chimeras on the ground would provide no useful data. Data on a fight against the stifled shadow was pointless anyway. What was left on their side was Akasha, the weapon they'd designed specifically to take on grieving souls. Sophia and Noctis had worked to the bone to design this golem with a proprietary alloy armor that protected every inch of its structure and a shield that protected against any cut imaginable. Equipped with a sword and cannon, the giant artificial knight could handle short and long-range combat. Sophia and Noctis had considered all possible scenarios when designing the thing, and they'd charged it with enough mana to make it through dragged-out battles. A golem's most glaring weakness had always been its subpar intelligence. But with a human taking over decision-making for the golem, it was no longer a problem. This golem was a true weapon of war, worthy of the name Akasha. Noctis had devoted so much funds to the development of this golem that he'd received complaints from the Akashic Tower headquarters. For all the money and time they'd sunk into the golem, they were confident that it could hold its own against even a crowd of hunters. Sophia watched Akasha, wielding its sword and shield and keeping all hunters, like gnats buzzing around a light, at bay. Even the spot where Gark had directly struck its armor only had a small mark to show for it, with no damage at all. She imagined that the golem's controller was drunk with power. Useless. Sophia bit her lip again. You haven't even unleashed a fraction of Akasha's potential. In her eyes, her comrade in the driving seat seemed like a child wildly swinging a stick. Her fellow apprentices, for all their skill and knowledge in the labs, were amateur fighters. Sophia could already sense Noctis's disappointment at the controller's performance, which put the sigil on the golem's head to shame. The stifled shadow took out the remaining 2 Malice Eaters in one breath before gleefully charging at Akasha. Unlike the hunters, no backup would show up to aid the golem's controller. Their objective had been to diminish the number of hunters as quickly as possible, but apparently, Akasha's driver had forgotten even that. Even now, the golem seemed too preoccupied with blocking the series of attacks coming from the other hunters to pay Gark any mind, even when he was one of the most dangerous targets.
I'll have to take over as planned.
Sophia concentrated her mind and moved her fingers subtly so as to not tip off the hunters around her as she activated the spell to control Akasha. Using her administrator access, she took over control of the golem from her fellow apprentice. The golem halted for a moment before the true Akasha was unleashed.
We're doing good. We can win this.
Now that Liz had taken out the chimeras, the enemies were left with just a single golem to stop the hunters from invading their base of operations. Despite that, the black giant overwhelmed the hunters at every turn. Its arms swung hard enough to send hunters flying. It wore steadfast armor that had barely taken a scratch from Gark's attack. And it wielded a giant sword that threatened lethal blows. Still, Sven would take the golem over several chimeras any day, primarily because the golem's fighting was amateurish. Golems were incapable of executing complex orders. Even those created with great care had processing power inferior to humans, and thus they were usually relegated to only simple roles. While this golem seemed smarter than others, it still fell far behind the ingenuity of hunters who had to adapt to new threats at every turn in treasure vaults. These hunters weren't so fragile as to fall to a hunk of metal blindly swinging a sword, no matter how powerfully. All the while Gark's attacks had been affecting its armor tangibly, as long as they could get past its shield. Extraordinarily durable though the golem was, Hale's Tusk's blade hadn't chipped at all while clashing repeatedly with its armor. But on the contrary, part of the golem's armor had frosted over faintly where the halberd had struck.
I'm gonna tattle on you, City. I'm gonna let Krai Baby know you're having a tough time, and you owe me one.
Don't you dare, Liz. Why did you come anyway?
Crazed as she always was, Liz leaped into range of the golem, who was wildly flailing its sword. She darted past the tempest of the blade and kicked the golem square in its shield, shaking the 4-meter-tall golem where it stood.
Boo! It's so hard! I love it!
She darted up the shield, which was held up almost at a right angle, positioning herself too close to the golem for it to attack her with its sword. Then, she stretched her right leg out and struck the golem's head with a roundhouse kick. The impact forced the golem to step back, and Liz landed a few meters away. The golem apparently unaffected by the kick swung its shield at Liz, who dodged it without trouble.
Metal armor, boosters on feet, cannons on arms, shield, broadsword, no wings, all metal. Even the joints are protected. It'd be tough to break head on, huh? Well, I thought it was gonna be easy. I should have known Krai would have never let me out just to deal with some half-decent chimeras.
Rushing over to Sven, Henrik handed him the arrows he'd gathered. For the most part, as they hadn't hit their mark, these arrows were in perfect condition.
I'll help, Liz. This thing's slow. My arrows and Gark's halberd can't put a dent in its shield, but the rest of it is a little softer.
The frozen patches on the armor looked especially weakened. If they were able to distract the golem while they blasted the patches with full force, they may be able to finally break through it. Liz might be fast, but Sven, Gark, and a few others still boasted better single-hit damage outputs than her.
You're a thief. Let us have some fun once in a while.
The only thing that stood in their way now was Liz's lack of communication. In fact, asking Liz questions often ended up with her rejecting just because she could, even if she had no strong feelings about it beforehand.
I'll do what I want, so you'll do the same. Your arrows won't hit me anyway.
Sven was counting on Liz to draw the attention of the golem, which would create an opening for the rest of them to strike. They couldn't find any discernible weak point on the thing. So, while Gark aimed for its torso, Sven decided to shoot for its head.
We don't have much time anyway.
What do you mean?
Immediately, the golem, who'd been flailing its sword around, suddenly stopped moving. It slumped, as if it had suddenly been switched off, and remained completely still.
Did it break down? Or is this part of a plan? Regardless, now's the time.
Sven knocked an arrow. His arm throbbed in pain from the repeated firing. In an instant, the arrow was loose, and it flew straight for the golem's head. But just as the arrow was in the air, the golem reactivated and swiped its shield to intercept the projectile at its trajectory, displaying a level of purposefulness far beyond anything it had shown so far. Instead of blowing the giant's head off, the arrow struck the shield with an explosive impact and fell to the ground. The golem moved differently now, and every hunter could sense it. The hunk of metal which had been defending against the hunters without moving from its original spot suddenly took a stance that seemed infinitely more human. One lunge, and it swung its shield at the group of hunters who'd been avoiding its attacks with ease until now. The golem had suddenly become sentient. It inspired terror in the hunters.
Run!
Warriors with steadfast shields were tossed into the air like a burst of paper confetti, and, a moment later, crashed to the ground. Swift and deliberately, the metal giant swiped its sword in the next movement.
Fall back. Get on guard.
With a proper shift in weight, the golem lethally swung the sword. Barely missing the hunters, the blade ripped a trench in the ground. Gark, having moved behind the golem, whirled his halberd around. With a roar that shook the air, he swung his halberd down at its leg and found only air. A shadow obscured the moonlight. The 4-meter-tall hunk of metal had leaped into the air, only to succumb to the forces of gravity. Landing on the ground, it fractured the earth to spew a billow of dust and assaulted the hunters with sound and a shockwave.
What just happened?
Sven couldn't believe his eyes. The golem, who'd moved like a child playing soldier, now moved like a seasoned warrior all of a sudden. The metal hulk lifted its sword. Splitting the air as it brought the blade down, it pointed the sword straight at Sven. It was initiating a challenge.
For its size, this thing's too quick.
Healers were tending to those who'd been thrown into the air, but the golem paid them no mind. Neither was the golem fazed by the storm of magic striking its frame, as if it was well aware that it was impervious. Only Gark, Sven, and Liz captured the golem's attention. Below the towering frame in the night, a realization struck Gark.
That thing's acting like Ansem.
Ansem Smart, monikered Immutable, was the impervious level 7 paladin of Grieving Souls.
It's about the same height as him. Maybe they've modeled it after him.
Why would they?
And the golem was once again on the attack. Literal tons of metal charging at such a speed created a force too powerful for even them to block. Its colossal blade 2 to 3 meters in length swiped at Liz, who breezily leaped over it. As fast as the golem was now, it was still far too slow to catch the stifled shadow.
Liz can outmaneuver it at least.
Midair, Liz's eyes flickered in astonishment. Streaking across the night air, a blazing line of laser shot out from the blaster on the golem's upper arm and grazed Liz's midriff. Liz frantically kicked the air to propel herself back onto the ground. But by the time she'd landed, the cannon was already zeroed in on her. Liz sprinted, her composure uncharacteristically rattled.
What the hell? This thing's got a ranged weapon, too.
The new feature pushed the hunters closer to despair. While laser beams weren't as powerful as other weapons, they were extremely difficult to avoid. Even Liz couldn't outspeed light. While Liz could predict the trajectory of the laser by observing where the blaster was pointing, there was no avoiding the beam midair if she'd expended her midair kick for that jump. Relentlessly, the golem hacked at Liz with its sword, apparently recognizing her as its #1 threat. Every swing of the sword threatened a lethal blow to Liz's minimally guarded, small figure. Whenever Gark reared his halberd, the golem struck it aside before he could bring it down, and every arrow Sven fired at what he thought was its blind spot was deflected by its shield. The golem was evidently aware of its surroundings at all times, as if it had a bird's-eye view of the battlefield.
Why is it going after Liz?
Unlike before, the golem was fighting intelligently, prioritizing its targets. But this made it even more perplexing as to why I was hounding Liz. As dexterous as Liz was, her attacks were relatively less impactful on a golem plated from head to toe.
Knock it off!
A red welt marked her side where the first blast had hit her.
We can't take it out. It's too sturdy. This is a different game from the Chimeras, which could be taken out as long as Liz's attacks hit, maybe knock it off balance then. Can we pull it off now that the thing's almost as nimble as Liz?
On the other hand, now that she was ignored by the golem, Sitri was observing her sister's battle in deep thoughts that veiled all emotions. Submerged in concentration, she was muttering to herself.
Sitri, do you see a way out?
Oh, yes. Good thing it doesn't have an air yet.
What are you talking about?
Liz was moving faster and faster as she avoided the laser beams and jabbed the golem's legs with kicks. Still, the golem remained steadfastly standing.
I believe its weakness is its endurance. Alchemist made golems are powered by mana provided by a battery built into its structure. When it runs out of mana, it will naturally cease all functions, and the faster it moves, the faster it'll deplete its battery.
We need to drag this out then.
Laser attacks expend more mana than anything else, I think. It shouldn't last long if it continues to fire lasers like that. I doubt its plating is ordinary steel, so taking it out with brute force won't be easy. This is our best option.
So the battle would end when either Liz or the golem runs out of power.
For whatever reason, the golem had given up on attacking the other hunters, who'd been taking refuge from the battle. It either had no interest in killing the weak, or had considered Liz a great enough threat to demand all of its attention. Its sword cleaved the earth, and its wall of a shield swiped at Gark as if to brush off a speck of dust. Gark met the shield with his halberd but was knocked back, tumbling on the ground for a few rolls before using the momentum to return to his feet. The clearing now bore scars from sword and laser. The smell of burnt dust permeated the air.
We can outlast it.
With their greater numbers and the several healers among them, he felt confident in their odds. Prolonging the battle would take the most toll on Liz, but Sven knew she'd sooner die than throw in the towel.
Wear it out, Liz. Take your time and draw out those laser beams as much as you can, but pace yourself. We'll keep the sword and shield in check.
Like hell I will. I'm gonna waste that junk heap if it kills me. We don't have time for this.
Snap out of it. Think about it.
Kicking the hunk of metal couldn't be easy on her legs. Ignoring him, Liz sprinted to attack the golem from behind. The golem turned to follow her with its sword and laser beams. There was no question about who the last one standing would be in a full-force clash between flesh and metal.
No time? No time for what?
Liz was visibly agitated by whatever clock was ticking down in her mind. She leaped above the swing of the sword before landing on and running up the golem's leg. With a perfectly timed jump, she avoided the laser and struck the golem's temple with a devastating kick. The golem wavered. But even so, the blaster on its left arm focused on Liz. Instinctively, Sven fired an arrow at the golem's leg rather than its head. It struck behind the golem's right knee, forcing it to bend and causing the laser to miss its mark. Gark, who was already rushing at the metal giant, fiercely struck down on the same knee with his halberd. The enormous hunk of metal finally tilted. Its left leg slid under it as it began to fall backwards.
Hell yeah!
With a bit of good luck, it all came together. The golem had begun to lose its balance as it relentlessly followed Liz, and the combination of their attacks had struck in perfect succession. It'd take some time for the hunk of metal to regain its footing. Even fully armored humans would take some time and effort to stand up once again after falling flat on the ground.
This is our shot. Gark can strike its head once it's on the ground, and I'll fire at its head if it lets go of its shield. Maybe we can take it out here and now.
But Sven's flicker of hope was quickly crushed. He and Gark watched dumbfoundedly at the golem, which was not on the ground as it held itself up with jets of air blasting out of its back. The stream of air gradually raised the golem until it was standing on its 2 feet again, its sword and shield poised like nothing had happened.
This can't be happening.
Every threat that Akashic Tower had thrown at them thus far had been formidable. The seemingly impervious faux slimes, the top-level lightning spell that had incapacitated nearly 100 hunters, and the pack of elusive chimeras. Each one of them would have been a rare and deadly challenge for Obsidian Cross if they encountered them in any of the level 6 treasure vaults they frequented. But this golem with flawless fighting tactics was something else. Sven didn't have much prior knowledge about magic syndicates, but if all of these threats were a product of Akashic Tower's experiments, he wouldn't hesitate to label the syndicate as a terror to the entire world. He couldn't help but wonder if the golem's endurance surpassed even Sitri's expectations. As Sven watched astonished, Gark and Liz roared and charged at the golem with unrelenting spirit. Sven saw true heroes in them both. Inspired, he nocked an arrow. He was aware that even the other hunters who couldn't so much as approach the golem were running around the battlefield to gather his arrows.
There's more I can do. This one hasn't seen Storm Strike yet.
While Sven's signature attack had no effect on the faux slime nor the chimeras, he'd vanquished countless deadly foes with it in the past. Storm Strike demanded almost all the strength he had left. It wasn't supposed to be fired more than once in a quest, but still Sven was sure of his decision. Mindful of the weight of the bundle of arrows his allies had gathered for him, he readied his shot and poured his soul into his bowstring, focusing his mind through his exhaustion. He was sure he'd find his mark. He watched Gark and Liz dart around the golem, But this wasn't a problem, his target was clear.
This time, I won't miss.
And with utmost concentration, Sven drew his bow with all his might. Then, Liz suddenly relented on her onslaught and retreated a few meters away from the golem. Her face was red, her breathing heavy, her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was covered with pouring sweat.
Time's up! That's it!
Time's up. What could the self-centered, reckless berserker prioritize over fighting a formidable enemy?
Then, as if time itself had come to a stop, the golem halted where it stood. What are you all doing? Sweat rolled from Sven's every pore as the realization came to him. The voice belonged to a man who looked so out of place without any power in his frame, nor a weapon on his body, as if he wasn't a hunter at all. Adding to his forgettable appearance were his dark hair and dark eyes. With an utterly unintimidating gait and aura, he was so ordinary that no one would have noticed him in a crowded street. But here, while his eyes were looking at no one in particular, most hunters recognized him, and those who didn't would never forget this day.
Krai? Oh, I get it now. So you brought Liz with you.
At the edge of the woods stood the 1,000 Tricks, one of the 3 level 8 hunters in the capital, naturally outranking everyone here. He was infamous for his thorough secrecy of his tactics. He was a man who seldom left the capital. Krai didn't bat an eye at the marred battlefield. He didn't so much as turn to Sven when he spoke. A calm expression lay on his face, in contrast to the nervous Tino beside him. Krai almost looked transcendent, as if he was oblivious to the scene before him and the air taut on the brink of snapping. Even the golem had ceased its rampage in the face of this intruder, as if it too was awestruck.
I'm sorry, Cry Baby. I couldn't finish the job.
Yeah. Huh?
Even now I can't get a read on him.
Although the golem was just standing there was no need for him to fire any more arrows because he knew that everyone who encountered Krai would come to understand the meaning behind his moniker. Despite having worked with Krai for years, Sven still hadn't the slightest idea of how Krai's powers worked.
I see. It's all over then.
Then, the golem finally moved again, exploding the ground with each step as it lunged into a charge, faster than it had shown so far. It showed no interest in Sven, Gark, Liz, nor any of the other hunters. The golem was rushing towards Krai at the other end of the clearing. Yeah. Aha! Unbothered by Tino's terror, Krai simply took a step forward without even attempting to evade the enormous sword coming down on him. Those who didn't yet understand the meaning of the 1,000 Tricks' action cried out at what seemed like his last moment. Just as the blade was about to meet the unmoving Krai, the golem was blown away. None of the hunters saw or heard anything, but the golem that 3 of their best fighters had failed to even knock over was tossed onto the ground dozens of meters away from Krai, tumbling over a few times on its way. Its sword, having been knocked out of its hand, was now stuck in the ground askew. Gark, frozen, watched in disbelief. He saw no hint of Krai's attack. Not even had he used a physical attack, magic, or relic. Sven, as much as he was convinced of their victory with Krai's appearance moments earlier, had not expected this.
So that's what a level 8 can do, after they've struggled so hard against it? I thought the 1,000 Tricks wasn't a fighter.
What? What did you do, Cry Baby? That was incredible! I couldn't even see what happened!
The golem sprawled motionless on the ground. Even though it withstood the fierce battle beforehand, the impact with the ground alone didn't seem to have destroyed it, and this left the hunters wondering what exactly Krai had done. The light faded from the inverted triangle, a symbol of truth and the sigil of Akashic Tower, and the golem fell completely silent. Sorry, I couldn't really see in this dark. Did something happen? It was too dark for me to see diddly squat. Owl's Eye had run out of mana, leaving me as blind as a bat rather than an owl. It was so dark in the woods that I could barely see the back of my hand if I held it out. Blurred moonlight left a faint impression on the clouds, but that was far from enough for my bad eyes. Walking in darkness really made me appreciate all sorts of illuminating technology from the bottom of my heart. Can you see in this dark, Tino?
Master, you underestimate me too much. I am a hunter, you know. I can see in the dark at the very least.
Apparently, all hunters had night vision. And this was when I realized why Owl's Eye was so cheap. My heart was telling me to go home and take a bath, but I'd never make it back on my own. And we couldn't leave Liz out in the middle of the woods either. My only hope was in Tino, who would be leading the way as she continued to scout out our path.
Master, there's a bloody battle ahead. I sense one very nearby.
What? No, there's not. I said incredulously, and immediately, I wanted to swallow those words. Who was I to contradict Tino, an observant thief? Especially now when I was blind in the dark and to the dangers ahead.
I see. This isn't even considered a battle to you. I still have so much to learn.
The better question should be, do I ever learn? For the record, I was far more useless now than I had been when I flew into White Wolf's den in my desperate attempt to save Tino, which was truly setting a new low. Maybe I was the reckless one if I kept leaving the capital when I was pathetically powerless. After a few minutes of me silently discovering a new definition of rock bottom as I followed my trusty lackey, Tino suddenly stopped.
There's life nearby, Master.
Uh-huh.
There are several of them, and they ran, breathing heavily when they noticed us. Should I catch them?
As to why she'd asked this, I was clueless. Surely there were more than several animals in the forest, right? If they were running away from us, there was no sense in changing that. Live, love, and make peace, I'd say. Don't worry about it. Just let them go. Let's keep going.
Yes, Master.
Tino should learn to disagree with me once in a while. For example, if she'd suggested that we ditch Liz and return to the capital, I would have agreed to it in a heartbeat. Of course, I'd blame Tino when Liz inevitably demanded an explanation for why we'd left her behind. Soon we made it out to a clearing. Even though I could barely see at all, I could tell that there were no trees here. The air was electrifying like how it always was during a battle. Just barely, I could make out a black silhouette moving across my darkened vision.
Time's up! That's it!
As suspected, Liz had joined the hunters before us. Whatever battle that had been taking place was apparently already over. Thank goodness. I felt that weight was lifted off my shoulders as I tried to observe the clearing. What are you all doing? I was getting the feeling that even though Tino and I'd been following Liz's trail since she'd run off, we hadn't arrived at White Wolf's den as far as I could tell.
Krai, so you brought Liz with you?
A small victory for me. At least it didn't sound like they were mad at me for cutting Liz loose from her leash. As I stood there confused, Liz said,
I'm sorry, crybaby. I couldn't finish the job.
Yeah. Huh? Couldn't finish what job? A monster? A phantom? Save for a breeze, the world around us was quiet. I did have a safety ring on, so one surprise attack wouldn't kill me. Then, I heard a small explosion or something. Tino said my name, sounding very scared for some reason. Yeah, huh? My eyes weren't good enough to see in this darkness, and my brain wasn't good enough to deduce the situation. I took a step forward, and an upside-down triangle came flying at me. Confusion overpowered me, nailing my feet to the ground. Then a strong gust blasted right in my face and made me squint. The next thing I knew, the triangle had vanished. Moments later, the sound of a heavy impact resounded from the ground afar. My safety ring hadn't activated, and I was in the dark as to what in the world was happening.
What did you do, crybaby? That was incredible. I couldn't even see what happened.
What a coincidence, neither could I. Won't somebody please tell me what's going on? And turn on a light or something. Without a clue, all I could do was put on my usual pathetic smile and say... Sorry, I couldn't really see in this dark. Did something happen? With a bitter look on his face, Sven emerged from the cave that he'd cautiously gone into some time earlier. He stood across the bonfire from me as I shrank into the warmth.
We got our hands on equipment and documents, but no sign of the culprit himself. Shit!
There was an exit in the back. Seeing how prepared they were for us, I doubt he'd left a trail we could find.
From the little context I was able to learn, Sven and the others had figured out the people behind the changes in White Wolf's den. The hunters had chased them down to this place, their hideout, but they'd got away at the 11th hour. Whatever enemies they had to face must have been formidable. Everyone looked beaten up and exhausted. Monsters that even Sven, Liz, and Sitri could barely defeat? Those would surely rank pretty high on my avoid-at-all-cost list. Tino and I, very fortunately, had arrived just as the battle had wrapped up. The majority of the hunters were now pushing through their weariness as they extracted documents and materials from the hideout.
We'll put in a report as soon as we return to the capital. At least we're able to confiscate all this. If Noctis Cochlear had followed through with the research he'd theorized in his thesis, the Empire itself would be in peril. The Knight's Order will take it from there.
Things had certainly escalated since I'd sent them out. I could only hope against all odds that they wouldn't rope our clan into this any deeper.
Hey, Krai, what did you do back there? Was it a relic?
What's he doing out here on the field in full gear anyway? I thought he'd retired for a while. Poor Kana must have been astounded, I thought. What? Nothing. I didn't use any relic. Now that I could see thanks to the firelight, I couldn't help but notice that I was drawing some prying eyes. According to them, I'd blown away some final boss in the blink of an eye, which I had no recollection of course. The only thing I could remember was that something had been charging at me, but there'd been no chance in hell that I could have taken out a golem that they'd struggled against, and since my safety ring hadn't activated, it was clear that I hadn't even been attacked. Really, I think it just went flying on its own.
Like hell it did.
No, of course it didn't. That doesn't even make sense, but it's slightly more plausible than me having anything to do with it. Somehow, even though I hadn't performed a single useful action all night, my body felt heavy. Now that I was surrounded by a crowd of hunters, bodyguards, I felt like I could relax for a bit. Stretching and yawning, I was ready to head back to the capital now that things had clearly wrapped up here.
Hey, where are the magi we captured? Anyone got eyes on them? They were gagged and bound on the ground somewhere last I saw, so they can't possibly have cast spells. We couldn't really afford to pay them mind once the golem had shown up. They gotta be somewhere around here. Look for them.
Immediately, several hunters broke out in a search, weary and daunted by yet another task.
Master, could they been? The ones we ignored in the woods?
Yeah. Huh? I'd pretend I hadn't heard that I'd seen no evil and heard no evil there in the woods. How was I supposed to know that Tina was talking about humans when she said life? She should have spelled out that those were captives on the loose. Having given directions to the search party, Sitri approached me. Her face looked completely refreshed, with only marks of dust on her robe indicating that she'd so much as taken a break since returning from another treasure vault. She was far too energetic, especially for someone stationed at the back of a party.
Thank you for the backup. I didn't expect us to be as outmatched as we've been. We might have suffered some casualties if it weren't for your aid.
Letting go of Liz's reins had been completely on me, but I guess that had worked out fine in the end. At least Sitri's clear eyes were not scrunched in reprimand. My chest aching with guilt, I spewed a few very uncharacteristic words out of my mouth. Can I help with anything?
Thank you. If something comes up, I'll count on you, but I'll do everything I can to settle this myself. This is my battle.
In one of his emergency hideouts in the capital, Noctis was pensively scratching his head. His neatly trimmed white hair was disheveled, and dark bags pooled under his eyes, which twinkled with deep, boiling wrath and a hint of fear. The former master of Magi was cornered. For 10 years and change, Noctis had steadily carried out his experiments undetected. Now with completion nearly within grasp, he was teetering on a precarious balance with his entire project. With his base of operations uncovered, and most of its contents confiscated by the Association, the researcher had suffered nothing short of a devastating defeat. Akashic Tower, the infamous magic syndicate he belonged to, allowed its members to use any means necessary to pursue true knowledge. Noctis had been fully aware of how many enemies he'd be making by joining the syndicate, and that had been exactly why he dedicated a considerable amount of resources to implementing protective measures against potential raids on his labs. His security system made up of Sophia Black, a magus with extremely rare talents, and his other apprentices, who were sufficiently capable, albeit less so than Sophia was powerful enough that Noctis had been ready to accept defeat if said system was ever to be completely defeated. In fact, the first line of defense the faux slime had held its own against a band of 100 hunters. If it weren't for Sitri, the hunters would have never reached their hideout. Akasha, in particular, even had comfortably taken on several monikered hunters and a retired hero. In fact, Noctis had been completely assured of his victory until the 1,000 tricks appeared out of the blue. Despite that Noctis could close his eyes and vividly relive the last moments of the battle, which he'd observed through magical surveillance, he still couldn't understand what had happened. In the blink of an eye, just as Akasha had approached the 1,000 tricks to attack, it had been blown away. A single blow, whatever it had been, had overpowered the golem. And this was despite the fact that Noctis had developed the golem over years of experiments to make it extremely durable to both physical and magical attacks thanks to its soulless nature. Even more chillingly, the 1,000 tricks hadn't even considered the interaction as a battle. His abilities seemed otherworldly, even when compared to those of the former level 7 hunter, the War Demon. Dumbstruck by those turns of events, Noctis had made it out through the hidden exit only because the thief who worked in reconnaissance had guided him. Now, the thief and Noctis, along with 4 apprentices of his, were crammed into a room in this capital hideout. Save for the thief, everyone looked as pale as if they'd encountered death himself. The experiment had failed. Now their only way out was to escape as far away as they could. Since Noctis's memories were the only remaining copy of experiment records they could access, it'd take years to recover their progress. However, that was still better than having to start over from scratch. His apprentices were mostly unharmed, except for the one who'd been knocked off of the Chimera by Liz. Unfortunately, that apprentice was now detained with a severe injury. The spirits of the apprentices in the hideout now, however, had been completely shattered. Their eyes were blank as if all ambition had been wiped from them. Seeing their trusty Akasha being destroyed in a split second had left even Noctis, who'd seen his fair share of bizarre occurrences in his long life, shaking. His less experienced apprentices fared far worse than he did. Flick and the 2 apprentices, who'd been captured, were the most severely traumatized among them.
The 1,000 tricks let us go on purpose. As we ran for our lives, shaking in our boots, he stared right at us and said not to worry about us with a grin on his face.
After so long, he was still shaking with his knees held to his chest. His worldview of magi superiority had been uprooted. Sophia had marked Sitri as the most dangerous opponent, but Noctis now realized that they should have prepared for the 1,000 tricks more than anyone. Ever careful and calculating, Sophia had never once assessed a situation incorrectly before, but if even that had been manipulated by the 1,000 tricks, Noctis wondered what game the clan master had in mind.
Why has the 1,000 tricks let us go again? With all that power and information on his hands, why didn't he just come and arrest us himself?
Noctis had to agree, there was no debating that the 1,000 tricks was a foe they couldn't take on. But the most enigmatic thing about him was the way he'd cornered them to the edge of a cliff just to let them get away next. If he'd wanted to, he could have easily apprehended all of them already. The Malice Eaters wouldn't stand a chance against a hunter who could take out the golem in one shot, and Noctis doubted that the 1,000 tricks didn't have his own way of circumventing the transmogrified phantom's mana barrier. In hindsight, he realized that the level 8 hunter had always been at the center of this entire battle, pulling the strings all along. He'd been the catalyst, too. If it hadn't been for his involvement, the changes in White Wolf's den would have gone unnoticed for much longer, very likely leading to the successful conclusion of Noctis's research. And next, Noctis had only decided to eliminate the hunters instead of retreating because the 1,000 tricks had walked up to their base in the decaying district as if to warn them that he'd find them wherever they hid. Speaking of which, Noctis was still puzzled as to why the 1,000 tricks had given them a warning at all. Noctis's research was highly illegal. He'd gotten away with merely being banished from the Empire because of the legitimate accolades he'd accumulated over his career, and the fact that his thesis had been purely theoretical at the time. If his experiments on manipulating mana material, the performance of which was one of the 10 capital crimes in the Empire's law, ever came to light, Noctis would be lucky to be only imprisoned for life. More likely he'd be executed for it. Noctis didn't think a level 8 hunter would have mercy on his enemies, much less fear the Syndicate. And this left the reason behind his warning bell a mystery.
Enough. At this point, we only have one choice. We shall leave Zebrudia behind.
Zebrudia, home to various treasure vaults his research had required, had been the perfect environment for his experiments. The prosperous empire had also provided easy access to all materials they had needed. And Noctis had to admit that he'd felt personal satisfaction in wreaking havoc on the country that had banished him. But now he had to relinquish all of that. After his banishment, he'd rebuilt his research underground. So as long as he lived, he could start over again. Whatever the 1,000 Tricks' motive had been for letting them go, Noctis felt no drive to retaliate.
Any word from Sophia?
The thief's brows furrowed. Sophia was the only one of them who was unaccounted for currently. While she was already participating remotely during the operation, she'd neither shown herself nor answered her sounding stone since the battle in the clearing outside their hideout. Since she'd wrested control of Akasha halfway through the battle, Noctis had assumed she had been alive and well then, but now there was no telling if she'd been captured, killed, or forced into hiding. Sophia could handle herself and wasn't the type to ghost Noctis just because of a single failure. She'd only joined the Syndicate a few years prior, and Noctis had suspected that his research would have come to fruition much sooner if he'd been working with her from the beginning. If they were going to leave the Empire behind, she was the person whom he desperately wanted to be with them.
Professor, I need to speak to you about Sophia.
You better not start your nonsense now.
Ever the prideful apprentice, Flick had pleaded his case of demoting Sophia several times before. If he let his jealousy get the better of him in these dire times, Noctis would consider him truly useless.
No, Professor. I couldn't believe my eyes, but for whatever reason I don't know, Sophia has infiltrated First Steps. I saw her with my own eyes. She dressed very inconspicuously with her hood drawn and spectacles on, but there was no mistaking her.
Noctis peered into Flick's eyes and found him to be in earnest. Beside him, the other two former captives were nodding in fervent agreement. It seems I need to have one more conversation before we part the capital for good. With a deep inhale, Noctis gave his next order. Underneath the streets of the capital, in the labyrinthine sewer network, Sophia Black steadily walked along the slick pavement through the revolting stench and opaque darkness. A stream of sewage lined the pavement. Rats and cockroaches skittered across the corner of her vision. A faint source of light illuminated the meters-wide tunnel, projecting no other silhouette than Sophia's. The hood of her lived-in, baggy gray robe fell onto her fiery hair. Her eyes of matching flames remained emotionless. At the end of the day, Sophia had devoted exorbitant funds, time, as well as her own blood and sweat into her research, only for it to be now cut short, leaving many questions unanswered. She doubted that her master's revolutionary work, now that the documents were seized by the Empire, would come to fruition anytime soon. Materials to create the device used to disrupt the flow of mana material were rare enough as they were. Now there was no chance Noctis could acquire them within the borders of the Empire. Now there was no chance Noctis could acquire them within the borders of the Empire. Now there was no chance Noctis could acquire them within the borders of the Empire. Now there. Sophia had first sought to become an apprentice to Noctis Cochlear when she discovered his thesis tucked into a recess of a forbidden library. His theory had been brilliant, but above all, Sophia had been drawn to his obsession for universal truth, the burning thirst for knowledge that had driven him to research outlawed topics around the world, despite risking his title, position, and reputation. And before she'd known it, she'd begun seeking him out, never doubting that the author of such a thesis would have let banishment stand between himself and his research. Sophia had needed power. Her solitary pursuit for knowledge had plateaued, leaving her to yearn for a masterful mentor and colleagues that had shared her ambition. Searching for Noctis had been challenging, to say the least, especially when no record had even indicated if he'd been dead or alive. When she'd finally found him in Zabrudia from where he'd been banished, of all places, Sophia had trembled with joy. Now that it was all over, it didn't seem like she'd spent enough time with him. She'd expected the Empire to investigate their research eventually, but not this soon. Transmogrifying serum, malice eaters, Akasha, etc. All of the breakthroughs in weapon design created under Noctis's direction had been confiscated, but as far as Sophia was concerned, not all was lost yet. Her mind was now fixed on a weapon created out of a boundless thirst for knowledge, at least as dangerous as any of Noctis's. It was a weapon that had been sealed away due to its extreme danger, the ignoble bioweapon capable of bringing the capital to ruins. The Sitri slime. She was on the hunt for the slime, which was presumably loose in the sewer system. Slimes, no matter how deadly, acted on instinct, making them easy enough to track down for anyone familiar with their nature. Taking count of the vermin and insects that the slime must be feeding on, Sophia was narrowing down its whereabouts. She was determined to see this through. After resorting to every heinous means, she had to further her research. For Noctis, for her fellow apprentices, and for herself, she'd do whatever it took. Sophia continued through the sewers all alone. A few days after the investigation of White Wolf's den had concluded, I was sitting across from Gark in a meeting room within the Explorers Association branch in the capital. Kana stood behind Gark, and one of the Vault Investigation Bureau agents sat grumpily next to him. Next to me sat Eva, looking resolute and immaculately postured. Words couldn't express how much I appreciated her accompanying me when she was even less responsible than I was for whatever was going on.
You don't know anything?
Unfortunately, no.
Krai, you really think I'm gonna buy that?
Everything that had happened in and around White Wolf's den had become a much bigger deal than I'd expected. Despite the gag order from the Empire, Eva had been kindly whispering tidbits into my ear. More and more Knights of the Third Order could be seen on the streets over the past few days, apparently on high alert to hunt down remnants of Akashic Tower. I'd never heard of it before, but I was told it's an infamous magic syndicate. For some reason, I'd been often summoned to the association in times like this. They were hoping for the amazing level 8 hunter to unleash his ungodly power, or something. These were but pitiful attempts to squeeze an ocean of blood out of this level 8. Turnip, I'd used to dread these summons, but now I held my head high. No blame could have possibly been attributed to me.
I don't know what you're scheming, Krai, but there's no shame in asking for help. We'll do whatever we can.
There's no shame in me asking for their help. Why are you acting like I should be taking charge here? You should be doing everything, not just what you can. When will you believe that I haven't done anything? That I know nothing?
Checkpoints have been set up all over the capital, and so are bounties for their heads. I've been sending as many hunters as I can, but there's nothing so far. Chances are they're still stuck in the city. If the one Liz had knocked out ever comes to, we can start interrogating them, but no dice there for now either.
Let's stop beating about the bush, branch manager.
The Vault Investigation Bureau, a national agency tasked with researching relics, vaults, and phantoms, held a lot of power in the Empire and worked more closely with hunters than any other agency. Most importantly, my extraordinary ineptitude had put me deep in their bad graces.
Hows and tricks. We're well aware of your secretive practices. I'll also admit that whoever your sources are, your reconnaissance at times surpasses that of ours. It's only natural for a treasure hunter to conceal his strategies, but this mess has gone far beyond your 1,000 trials.
Yikes! I knew members of the clan had taken to calling my brainless decisions the 1,000 trials. Much to my embarrassment, but I hadn't expected the term to spread outside the clan. I wanted to cringe into the couch, but I forced my face to remain stoic.
Experimenting with mana material constitutes one of the 10 capital crimes. In a national emergency like this, every citizen of the Empire has the civic duty to cooperate with law enforcement. Believe me, the Bureau would prefer not to go against a level 8, but be forewarned, concealing any information from us may result in criminal charges. Krai Andrey. We are prepared to use Tears of Truth if needed.
Tears of Truth was one of the most famous relics in the Empire's possession. It had the power to see through lies, but because it was one of a kind, and that it kind of infringed upon human rights, there were miles and miles of red tape involved in using it. Even against criminals, the Bureau rarely authorized its use. The fact that the agent had it up and ready meant the Empire was serious about their investigation. Bizarrely, despite my sparkly clean rap sheet, I'd been subjected to this relic more than once in the past. Even though the agent's eyes were glaring at me like I was a criminal mastermind and giving me chills, I loudly proclaimed, "Bring it on! Brying 3 a sig! Oh!" The agent, who'd been coldly judging me, was now scratching his head in frustration. What did you expect from me? Besides, as a connoisseur of relics, I'd never pass up the chance to see Tears of Truth. The thing was a work of art, a national treasure. No skin off my nose. I wasn't lying. I really knew nothing.
Enough! How have you always circumvented Tears of Truth's detection? Every time we use it on you, the reliability of the relic is called into question. Besides, no one else in Empire history has ever been happy to have Tears of Truth used on them.
What could I say? I was an honest man, through and through. It was just as puzzling to me that they were always so sure that I was withholding worthwhile information. I'd told them again and again how useless I was, to no avail. Blame the association for giving me level 8, I'd say.
Agent Adrian, as you are well aware, Empire law strictly governs the appropriate usage of Tears of Truth. Krai has neither been charged with a crime nor has admitted to withholding any information. If you intend to carry this out on a law-abiding citizen based on nothing more than a baseless hunch, we are prepared to protest it through official channels.
And that was how I learned the agent's name. Adrian's frown had no effect on Eva, who sat upright and resolute as ever. She'd make a great clan master. That's enough. I really don't know anything about them, but Sitri had said she had a history with them, so you should probably ask her. She said she's going to settle this anyway. Shadows flickered on Adrian's face, and he muttered, "Sitri Smart." Gark looked like he was carrying tons of invisible weights on his shoulders, and Kana gave me apologetic looks. It wasn't every day that Sitri's name came up in our conversation because Sitri and the association had a history too. Sitri had long gotten over the whole thing, but apparently the incident still weighed on Gark's heart.
Allow me to personally apologize for that matter as an Imperial agent, albeit from an agency uninvolved in the incident. I would also like to thank her. She is a valiant treasure hunter after all.
I mean, Sitri doesn't really care. Keeping to myself that her perception of criminal justice had changed that day.
The case is already closed, which makes revoking the penalty very difficult. Attempts have been made to reopen it a few times in the past, but the circumstantial evidence was too convincing. Her moniker can be changed once no one addresses her with it, but being a member of Grieving Souls is hurting her on that front.
More than 3 years ago, Sitri had been roped into a certain incident and had been listed as the primary suspect in the case. Despite her charges having been dropped criminally for lack of concrete evidence, the association had caved under high pressure and imposed the worst punishment in their book, revoking her levels and labeling her with a dishonorable moniker. This result had likely been a compromise between the association, which had worked to protect its hunters, and the Third Order, which had failed to find any other suspects fitting the bill after thorough investigations. It'd been a huge scandal, with the Knights Order having put every resource they had had into solving it. Sitri could have very well been framed had anyone falsified evidence against her. Given these circumstances, I'd say Gark had done a pretty good job of holding on to the shadow of a doubt in Sitri's case. But I'd never forget the Sitri who, despite the smile plastered on her face with all the bravado she could muster, had been downtrodden behind the facade. Neither would I forget the powerlessness that had swept through me when I couldn't protect her from the slanderous verdict. She'd long returned to her usual self since then. Still, that incident had made me realize how sensitive Sitri had been behind her veil as I'd thrown spaghetti of comforting words and acts at the non-stick wall that had been Sitri.
Solving this case would certainly help hers. Her contribution to this country as an alchemist has been highly regarded. It won't be too long until her honorable name is redeemed.
Apparently he was on Sitri's side, most likely because Sitri had seemingly thrived in the investigation of White Wolf's den. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
With his spirits somewhat higher, Gark said, there were plenty of injured, but we were lucky to have gotten away with 0 casualties. That's a miracle considering the caliber of forces thrown our way. We're about to get very busy in this city anyway. What's Sitri up to?
Covering my ass, looking for the Sitri slime. But I'd sooner swallow a capsule of Sitri slime before I'd admit that. I'm not sure, so I answered. Well, I'll talk to her if I see her. Once I made it out of the intense meeting at the association, I made my way to the clan house's lounge to look for Sitri. Although 3 days had since passed, the lounge was still littered with hunters exhausted to their bones. What must have been a grueling quest had left them with peaceful expressions but no life in their eyes, like they had 1 foot already in heaven. Clan employees who staffed the lounge were running around wearily, weaving through bottles and barrels of spirits scattered all around, though I didn't recall ever seeing those drinks being served in the clan house. While embers of trouble still glowed out there in the city, at least First Steps was beginning to regain normalcy. Go get drunk at a bar instead, I wanted to say. Put those bonuses to good use.
Another insane trial. I thought I'd never see the sun again. Same. There were so many of us, with Sven and Gark and then Liz. I thought it'd be a piece of cake. If only half of us had gone, none of us would have made it back. Slimes there under my bed. Chimeras outside my window. The golem in my nightmares. I'm gonna quit. I'll leave this toxic clan behind me. That's it. Once the dust settles on this whole thing, I'm getting married. You hear me? I'm getting married after this is all over. Master is God. Master is God.
What hard knock lives hunters had, minus one girl who definitely hadn't been knocked as hard as the others. Even as they noticed me walking in, no one cared to stand or sit up. Since I'd promised Gark our full-fledged support, I felt terrible about their current condition. I'm sorry. I didn't think things would get so messy. You know, our clan's pretty high up there level-wise, so...
Of course, life's a breeze to you, said Lyle, sobbing and banging his fist on the table he was leaning on. You took out that golem in 1 shot, but we're not. Like you. For the love of all that is holy, have mercy on us.
I couldn't help but chuckle at Lyle, a brawny guy who'd crumbled on his table, his intimidating face now soaked in tears. Was it really that difficult?
Teach me that move, Krai, he cried.
Force of will, that's all it takes, I joked deadpan.
Force of will, bellowed Lyle. Are you serious?
Good thing everyone made it back, I thought. Death was an occupational hazard that could strike at any moment in this industry. But that didn't mean losing friends got any easier. I decided to let the miserable state of the lounge slide just this once. I took in the lounge's hunters who still had the will to speak return to their conversation.
Has anyone seen Talia? We were supposed to meet up here.
No, she's probably at home or in her lab. She was saying how the quest turned out pretty hard.
Guessing that my wounded hunters couldn't fully rest with me in the room, I decided to go back upstairs, after noting that Sitri was also missing from the lounge. And with one last look at the peaceful aftermath of a job well done, I left the lounge. In hindsight, Noctis could recall numerous indications of Sophia operating undercover. For one, Sophia had been privy to the inner workings of First Steps. Although she'd misjudged the Thousand Tricks' involvement, she'd been the first on his team to know of Sitri's return and had been aware of the other Grievers' absence from the capital. Not showing up in the hideout even once since the hunter's arrival had also been strange on her part. She'd also given only bare minimum directions through sounding stone calls, and she'd often remained silent even when the stones had been connected. Sophia had always chalked it up to her being busy with preparations. But now, Noctis understood that she just couldn't pick up the stone in the presence of the hunters. This also explained why she'd sounded so uncharacteristically ruffled on the call after Flick's defeat. Even the ice-cold Sophia couldn't be blamed for reacting that way after an ally had gone rogue and attacked her with a potentially lethal spell, albeit unknowingly. Noctis also remembered how she'd regularly disappear while working with the other apprentices, and how she'd been far too knowledgeable about the Grievers that she designated them as the theoretical targets when designing Akasha. Everything made sense if Sophia had been posing as a First Steps member all this time. Going undercover was just about the most effective method of reconnaissance and the riskiest. The toll it had taken on her, having to double as a hunter while simultaneously furthering her research, had been significant. The potential consequences of her cover being blown would have been dire for her, and the risks were so significant that if Sophia had given a choice, Noctis would have forbidden her from doing so. Yet Noctis could easily believe that the girl could have pulled it off perfectly without tipping him off. He'd attributed her recent radio silence to her cautiousness while in the company of other hunters. Since sounding stones were highly sought after and only had a specific function, she'd naturally be questioned as to whom she'd been communicating with if she were to be caught red-handed.
Is she plotting another scheme?
Eyes narrowing in contemplation, Noctis lowered himself into his chair. He knew Sophia too well to imagine that she'd give up the fight, even after witnessing the inexplicable power of the Thousand Tricks.
Enough, he thought. Call it off. There is nothing else we can do.
Now only Noctis himself remained in his arsenal, and he wasn't foolhardy enough to take on the Empire single-handed. Retreat, at times, was a valid strategy. Perhaps Sophia's blindness to that was her only fault.
Professor Noctis, we've managed to extract Sophia. We weren't followed, announced the thief as he entered through the hideout door with a girl in tow.
The girl had distinctive hair and eyes the color of roaring flames. Her figure was frail but not without feminine curves, and her innocent face betrayed no part of her history as an ostracized alchemist. Though, on her face was fear, something neither Noctis nor the thief had ever before seen on Sophia's face. Additionally, she wore a pair of thick-rimmed glasses, which Sophia didn't. Combined with her braided hair and an outfit that differed from Sophia's usual fashion, she looked distinguishable from the Alchemist, Sophia's of the Syndicate. Flick might have jeered at her looks under different circumstances, but now Noctis and his team showed Sophia nothing but silence and respect. None of them could deny how much Sophia had sacrificed for their cause, even if her undercover work wasn't enough to earn them victory against the Thousand Tricks. Standing there, she looked confused.
Your perseverance will not go unrewarded, said Noctis.
Sophia looked to and fro, and she took a step back.
Where am I? Who are you?
Her voice quivered with an uncertainty that no one on Noctis's team had found in Sophia's voice ever before. Terror flickered in her eyes in a way that almost made the other apprentices believe she wasn't Sophia at all. They watched her, astonished at the demeanor completely contrary to everything they'd known about Sophia Black.
Enough of that performance, said Noctis. We are leaving the capital a temporary retreat. Sophia, the results of my experiments live on within my cranium. Fortunately, we still have one Malice Eater left. It should suffice for a guard, shall we encounter any trouble on our way.
What? Astonishment filled Sophia's face as she noticed Flick and staggered back a few more steps.
What are you concerned about? Asked Noctis. I blame you not for this outcome. If I wanted to punish you in any way, I would first need to hold my other apprentices accountable for their failures.
Am I My name is Talia.
You're taking the joke too far, Sophia. Cut and flick. Braiding your hair and wearing a pair of glasses hardly makes you a master of disguise. Or what? Are you suffering from amnesia? He taunted, making Sophia's eyes widen.
Noctis had to agree with Flick on the point that Sophia's disguise seemed far too unconvincing. Anyone who'd interacted with Sophia for more than a few passing words would have easily recognized her. Certainly she wasn't convinced that she was fooling Noctis and her fellow apprentices now.
Shaking, Sophia observed the room and reached for something at her waist. The color was drained from her face.
Or is this still a part of her scheme? Wondered Noctis. We will not return to the capital for several years at the shortest, unless you mean to tell me that you would rather live out your life as a hunter.
Why am I here? Sophia, the Sophia Sitri had talked about? Muttered Sophia.
Noctis scowled. Something is amiss here. What has happened to Sophia?
He saw no possible reason why Sophia should continue playing her undercover part. Leaving the capital was too urgent of a task to be bogged down with some kind of prank, and Sophia knew it. Even if Sophia was forced to keep up the act for whatever reason, Noctis expected her to try to at least convey her intentions through subtle hints in the conversation.
Has witnessing the 1,000 Trix's inexplicable attack confused her memories? Or else did she manipulate some of her own memories, in case of being captured?
The thought that Sophia would meddle with her own memories was chilling, but believable enough that his zealous first apprentice would follow through on it.
Bring the Malice Eater, commanded Noctis.
Yes, Professor Noctis, answered an apprentice as...
Malice Eaters were a species of chimera unlike any other. Not only were they the deadliest chimeras Noctis had ever encountered, but their ability to reproduce was also truly remarkable. While they took longer to reach full maturity compared to other chimeras, the benefit of being able to mass-produce powerful chimeras outweighed the drawback. Incidentally, one Malice Eater had been grown within the city, and it hadn't been involved in the previous battle in the clearing. The apprentice brought in a Malice Eater noticeably smaller than those deployed in the battle. And as soon as she'd seen it, Sophia cried out and crouched on the floor in fear despite having been the chief caretaker of the chimera. Guided by the apprentice, the Malice Eater approached Sophia with a growl and sniffed her. Malice Eaters recognized their allies by scent, therefore no matter how dedicated Sophia was to maintaining her cover, there was no deceiving this beast, which could identify a target's scent from kilometers away. The chimera continued to sniff Sophia, who remained shrunken on the floor, on the verge of tears. Before long, the chimera let out a cry.
Impossible, exclaimed Noctis. Check again.
Why, sir, said the apprentice.
He guided the Malice Eater to smell Sophia again, causing her to squeak out a scream as the chimera overwhelmingly sniffed and huffed.
How is this possible? Said Noctis as he watched.
The Malice Eater that had trusted Sophia more than any other apprentice now stared at the girl with apprehension and animosity. Whoever the girl was, she was not Sophia. The apprentices watched this exchange with their mouths agape, and the thief went up to the girl in disbelief to peer into her face. Now even he was forced to admit that the girl couldn't be Sophia despite her looking identical to the first apprentice.
A twin? Muttered Noctis. But even then...
Never once had Sophia mentioned having a sister, let alone a twin. Even if the girl crouched on the floor was Sophia's twin sister, why had she joined First Steps? Did she contribute to Sophia's enthusiasm for battling the clan? A million questions sparked in Noctis's mind, but chief among them was, where was the real Sophia Black?
Why were you impersonating Sophia? Demanded Flick, on the verge of rage.
But Talia only cowered and shook her head. I don't know what you mean. Her fear and confusion seemed genuine.
Suddenly, Noctis shivered. He felt like he had caught a glimpse of some horror he was never meant to know existed. A powerful urge to leave the hideout nearly pushed him to action when his thief raised a brow.
Someone has infiltrated the building, Professor Noctis, he said.
Flick stepped away from Talia and pointed his staff at the door. He and the other apprentices wondered who the intruder could have been. A hunter wouldn't have produced any footfalls, and the Knight's Order would have charged in with their weapons ready. Most notably, the intruder had made it past the several locks, securing the hideout entrance.
I'm sorry for my delay, Master.
The room was silent at the emergence of the first apprentice. Noctis and his other apprentices had been awaiting her return with bated breath, but now found themselves staring at her in astonishment. Sophia's crimson hair glowed from within her hood, and her brilliant eyes like dark rubies glimmered with intelligence. Her gray robe fitted her loosely to conceal any curves in her silhouette. On her back, Sophia was wearing a large pack. Shocked beyond belief, Talia stared at her. If it weren't for the differences in their getup, Talia would have believed that she was looking into a mirror. Even identical twins wouldn't have looked this identical. Sophia gave Talia, now cowering on the floor with her back against the wall, a glance, and not a hint of surprise disrupted Sophia's calm smile.
I really am sorry, said Sophia. There was something I had to take care of, although I was hoping to finish it up a bit sooner.
Flick took a step back from her and said, Sophia, you have nothing to say about her?
Oh, hello, Flick. I'm glad to see that you and the other two captives are unharmed. I was worried sick that not everyone would be here. What's the matter? Why are you all pointing your staffs at me? Asked Sophia, her voice full of compassion.
The apprentices held their positions. The thief looked at her with just as much apprehension as the others. Even Noctis, who thought he understood exactly how unorthodox Sophia could be, had never felt such a sense of otherness about his first apprentice.
I shall ask you again. You have nothing to say in the face of this woman, who is your spitting image, Democtus.
There were other questions to be asked, but none came to Noctis's mind at the moment. His first apprentice had done nothing to alleviate the trepidation he'd felt since Sophia had walked through the door. She pondered the question for some moments before smiling brightly.
That's not quite true, Master. She's not the spitting image of me. I'm the spitting image of her.
Her words fell on the silent room.
Besides, you're too kind to say so. True, we have a similar frame and facial structure, but there are plenty of differences that distinguish us. I'm a bit taller, and my chest is a bit larger, making Talia a bit lighter overall, and that's why I'm dressed like this. Master, the art of disguise boils down to how well you can identify your target's key features and copy them. We are usually not as observant as we think we are, explained Sophia somewhat gleefully.
With a deep breath, Noctis asked, What do you mean?
This, said Sophia as she lifted her hood, is what I mean.
Under her hood, radiant crimson hair was exposed. Noctis and the other apprentices watched with befuddlement as Sophia gripped her long hair and pulled a snap, and the crimson wig slid off her head. Noctis thought for a moment that she'd pulled out her hair before he realized that it was a wig. Unveiled beneath the wig was a short set of bright pink hair. The crimson eyes that had once seemed to match Sophia's hair perfectly now emanated a strikingly different aura. Noctis, the apprentices, and even Talia beheld Sophia with new recognition.
I came to thank you, Noctis, said Sitri Smart, Sophia's nemesis. Without her disguise, even her voice seemed unrecognizable.
Sitri Smart, said Noctis. How did you sense? When did you take Sophia's place? How did you find this place?
His apprentices had distanced themselves from the intruder as much as the confines of the room had allowed, putting the Malice Eater between them and Sitri. Although the close quarters would work to the disadvantage of the Magi, it was doubly as bad for the physically frailer Alchemist.
Take Sophia's place? She repeated before confirming Noctis's worst fear. No, Master. It has always been me.
Impossible, thought Noctis, his mind refusing to accept this explanation.
When he'd first learned that Sophia was in First Steps, he had no doubt as to where her allegiance lay. He'd immediately discarded the idea that she might have been undercover while she'd been with him because of the strictly forbidden nature of his experiments. Undercover or not, she could face severe penalties, especially since Sophia had contributed to the research almost as much as Noctis had, making her equally liable for the crime.
Yeah, you were waiting to apprehend us for years, under the order of the 1,000 tricks, asked Noctis.
For the first time since she'd walked in, Sitri's expression clouded. Somewhat wistfully, she explained.
Noctis, you're a magus among magi. You have a brilliant mind, the dedication to pursue the truth, and enough power to follow your obsession through. Don't disappoint me now. I've sought out your tutelage because I was drawn to your work just as your other apprentices were.
What are you saying, Sitri? Muttered Talia.
Sitri ignored her and continued as if in a blissful haze. I admire everything about you, Master. Your magical prowess and knowledge that have once earned you the title Master of Magi. Your endless thirst for knowledge that has driven you to research the forbidden with no regard for your status. And your dedication and meticulousness that have allowed you to rebuild your research after facing exile. Researching the mystical requires a special set of talents, and you, talented in both magic and research, are undeniably a genius. Your talented apprentices would agree with me on that, I'm sure. You had everything I didn't. Creating Akasha or the mana material manipulator would have been too time-consuming and costly, not to mention risky, for me to attempt on my own. As I've said, you had everything, expensive equipment, rare catalysts and ingredients, talented researchers. You were even willing to consider my opinions when I hadn't served you long. It was very fortunate for me that you remained in the capital even after your exile. Sitri spoke matter-of-factly, not with zealous fervor, but with logical certainty.
Noctis understood her meaning, feeling a sense of kinship in her passion. Still, she'd gone much further than Noctis would have dared to in her shoes.
I have nothing to gain from revealing myself, continued Sitri, except to show my appreciation. After learning so much from my apprenticeship, I didn't want to disrespect you by disappearing just as the ship begins to sink.
Finally understanding the situation, each of Noctis's apprentices stood poised with their weapons at the ready, preparing to attack. The thief, too, was tensed in anticipation. They'd only hesitated to attack Sitri, even though she was giving them plenty of opportunities to because they were still unsure of where her allegiance lay. After all, someone like her surely had no place in a reputable society.
Sadly, our time together has come to an end, said Sitri ruefully. I wish we could have continued our research a while longer.
She remained unfazed even as one of the apprentices was pointing his staff at her, despite knowing how powerful a magus they each were.
Noctis, you said you didn't understand the Thousand Tricks' intentions. Why Krai had come so close to our hideout then, as if he was sending a warning? It's simple, she said as she smiled. He was sending a warning for me to wrap things up and return to him before I find myself in too much danger.
Impossible, muttered Noctis.
He couldn't imagine a level 8 hunter allowing one of his party members to pursue forbidden research under any circumstances.
But I do swear on my honor, Noctis, said Sitri, that I haven't betrayed your trust. I haven't told a soul about me joining your research, and to be fair, no one can keep a secret from Krai.
All life drained from her face as Talia listened to her colleague's confession.
I just didn't expect this moment to come while I was away, continued Sitri. Everything was all set by the time I'd returned. Noctis, I hope you see how generous Krai has been. She blushed like a girl in love, speaking of the virtues of her bow. He gave me and all of us a wonderful opportunity to test the products of our research against a whole battalion of skilled hunters. Can you imagine how disappointed we would have been to see our research extinguished without ever being able to test it?
Everything made sense now. Noctis recalled how passionately Sophia had advocated for taking on the hunters head-on.
You are mad, he muttered.
Sitri's excitement grew as if she'd been given the best compliment she could have hoped for.
The results speak for themselves. There were many surprises along the way, and oh, how I wish we could have continued our field test much, much longer. The transmogrified phantoms, the malice eaters, and Akasha each overwhelmed a band of nearly 100 hunters with Obsidian Cross and Gark Welter among them. That was a great, great success. So much so that I struggled to rein them in from killing anyone.
In hindsight, it was strange that their overwhelming forces hadn't killed a single hunter. It also didn't make sense how Sitri had so easily discovered their hideout and so easily found the weaknesses of every threat along the way. This was because the entire conflict had been staged by Sitri playing both sides.
Oh, don't worry, Noctis, she said. Akasha functioned wonderfully. The only thing I wanted was an area attack to deal with nimble hunters like my sister. Even its durability, which had been my #1 concern going in, was more than sufficient. It only looked like Krai had taken Akasha out in a single blow because I controlled Akasha to jump away on its own. I would have liked to continue testing it, but Sven could have damaged it with his storm strike had the battle dragged on any longer. Maybe it was for the best after all.
You finished? Shouted Noctis miserably.
He'd been made a fool all because he put his faith in the passion he'd witnessed in Sophia. With wrath overpowering his fear, Noctis raised his staff at his former first apprentice.
Don't worry. After your results are confiscated and you're arrested for being the worst criminal in Empire history, I'll carry on your research. Your dutiful apprentice will pass on your life's work to the future generation. What more could you hope for? Said Sitri with utmost sincerity. All the subtle signs Sophia had displayed that showed how unhinged she'd been under her mask came flooding back to Noctis, who connected the dots.
Sitri, but why did you make yourself look like me?
Because, Talia, I've learned from my mistake, answered Sitri as if she was explaining the workings of a natural phenomenon, that if you wear your name around like a badge, there'll be no escape when push comes to shove because there's only so much one can do. That's why I've borrowed your luck for a bit while I was working with Noctis, because your hair and eyes are so beautiful and recognizable. Sorry.
A tear streaked down Talia's cheek, but even that had no effect on Sitri's expression. She was a pursuer of truth, a slave to the stars who'd turned her back on morality without even realizing it. Her extreme philosophy reminded Noctis of the moniker that had been stripped from her. The prodigy had been an alchemist who'd produced remarkable results through her research at the Primus Institute, just as Noctis had done. Her fame and level had grown like a stoked flame until it had been suddenly extinguished over a certain incident, leaving her reputation an ashy puddle. News of the incident had shaken the entire empire when an unprecedented mass breakout had taken place at the Great Prison of South Asteria, the largest and most secure prison in the empire, which had housed high-level hunters and lethally powerful magi. There had been clear signs of outside help for the breakout, and the alchemist who had been frequenting the prison shortly before the breakout had become the #1 suspect due to circumstantial evidence. While she hadn't been convicted of the crime, Sitri had been demoted to a negative level and was forced to use an incriminating moniker.
Ignoble, did your demotion drive you to madness? Asked Noctis.
The ignoble laughed as if she'd been told a clever joke. I really hate that moniker. It's a horrible one, don't you think? No one calls me that anymore, but still, that has always been the mark of my failure until today. Master, from this day on, said Sitri as she laced her fingers together and adopted a tone as if she was blessing the worthy with a knighthood. You will be known as ignoble.
You won't get a chance, Sophia, screamed Flick, his face the color of fresh blood.
In the blink of an eye, Flick sent a fireball that could easily engulf Sitri flying at her.
Patience, Flick, said Sitri, almost exasperated. She hadn't so much as taken a half step to defend herself. That was always your problem. You're too emotional.
The Malice Eater ran into the path of the spell, defending Sitri from the ball of fire with its body. Showing no sign of pain nor injury, the Chimera bared its fangs at Noctis and his apprentices. Its eyes full of animosity, Malice Eaters were trained to obey their master's every order.
Gently stroking the Chimera's mane, Sitri said, You need to give them love. Living beings can't be moved by logic alone. Malice Eaters are very intelligent, but they're not machines. That's why they protect me over anyone else. Love and peace, by the way, is one of Krai's mottos.
Another apprentice fired a spell from behind her, but the Malice Eater whipped its tail to knock it off course. Even as a juvenile, this Malice Eater moved far faster than any human here could hope to. Noctis's final line of defense had become his most dangerous foe all of a sudden. Knowledge of the Chimera's capabilities glued Noctis and his apprentices to the floor.
Calm down, Noctis, said Sitri. It has taken me so long to come here because I didn't come just to say my farewells.
Enough of your soliloquy, howled Noctis.
Their relationship, the years they'd spent as mentor and apprentice, had crumbled to dust, and Sitri's confession was the nail in the coffin. If her involvement ever came to light, Sitri would be indicted more harshly than Noctis himself. Her honesty meant she had no intention of letting Noctis nor the apprentices out alive, and by the same token, they could afford no mercy for their former colleague.
Coming here alone, thought Noctis. Either out of arrogance or not expecting all of us to be assembled will be your downfall, traitor.
Noctis and each of his apprentices were powerful magi in their own right, in addition to capable researchers. A magus casting a powerful spell could cause as much damage as an entire squad of soldiers. There were 5 magi of that caliber here, and they were not going to be mere sheep for slaughter.
What makes her so confident? Wondered Noctis.
The first rule of fighting a magus was to not give them enough time to prepare a powerful spell. And yet, Sitri didn't take even a step while the Magi spent 10 or so seconds chanting their incantations. Just as Sitri opened her mouth to speak, Noctis fired his spell.
Infernal Kaiser, exclaimed the former master of Magi.
At his incantation, flames of the advanced spell ravaged a medium-sized area. Waves of golden flames, burning hot enough to melt metal, swallowed up the Malice Eater and Sitri. A throbbing sensation shot through Noctis's head as he cast the attacking spell, something he hadn't done in a long time. Remaining in control of the Inferno, he contained its flames and heat at a safe distance away from himself. The flames licked a portion of the wall and the door and reduced them to ashes in an instant. As the tide of fire gradually receded, a charred Malice Eater was revealed. If even a chimera with resistance to magic couldn't withstand the fire, Noctis had no doubt that the frail alchemist was now nothing but a pile of ashes. When the flames finally cleared, however, a chilling sensation ran through Noctis's bones.
Please hear me out, Noctis, said Sitri.
She stood there without so much as a blister. The walls, the floor, the Malice Eater, and even her wig on the floor, however, had been incinerated.
Impossible, muttered Noctis. How are you alive?
By measure of destructiveness, this spell was even more powerful than Flick's magnum opus.
Sitri sighed, then pouted and said, "Listen to me because we'll never see each other again."
Sitri held a large jar in her hands, its open lid revealing an empty space within.
"You've given me so much, Master," she said. "As a token of my thanks, I want to show you something that I've wanted to show you for a long time. It's a little dangerous, so I'd entrusted it in Krai's care. But then he must have known I'd wanted to show it to you before we parted ways forever, so he guided me to it. It took me a while to find it in the sewers before I could make it here."
What is she babbling about? What could she have possibly brought? Thought Noctis as he watched the charred and half-dead Malice Eater trying to tear itself away from Sitri.
Explaining with the same passion Sophia had shown when speaking about her experiments, she said, "It's almost the polar opposite of a transmogrified phantom. It's a revolutionary slime, extremely adaptive. A transmogrified phantom converts the mana material that makes up its body into a well of mana. This slime absorbs mana and mana material around it and grows by feeding on it. I'm really proud of it, actually."
What?
By Sitri's feet, a translucent blob wriggled. Noctis finally spotted the golden slime, which looked about the right size to fit into the jar she was holding. Noctis had never heard so much as a theory about a creature like that, but his blood ran cold at the implications of Sitri's description. The world was full of mana material. Every living thing took in mana material and derived their energy from it. This same force gave rise to treasure vaults, phantoms, and relics, while also providing hunters with their superhuman abilities. If Sitri's description was accurate, a slime that fed on others' mana material could, by extension, devour the entire world. That golden blob posed a far greater threat to the world than a lifetime of Noctis's research combined.
Are you truly mad? He asked. Sitri, an abomination like that would be far too dangerous.
"But there is this one thing I couldn't get right. Its appetite remains insatiable no matter what I tried. I've managed to teach it that Krai and I are not food, but that's about it. An uncontrollable monster isn't a viable resource. It's barely usable as a last resort. So I was hoping you could advise me on this matter before, well, I knew it was a long shot."
Then the slime stretched itself over the quivering Malice Eater, and as soon as it was enveloped by the slime, the chimera was immediately dissolved, mane and scales included. Quickly, the slime's color shifted from gold to the same ash gray the Malice Eater had been. Only then did Noctis realize that the slime had only been gold in color because it had absorbed his spell.
Beaming at him, Sitri said, "All right, Noctis, this is the other reason why I've come. I invite you to help me test the Sitri slime. How fortunate for me that I can test it against a magus of your prowess."
"Run, Master," called Flick as he fired a spell.
Noctis's apprentices were talented enough to warrant their pridefulness. Seeing that such an attacking spell had no effect on the slime, they'd switched gears entirely. Flick's spell permeated the room with thick, blinding smoke as the Sitri smile disappeared within it.
"If we let her live, she'll prove a grave threat to Akashic Tower. We'll hold her off."
"Flick, me, a threat to Akashic Tower?" called Sitri despondently from beyond the smoke. I am the embodiment of their philosophy.
Ignoring her, Flick continued in a voice bolstered by resolve. Sophia came alone. You can escape if you make it out of here. Contact headquarters. She'll be done for.
Noctis felt strength coursing through his body from the buffing spells his apprentices had cast on him.
The Sitri slime was too powerful. Seeing how it had absorbed Noctis's spell with ease, it was clear that even 5 magi together stood no chance against it.
Are you sure, Flick? Said Sitri with a twinge of surprise in her voice. Noctis favored Sophia over you when you'd served him much longer. He's wounded your pride. Why don't you run instead of die to protect him?
Don't you dare mock me. I'm not like you, shouted Flick. I respect Professor Noctis. I revere him, even if he doesn't find much use in me.
Quick-witted and a genius in his own right, in a different way than Sophia was, Flick was a more than capable apprentice. Noctis hadn't seen his pridefulness as a flaw, and suspected that Flick may one day surpass him in the art of spellcasting. Now Noctis regretted propping up the new talent over his long-standing second apprentice. Still, Noctis's pride in his own powers had made him weigh talent over seniority.
Having calculated numerous alternatives in a flickering moment, Noctis simply said, "I am counting on you, Flick."
Yes, sir, answered Flick.
Noctis didn't expect his apprentices to survive. But if Noctis were to perish in their places, the remaining apprentices would have no way to reach Akashic Tower. He wouldn't let Flick's sacrifice be in vain. The small doorway had been expanded when Noctis's spell had burned down a portion of the wall. He sprinted into the thick smoke. Following him was a quick succession of magic spells.
Then Sitri gasped. Wait, move, she shouted.
Noctis's gambit paid off as he made it out of the room without running into Sitri nor the slime, casting a wind spell to sail himself faster. Noctis darted down the hall at a speed too fast for his old age. No sign of pursuers. Sprinting and panting, Noctis was reassured that Sitri's forte lay in research. If she'd been as physically capable as full-time hunters in a level 8 party, he would have never gotten past her. Now that he knew Sitri couldn't catch up to him. Still, Noctis refused to slow down. As any proper hideout should, this one had 2 exits. Making for the one that had spit him out in a dark alleyway, Noctis bounded up the stairs. Once he was outdoors, he could fly away using magic, and even the heightened presence of patrolling knights wouldn't be able to stop him. As long as he could successfully warn Akashic Tower of Sitri's betrayal, she'd be as good as dead. She could blame that on her desire to stroke her ego by revealing herself. Noctis made it above ground into the seedy alley lined with a cracked pavement. Several paces away sat a vagabond cloaked in a heavy coat. Still no pursuers. Without a second to waste, Noctis crafted a spell of flight. His body was lifted into the air and his heart was solid with determination to avenge his apprentices and make Sitri pay for making a fool out of Akashic Tower, a feeling unlike the obsession that had driven him to continue his research after his exile. But just as he felt the surge of wind that had taken to the skies, a violent impact struck him from the side, and his world toppled as he crashed down the flight of stairs he'd just ascended. Pain shot through his back and arms as he tumbled step after step. Though once he reached the bottom, Noctis, staff still in hand, forced himself to rise to his feet. Atop the stairs stood the same vagabond from the alley. A dingy overcoat concealed his face and upper body as the figure towered above the stairs in the opening. Almost on reflex, Noctis fired a spell at a casting speed attainable only through decades of dedication. A swarm of fireballs assaulted the vagabond and set the overcoat ablaze, but the figure didn't so much as make a sound. Still on fire, the vagabond charged down the steps.
What?
Fighting through his confusion, Noctis unleashed a chain of spells, blades of wind, lances of water, bolts of lightning. He threw spells of every element he could cast at his mysterious assailant. Yet, his attacker showed no sign of slowing down. Noctis's mind was boggled. Eventually, his spells tore off the assailant's coat to reveal the figure beneath an enormous, nearly naked humanoid for all Noctis could tell. It had muscles bulging beyond the limits of the human body and ashen skin that distinguished it from an ordinary human. It wore no clothes except for a bright red banana hammock covering its loins and a paper bag covering its head. Noctis had never seen anything like it.
Oh, good, called a voice from behind. That's another one of my pieces I wanted you to see, Noctis. To protect the integrity of our experiment, I couldn't very well bring it to White Wolf's den, so I didn't get a chance to show it to you. Now I have no regrets.
Noctis couldn't tear his eyes away. The emotionless gaze stared back at him through the holes cut into the paper bag on its head. Despite its humanoid appearance, Sitri's peace exuded an inhuman aura as if it was a manifestation of unadulterated violence.
Noctis, I believe the downside of Akasha lies in its cost and incompleteness. As powerful as it is, we couldn't have created it without the limitless funds of Akashic Tower and its advanced technology. Besides, Akasha would be outmatched eventually if the treasure vault's level gets high enough. This is the solution I came up with. What do you think?
The mysterious monster slowly approached Noctis, his brilliant mind now completely befuddled. He had no way to explain the creature now approaching him.
Sitri continued, "This is a bit embarrassing, but I needed power fast. That was why I'd given up on researching golems on my own and decided to focus on chimeras."
Chimeras. Noctis was shaking. Impossible. What creatures did she combine to make such an abomination? This is insanity.
His mind knew the answer, but his humanity refused to accept it. The durability to withstand a barrage of spells without a scratch, the enormous energy thrumming from it.
This has to be.
I really wanted the right ingredients. Did you know, Noctis, that I'm the weakest member of Grieving Souls? If I let moral quandary hold me back, I'll never keep up with them.
Suddenly, all the dots connected in Noctis's mind. The inmates who'd escaped in the breakout at the Great Prison were all high-level hunters who couldn't be contained in ordinary prisons, and most of the escapees remained at large even now, several years later. Slowly, almost as if a giant puppeteer was pulling his strings, Noctis turned around. The sight of Sitri nearly knocked the wind out of him.
You were guilty of it. After all, he squeaked out.
I made a mistake, but I learned a lot from it. There were only enough usable parts to make one, but you have to admire how it turned out. "I called it Killium," said Sitri as her eyes moved over Noctis's shoulder. "Say ye."
"Kill," came a shrill voice incongruent with Killiam's stature from within the paper bag.
Noctis shook at the vileness of the creature, and even more so at the fact that Sitri Smart was a free woman, barely held accountable for her crimes, while he himself was exiled for his pursuits.
Ignoble.
"Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'm still a hunter," said Sitri. "Your memories, though, I'll have to get rid of those."
Lifting his staff in desperation, Noctis began an incantation. Before it all went black, Noctis saw the smiling skull mask and heard the shriek "kill" in his ear. She had been a kind, knowledgeable, and quick-witted girl. Not all humans were born equal. Even those born in the same town, raised in the same environment, and had put in the same amount of effort could end up with dramatically unequal prowess. With every member of Grieving Souls being extremely hard-working, the disparity in their skills because of differences in natural talent had become all the more apparent. The girl who'd aspired to become an alchemist had worked just as hard as the others, and she'd been troubled because of it. Her friends had been climbing increasingly faster and higher, threatening to widen the gap between them into a devastating vast divide. She'd never stopped honing her craft, always fighting alone as if she'd been expending her soul to do so. Better than anybody else, I'd known how hard she'd worked. Her dedication had been a shining beacon I couldn't bear to look at for too long. As a friend, I had had to help her, so I taught Sitri how to ask for help. To me, she'd been a hero, braving the journey that I couldn't. I'd believed that her hard work, undaunted by her lack of natural talent, would draw people in and make them want to help her, eventually leading her to produce results comparable to the other grievers someday. Even though she hadn't been the strongest among us, she'd been the most studious. While I couldn't help her myself, I could at least trust her and wait for her to succeed. So I hadn't been at all surprised when she'd been the first one in our party to make a big splash in the capital, but I'd been relieved by it nonetheless. We'd celebrated together when she'd succeeded, and I'd consoled her when she hadn't. I'd seen her smile and tears more than anybody else had. There'd been nothing more I could do for her, and I hadn't expected that to change anytime soon. The quiet and gentle Sitri would face more tribulations than the rest of us. But she'd been strong enough to admit her mistakes, and since she could turn failures into successes, she'd go further and further. Sitri's voice replayed in my head. "I messed up, Krai. Even if the culprit turns themselves in now, they won't trust me, will they? I'll accept the moniker. Some blame lies with me too. There are plenty of things I can learn from this. Next time, I won't make such a mistake. I'll be better." But I did get my hands on some wonderful ingredients. So it all worked out in the end. It's wonderful. At this rate, it can continue to adapt to higher-level treasure vaults. Organic is the way to go. I did waste a lot of the ingredients, though. Anyway, its name is Killium. I made an alchemist friend. She has gorgeous hair and eyes that just catch your eyes, and now I want some magic-infused ingredients. But with the Titan's security, the ingredients from the decaying district are no good. They're so poor in quality that I can't even use them for a mass production model. Now I was back at my usual position in the clan master's office, listening to Eva's report. They were doing some wacky research then, I said.
You sound uninterested, said Ava.
That's because I am uninterested. Leave the past in the past, I'd say. 3 days had passed since Noctis Cochlear, one of the higher-ups of Akashic Tower, and his team had been arrested. 10 patrols of knights from the Third Order were just getting sparser, signaling the return of tranquility to the capital. A gag order meant that most non-hunters had no idea of what was happening to begin with, but I assumed even they could sense that the storm had passed. Breaking down phantoms, chimeras, a golem, and a slime. They were trying their hands at all sorts of things, weren't they? I said. Practically an expo on alchemy, isn't it? Not much detail had been included in the report, but the slime they'd confiscated from their headquarters in the capital was apparently the worst of the worst. Sven had seemed rattled by it, at least when he'd rambled as he'd violently shaken me by the shoulders, his expression looking like he'd had a brush with death. I still had the impression that slimes were the weakest creature there was, but I was tempted to see who'd win in a fight between Akashic Tower's slime and the Sitri slime. On second thought, I had no interest in being near either of them. At the end of the day, the case had been closed when the ringleader Noctis Cochlear had been arrested. While he and his men had lost their memory leading up to their arrests, their experimental records had been confiscated by the Empire, and they'd been all sent to the great prison of South Asteria to await judgment. Everyone involved in the investigation, including those from my clan, had been awarded an even bigger bonus than what had been promised in exchange for their confidentiality regarding all details they'd uncovered during their investigation. Now that the culprits had been arrested, the past few days had definitely been a relief that I no longer had to endure Gark and Kana's presence as they'd kept knocking on my door at every turn. As I sat there enjoying a peaceful day, polishing my relics, the star of the show walked through the door. Sitri had really outdone herself this time. She'd taken charge of the hunters in my stead and uncovered the cause of the abnormalities in the treasure vault. After returning to the capital, she'd single-handedly uncovered the Akashic Tower hideout and captured the band that had escaped the cave outside White Wolf's den, a standout performance if I'd ever seen one. She'd even taken care of the Sitri slime, which I'd accidentally let escape. In fact, most of her accomplishments happened to cover my butt. If I were the Emperor, I would have awarded her a medal, no question. The hero of the day, my old friend, approached me with silent footsteps and smiled cheerfully.
I made it through that meeting, she said.
Great job, Sitri. Does it look like they'll rescind your demotion? I asked. More than 3 years had passed since Sitri had been blamed for a crime she didn't commit. Her level had been lowered to the negatives, and she'd been stuck with the terrible moniker ignoble. Naturally, I'd tried to protect her from that with everything I'd had, but it'd been no use. There'd been too much pressure from the Empire, and I'd been neither strong nor connected enough to do anything about it at the time. To this day, it still didn't sit right with me that she'd been punished without concrete proof. Sitri had been framed undoubtedly. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a set of circumstantial evidence for them to justify blaming her. She'd just smiled and forgiven me for failing so pathetically to protect her. Even now, I regarded this as my greatest failure since moving to the capital. Her sister, meanwhile, had guffawed to her heart's content upon hearing the news of Sitri's demotion. From what I'd been told, Sitri's incredible contributions to this recent case could lead to the repeal of her demotion. Gark would be on her side completely too. My hope was dashed, though, when she wore a gentle smile and shook her head. So, it was no good.
Since it's been a few years, they said, explained Sitri. But I'm seldom addressed by my moniker now, so it should be taken off in a couple of years anyway.
Bureaucracy at its finest this is.
Their loss of recent memory worked against me. They suspected me of foul play.
What? That's not your fault, I reassured her. Besides, Talia lost her memory too, didn't she? Talia was a clanmate and friend of Sitri's. She'd found Talia detained in the Akashic Tower hideout. They'd been investigating why Noctis's team had abducted her. But since the culprits had lost their memory, I doubted the truth would ever come out. We'd just have to count our blessings that Sitri had been able to rescue Talia unharmed.
Things would have been different if, say, evidence linking Akashic Tower to the prison breakout were to be found, but that'd be too convenient, wouldn't it? She said.
Right. Life doesn't always work out like that.
Since I was the first to set foot in their hideout, it was premature to expect too much this time.
Yeah, huh?
Am I the only one who feels like you two are not always on the same page? Interjected Eva.
If we weren't, that was entirely on me. Sitri was so wickedly smart that I often couldn't keep up with what she was saying. And that was my go-to response, whether or not I could understand or even hear what someone was saying. Once, I'd spoken with Sitri, asking her what she'd meant every time I didn't understand her. That conversation had been so tedious that I decided to let slide any confusion or curiosity about Sitri's topics of conversation. My method had worked so far, so I saw no need to change it. Reading the room, Eva excused herself. Apparently she respected the precious little time I could spend hanging out with my party mates nowadays. Sitri faced me square.
Krai, thank you so much for everything, she said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks, I said a little guiltily. Sitri had just gotten back to the capital when I'd roped her into this, and now she was thanking me? What an unfeeling beast I was. I relied too heavily on Sitri and her ever-gentle smile.
No, this went so much better than last time, she exclaimed without a hint of stress in her voice. I can really tell how much I've grown. Her expression seemed brighter than usual, too.
You did a good job, then? I asked.
Yes, since I rescued Talia in the process, there's nothing to complain about.
Sitri was beaming. Her gleaming pink eyes matched Liz's. Seeing her like this reminded me that she and Liz were actually sisters.
Except, she said, I'd needed to produce a culprit, so I decided to hold off on acquiring magical ingredients.
Yeah, aha. Smiles made the world go round. Being a hunter wasn't easy. There were plenty of hardships that made you want to just end it all or barf all over the place. Still, I really wanted Sitri to keep smiling through it all. To that end, I'd do anything I could until I retire from treasure hunting. Speaking of it, did you settle whatever history you were talking about? I asked.
Putting her hands together, Sitri said with a smile, yes. Thanks to colored water.
He was a towering man with muscles threatening to burst through his gray half-plate armor. Gleaming on his armor were countless scratches that told stories of the battles he'd survived. More noticeable than his stature, however, was the enormous sword on his back, an unsheathed barebones greatsword with a dull golden blade. Plenty of hunters walked the streets of the capital, but he drew the full attention of the crowd as he entered the city through the north, largest gate. The man groaned at the attention gathered on him.
So, this is the famous Brudia?
Yes, Arnold. There's a lot of life here, like we've heard.
Arnold had 7 companions in tow. One of them, a man dressed in relatively light gear, took in their surroundings. Everything about this place was different from Arnold's world. The number of people, the size of the city, the never-ending hustle and bustle, and most remarkably the air were different. Unlike in Nebulanebs where they were hard-pressed to see the sun on any given day, the sky above Zeebrudia was clear and blue. This was no land of perpetual fog where the people were depressed and on edge. After giving their surroundings a good look like he was assessing a glimmering treasure, the man's grin widened.
Of course, I don't see anyone too high in level. Even the famous Rodan may prove to be a disappointment. Hopefully we can have a little fun with him after coming all this way.
The other men chimed in with laughter. Their eyes were bright with great confidence cultivated from vanquishing countless monsters in a world of dark fog, from training and honing their skills alongside each other, and, more than anything, from Arnold earning the title of hero by saving an entire nation. The broad golden blade on his back was the insignia of one who'd slain a dragon, the apex being of this world. Arnold, the crashing lightning, the hero of the misty lands of Nebulanudes, and the leader of falling fog, was not smiling.
With only a glance around the streets, he commanded, "Find the strongest warrior in this country."
His golden eyes glimmered with an electrifying urge to fight. Sitri Smart had cried a lot. She'd been so timid compared to her sister Liz that I sometimes couldn't believe they'd been related. Back in the day, she'd come crying to me at the drop of a hat. Her brother and Sam had been quiet and stoic, and her sister had been, well, Liz, so the responsibility had fallen upon me, the party leader, to lend her a shoulder. On another note, I'd known nothing. Well, I'd had basic knowledge and vocabulary about treasure hunting, but those had still been insufficiently specialized for me to comprehend most of what Sitri had been saying. Still, I'd been an effective listener for Sitri because she hadn't been looking for practical advice or even more knowledge. She'd been dedicated, hardworking, and unmistakably talented. I may be biased. The only thing she'd lacked had been confidence. I'd assumed that watching the others grow stronger and stronger had rattled her. Sitri had been plenty strong in my book already, but she'd always held a low opinion of and maintained very high standards for herself. Since Alchemist needed to be skilled in many departments, Sitri had always made herself the most studious of all of us. The only thing I could do had been giving her pretty useless advice confidently. It'd been exactly her own hard work that had made her the ever-smiling, best-studied alchemist I'd known. This was a record of Sitri's growth throughout the years, written by her useless advisor. Sitri, 15 at the time, had come to me with tears in her eyes.
I want to be useful too.
You already are, I'd said. Grieving Souls had one of the best attack and defensive capabilities of any party I'd seen, and Sitri was the backbone of our operations. She handled everything, including replenishing our supplies, researching information on vaults and phantoms, and even negotiating if it came to it. Even though she wasn't the best fighter in our party, we couldn't operate without her. She was so useful that there was practically nothing left for me to do. Most of the time I just stood by Sitri and watched, not bothering to perform the duties of a party leader. I meant what I'd said, but Sitri shook her head.
Not when in battles. I want to join our fights. I can't stand just giving directions from afar, she said as she buried her face in my chest.
Yeah, I patted her head to calm her down. But that isn't the job of an alchemist, is it? I thought. She'd already contributed infinitely more than I had to the party, and she still wanted to do more. Besides, our battles were always intense, so I thought she might be better off pursuing a supporting role rather than becoming yet another attacker. We were too bloodthirsty then. For the first time in a while, I seriously contemplated her conundrum. Well, then why don't you try throwing potions or something? At the time, Sitri's role in battle was to give direction, as well as to support and heal the other members before and after combat. Combat was too intense for her to directly intervene, but if she could at least heal the other members mid-combat, that would make a huge difference for our party. Sitri looked up at me and crooked her neck. She said,
You mean I should brew poison to throw at our enemies?
What? Well, I'm sure you're good at brewing poison, but why is she so hell-bent on killing things?
But most existing poisons are useless against monsters and phantoms and...
Aren't those illegal anyway? I pointed out.
I'm licensed to handle them, of course, OIC.
Since when has she obtained that license?
With utmost sincerity, Sitri said, I just need to concoct a brand new poison. Something that could kill phantoms and monsters with just a single drop.
What?
Now that you've mentioned it, I've been too focused on healing and supporting, but with my aim, the poison may hit Liz or Luke.
Wait, just a second. I blurted out, taken aback by her confusion. My intentions had been completely twisted in translation, and so, with a deep breath, I attempted to talk some sense into her. You know, you can rely on your friends some more, Sitri. Just leave the attacking to Luke and Liz, I thought. After all, that's all they've cared to learn. Sitri clapped her hands as if in revelation. Her tears had already dried.
I understand, she'd said. I just need to help them build immunity, so they won't be affected by the poison, even if it hits them. That helps them survive other poisons, too. What a revolutionary idea. What have I been so worried about? I have so much research to do. Thank you, Krai.
With that, Sitri had beamed at me and stormed off before I could get a word in edgewise. Sitri, 16 at the time, had come to me with her lips tightly pursed and tears welling in her eyes.
Krai, I can't do this anymore. I'm useless.
Come here. Deep breaths, deep breaths. I'd begun to console her. Sitri had leaped into my arms. Nowadays, her physical growth in the breast department was getting really noticeable when she held me like this. This was a bit awkward for me, feeling those soft peaks through her thick robe, not that I was paying them any mind in Sitri's time of need.
The enemies we've been facing are too nimble for me to hit them with my poison, she said while sobbing.
Yeah, huh? Sitri's poison-throwing tactic had proven deadly. With just a drop, her poison melted away monsters, even those with impenetrable exoskeletons. In some vaults, she'd kill more enemies than even Luke or Liz. That, of course, had stoked a flame in their hearts. For a while, Sitri, Liz, and Luke had competed to see who could kill the most monsters and phantoms during our quests.
Her voice quivering, Sitri pushed her body against mine. What should I do? At this rate, you'll expel me from the party.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But you're an alchemist. You're supposed to be the backup. Sitri had somehow gotten herself into the front line, much to my terror. Watching her jump into action hadn't been good for my blood pressure. Chucking vial after vial of poison didn't seem quite right for her. Why don't you take a moment to ponder the essence of an alchemist's role? I'm sure you're tired of throwing poison vials around, too.
The essence of an alchemist's role, she repeated.
As she said, she put her ear against my chest as if to listen for my heartbeat. I'd say the same for Liz, but there was something off about the smart girls. They acted like they didn't consider me as a guy.
When you put it that way, maybe as an alchemist I should contribute magical creatures rather than poison, she said.
Huh. Yeah, Who was I to disagree? Her new pursuit would work out better for me at least. Creating magical creatures along with concocting poisons and potions was a craft reserved for alchemists. They created artificial life forms like homunculi, golems, slimes, and more. There weren't too many alchemist hunters in history for Sitri to take inspiration from, but I heard that even alchemists who worked in labs kept a golem or two as bodyguards. Pursuing this path surely had to be better than chucking incredibly lethal vials of poison at our enemies.
But Krai, I've done my research on this. Slime, homunculi, golems, chimeras, they're all too frail, at least for the hunts we go on.
Well?
Chimeras are the most durable of them all, but building a strong one requires the corpses of powerful monsters. For how difficult it'd be to obtain the ingredients. It won't be the wrong combination will lead to immunodeficiency, considering the growth potential. Sitri rambled on, teary-eyed.
While I didn't understand most of what she was saying, it sounded like she had put a lot of thought and effort into that already. Like she'd said, I suppose there were hardly any magical creatures that could keep up with high-level hunters. If making magical creatures of such caliber had been easy, all the alchemists would have been taking on side gigs as hunters. Yeah, huh? Hunters are just about the only people who can make it through high-level vaults anyway, I said. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed better for Sitri to stick to a support role. Harsher battles would mean a greater need for support anyway.
Sitri looked at me with her eyes reddened from crying. Hunters are just about the only people who can make it through high-level vaults, she parroted. Yes, I just need hunters.
Huh? Sitri was now mumbling to herself incoherently in my arms. In this state, even my words wouldn't be able to reach her. Times like this reminded me that she really was Liz's sister.
Chimera's a patchwork of the strongest parts. If they're all humans, I won't have to worry about necrosis. Strengthen them with mana material. With humans, it's mana material intake rate.
Yeah, I said while combing her hair with my fingers as she continued.
But how can I get my hands on them? We can't hunt down other hunters, can we, Krai?
No, we can't. How did that thought get into her? Crime is bad, Sitri, just to be clear. What goes around comes around, you know? Massacring monsters and phantoms daily seemed to have taken a toll on her moral compass. Helping my friends retain their humanity might very well have been one of the few things only I could do. Maybe that had been my purpose in life. Sitri clapped her hands.
What goes around comes around. Criminal hunters, the great prison. You're right. There'll be plenty of ingredients there, plenty of talented hunters. Sitri rambled on incoherently.
Sometimes I wondered if she was just too smart for me to understand her words. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the ground and said, "But do you really think I can do it?" Her frail shoulders were trembling. Whatever she was aspiring to do, her nervousness was threatening to make the better of her. With her talent and the skills she'd worked so hard to build, she could do anything. All I could do was to encourage her. I held her tight and patted her back. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you can do anything you set your mind to, I'd said. After a few moments in my embrace, Sitri had stood strong again. Her tears dried.
You're right. I'll never know if I don't try. Thank you, Krai. I better start planning.
Okie dokie, good luck. Another job well done. With a satisfied smile, I'd watched Sitri set off on her project.
I messed up, Krai. I messed up, Krai.
Sitri had come to me completely downhearted. Accused of aiding the breakout at the Great Prison, Sitri was in a serious predicament. Every bit of circumstantial evidence pointed to Sitri being involved. There was no smoking gun, but it seemed like we, the Grievers, were the only ones who had faith in Sitri's innocence. I'd used every connection I'd made since moving to the capital to try and defend Sitri, but I'd only achieved to cast a tiny shadow of a doubt to her guilt. All the high-level hunters who'd broken out of the prison were still at large, and the Third Order was frantically searching for them and any physical evidence of the culprit. Honestly, I'd never felt that powerless in my life.
I'll accept the moniker. Some blame lies with me, too. It's no good if the culprit hasn't been apprehended. There are plenty of things I can learn from this. Next time I won't make such a mistake. I'll be better, Sitri said.
She remained strong. Even in the face of great dishonor and the worst punishment a hunter could ever receive, she didn't change. Tears no longer filled her eyes, which glimmered with determination instead. A full-fledged alchemist stood before me.
But I did get my hands on some wonderful ingredients, so it all worked out in the end.
Whatever ingredients she'd been talking about, I was happy that she was focusing on the future.
Sitri had smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Krai. Thank you so much."
Sitri, 17 at the time, had come to me cheerful and blushing.
Look, Krai, I finally managed to put them together. It's still a work in progress, but I really wanted to show you, so here it is.
Standing over 2 meters tall, the thing was like a gray boulder. Its humanoid frame was bulging inhumanly with muscles. Only a banana hammock and a paper bag mask covered its anatomy, the bag contracting and expanding with its heavy breathing. The shock of coming face to face or face to bag with that creature was almost enough to make me barf. I'd seen plenty of unhinged hunters over the years, but nothing as off the wall as that. If Sitri had told me that this thing towering above me was a potential new member of Grieving Souls, I would have retired on the spot.
It's wonderful. At this rate, it can continue to adapt to higher-level treasure vaults. Organic is the way to go. I did waste a lot of the ingredients, though. Anyway, its name is Killium, she explained.
In response, Killium shrieked, "Kill!"
Uh-huh. I said, completely disgusted. I'd never seen any creature like this before. What is it?
Magical creature, Sitri said.
A magical creature?
I would have been less surprised if she'd told me the thing was a bona fide demon.
With Killium's shoulders rising and falling in the background, Sitri smiled at me and said, "Yes, a magical creature, my magnum opus. Considering the ingredients used, I already know it can absorb mana material at a remarkable rate. The more vaults I take it to, the stronger it will become."
Killium already looked too strong for my taste. What was more disconcerting, though, was the fact that she planned to take the thing around like a pet. What does this have to do with alchemy whatsoever? I thought, what kind of magical creature is it anyway? This is complete madness. Shining through the holes in the paper bag were Killium's eyes. I wanted to barf.
Sitri, her eyes lowered, timidly suggested, "This has really helped me on becoming more confident. So I've been thinking of furthering my research on some other magical creatures. I'd stopped myself from conducting such research before. I don't know if I'll succeed with it, but..."
Masking my disgust flawlessly, I calmly advised her. "Sitri, why don't you go do some research with other alchemists in a lab outside the clan? I'm sure that will be better than taking this on alone."
What?
And have them remind you what's right and what's wrong, I'd thought.